Chapter 8 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled The Ascent of Chief Mountain by Henry L. Stimson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ascent of Chief Mountain. In the most northern corner of the Piegans country in northwestern Montana, almost grazing the Canadian border with its abrupt side, stands a turret-shaped mountain. Behind it, the great range of the Rockies, which for hundreds of miles has been trending steadily northward, bends sharply away toward the west, leaving the corner on which the mountain stands a huge protruding pedestal for its weird shape. 90 years ago, Lewis and Clark saw it from far to southward as they passed along the dwindling Missouri and called it Tower Mountain. But to the Indians it has always been the Chief Mountain. Even those prosaic German geographers to whom we owe so much for information about our own and other lands have either seen it and fallen under the spell of its strange power, or have taken their nomenclature directly from the Piegans, for they have crowned it Kaiser Peak. For more than a year we have been numbered with the chief's subjects. During the previous summer we had been seeking the acquaintance of the mountain goat, not the shorn degenerate which throngs the slopes of the Cascades and straggles among the southern peaks of Montana, but the true snowy buffalo of the northern Rockies. And from the ledges of the St. Mary Mountains, where we had sought him, could be seen still further to the northward the Piegans' chief. Of the range, yet not in it, like a captain well to the front of his battle line, he pressed out into the broad prairie as if leading a charge of Titans toward the far distant lakes. And through the long months of an eastern winter and the still longer months of an eastern summer, above all the memories of that wondrous land where every butte and mountain peak teems with legend, and where every bison skull on the prairie tells its story, had towered the clear-cut image of that northern mountain, a worthy sovereign of any man's allegiance. Now, as inevitably as an antelope returns to its lure, we had returned for a closer look at our mountain. Down deep in our hearts, battling with the awe which we felt for him, was the almost unspoken hope that perhaps in some way we might struggle up his sheer sides and make him, in a way he was to no one else, our king. We were a party of three, the doctor and I, and our faithful packer, Fox. A cold storm was blowing spitefully across the open foothills and out onto the prairie as we broke camp under the high banks of Kennedy Creek on the morning of the last stage of our journey. The clouds driving over the range from the northwest swung so low that they hid the peaks, and the great pedestal of the chief met them all uncrowned, indistinguishable from the others about him. It was one of those doubtful mornings with which the mountains love to warn off strangers, or to greet their friends, one which might presage a week of storm, or usher in a fortnight of surpassing beauty. We had camped for the night at the last of those ranches which stretch along the bottom lands of the St. Mary River. Just as we started, its owner, Indian Billy, decided to go with us. Even he had never been to the foot of his tribe's famous peak, and the dark-skinned idlers of the ranch who gathered about us as we flung the lash ropes over our horses could tell us little more than legends of it. Several bloods from across the Canadian border declared that the boundary line ran not where the white men had marked it on the prairie with their insignificant piles of stones, but through the deep cleft in the chief's wall where the Great Spirit himself had placed it, thus giving to the bloods, who knew it best, their proper share of the mountain. And getting warmer in their enthusiasm, they reminded Billy of their standing challenge to his tribe, the Piegans, 50 horses to anyone who should run around that wall, small as it seemed, in half a day. For our part, it was hard to realize, even on that cold September morning, that the long dreaming was over and the reality before us. It took all the straining of the pack ponies on the wet land ropes to remind us that we were at last climbing the foothills of the great peak. Our presence there, far from breaking the long enchantment, surrendered us bodily to it, and Billy, riding over the successive slopes before us, swaying in the saddle with the hawk-like motion of the prairie Indian, seemed a fit ambassador to lead us to his king. As the day passed, the clouds gradually lightened, and finally, just as we surmounted one of the higher foothills, at the summit of the long, sloping, forest-clad pedestal before us, broke through the crown of the chief. Toward us on the east it showed a black rectangular wall, 2,000 feet in length, 1,500 in height, and from its sharp corners the broken mists streamed away southward like tattered garments. A few hasty pictures taken while Fox mended a broken pack cinch, and we pressed on toward the foot of the mountain. Some benign influence was with us even thus early, and we were guided into the easiest way. Streaks of burned forest, bristling with windfalls, were slowly but successfully threaded, long rock slides luckily avoided, while we mounted steadily slope after slope, until finally, late in the afternoon, we pulled our panting horses out just above the timberline upon the comparatively level summit of the pedestal. The foot of the great crowned wall was still a mile away and 1,000 feet above us, but we were near enough and high enough for our purpose, and in a deep basin, sheltered from the wind and carpeted with soft mountain grass, and with the only water in the neighborhood sparkling up from a spring in the bottom, we found a perfect camp. As soon as the tents were pitched, Fox set about preparing dinner, while the 7 horses, freed from their loads, buried their noses in the grass in perfect contentment. As he sat in the door of the tent, the doctor's eyes seemed glued to his field glasses, while the object lens ever pointed in the one direction, westward. Under the brim of the Indian's broad hat, as he lay apparently dozing before the fire, I could see his black eyes fixed on the same point, and even Fox, constantly shifting his position about the fire, rarely took one which placed his back toward that black wall behind which the sun was now gradually sinking. For myself, all the longing of the past year had concentrated itself into a desire to rush over this last remaining distance, to get to that magic crown, to feel it with hand and foot, and to see whether, as the Piegans aver, it denied even a single foothold for a mortal man. After dinner, the doctor and I did go to it. We clambered out of our little basin onto the higher portion of the dome-like pedestal, and from this platform, on which rests the great crown, looked past its 2 edges at the vast mountain range behind it, stretching north and south. Then we picked our way toward it, through the loose boulders and broken rock, saw the summit hang further and further over us as we advanced into the gloom at its foot, and after finally reaching it and pressing ourselves against where it rose sheer from its pedestal, we hurried back to camp through the twilight, thoroughly awed by the solemnity of the place. The storm of the morning had cleared into a most perfect night, and as we lay about the fire, Billy told us all that the old men had told him of the chief. A full-blooded Piegan, in his new life as a ranchman, he had not lost touch with the traditions of his tribe. Only one Piegan, he said, had ever attempted to climb the mountain. Years ago, a hunting party of their young men had been encamped on the opposite side, where the cliffs do not overhang so much, and ledges run temptingly up for a distance, and one of them, the youngest and most ambitious of the band, declared that he would go to the summit. He started, and his companions watched him from below until he passed along one of the very highest ledges out of sight. Then the spirit of the mountain must have met him, for though they waited many days and searched for him all around the base, he never came back. and the Piegans, being a prairie tribe and not over fond of the mountains at best, thereafter avoided any close acquaintance with their king. A story had come to them, however, from the Flatheads across the range, a tribe whose prowess they always respected in war, as they believed in their truthfulness in peace, and as the story related to their mountain, they had treasured it among their own legends. Still earlier, many years before even the oldest Piegan was a boy, there had lived a great Flathead warrior, a man watched over by a spirit so mighty that no peril of battle or of the hunt could overcome him. When at last in his old age he came to die, he told the young men his long-kept secret. Many years before, as the time approached for him to go off into the forest and sleep his warrior sleep, in which he hoped to see the vision which should be his guide and protection through life, he had decided to seek a spot and a spirit which had never before been tried. So, carrying the usual sacred bison skull for his pillow, he had crossed the mountains eastward into the far-off Piegan country. Then, with none to aid him save the steady power of his own courage, he had ventured upon the ledges of the chief of the mountains, and choking down each gasp of panic, when at overhanging corners the black walls seemed striving to thrust him off and down, he had finally forced his way to the very summit. For 4 days and nights he had fasted there, sleeping in the great cleft which one can see from afar out on the prairie. On each of the first 3 nights, with ever-increasing violence, the spirit of the mountain had come to him and threatened to hurl him from the face of the cliff, if he did not go down on the following day. Each time he had refused to go, and had spent the day pacing the summit, chanting his warrior song and waving his peace pipe in the air as an offering, until finally, on the 4th night, the spirit had yielded, had smoked the pipe, had given him the token of his life. None of the young Flatheads, however, said Billy, had dared to follow their great warrior's example, so that to this day he was the only man who had braved the spirit of the chief and made it his friend. After we were rolled in our blankets, and the late moon, rising from the prairie ocean behind us, had turned the dark threatening wall to cheering silver, we thought again of the old warrior's steadfastness, and longed to make his example ours. The doctor's thermometer marked 20 degrees Fahrenheit when Fox called us, and the morning bucket which he dashed over us was flavored with more of the spirit of duty than usual. But otherwise the weather had been made for us. Yesterday's storm had beaten down the smoke from Washington forest fires, which had clouded everything for the past month, and the sweet grass hills twinkled across 100 miles of prairie, as if at our feet, and yet there was hardly a breath of wind. Under the lee of the wall itself, absolute stillness brooded over the ledges, which even a moderate breeze could have made dangerous. We did not make an early start. The thing could be done quickly if it could be done at all, for there was only 1,500 feet of cliff. Our men did not give the attempt to reach the summit from this, the eastern side, even the scant compliment of a doubt. In their minds its failure was certain, but they were willing to see how far we could get up. The doctor, too, had at first suggested, and with perfect correctness, that to try a difficult side of a mountain before reconnoitering the other was bad mountaineering, to say the least. But on the other hand, this east side was the famous side of the chief, the side which every passer-by on the prairie saw and wondered at. With our glasses we had mapped a course which seemed not impossible. Was it not better to meet our king face to face than to steal on him from behind? Besides, this wonderful weather might not last long enough for us to reach the other side, and so our final conclusion was to try the east face. Halfway up the sheer face of the cliff was divided horizontally by a broad, steep shelf, which ran nearly the length of the mountain. That shelf could clearly be crossed at any place. The difficulty would lie with the walls below and above it. The lower one was bad enough at best, but it was easy to recognize as least bad a place where a slope of shale abutted against it, shortening it some 300 feet. The upper wall, in general, seemed even worse, but it was furrowed by two deep chimneys side by side, one of which led into the mountain's well-known cleft. The other chimney seemed to lead directly to the summit, but its lower mouth was inaccessible, cut off by overhanging cliff. Our plan, therefore, if we could ever reach the halfway shelf, was to use the first chimney in the beginning, then try to find a way around the dividing shoulder onto the second, then follow that to the top, and at 9 o'clock we began on the lower wall. Of course, the work which followed was not so difficult as it had promised from below. Rock work rarely is, but it thoroughly taxed our slender experience, and for a single man without a rope must have been far worse. The doctor and I took turns in leading, carrying up or having thrown to us from below a rope on which the others then ascended. Most of the difficulty was thus confined to one man, and he could often be assisted from beneath. We were not skilled enough in the use of the rope to risk tying ourselves together. 200 feet up came our first trouble, perhaps the worst of the day. We were sliding along a narrow shelf with arms outstretched against the wall above, when we reached a spot where the shelf was broken by a round, protruding shoulder. Beyond it, the ledge commenced again and seemed to offer our only way upward. I was leading at the time, and after examining it, turned back to a wider portion of the shelf for consultation. It was not a place one would care to try if there was an alternative. We braced the Indian against the wall, and his skillful hand sent the lariat whirling up at a sharp rock above our heads. Time after time the noose settled fairly around it, but found no neck to hold it, and came sliding down. Then, almost before we knew it, the doctor had run out along the ledge to the shoulder and had started around. For a moment he hung, gripping the rounded surface with arms and knees. Then a dangerous wriggle, and he was on the other side. Under his coaching the Indian and I followed, but Fox, when halfway, lost his head, and barely succeeded in getting back to the starting point. He would not try again. The poor fellow's moccasins had lost some of their nails, and he had slipped once or twice that morning, thus destroying the nerve of one who had at other times shown himself a good climber. But of the Indian's companionship for the rest of the day we were now sure. Again, when near the top of that first wall, and when the halfway ledge seemed almost within our grasp, the shallow cleft up which we were scrambling ended in a deep pocket in the cliff's face with no outlet above. The doctor tried it at one corner, but the treacherous crumbling rock warned him back. I tried it at another, but was stopped by an overhang in the cliff. No help for it but to go back and to try to find a way around. 50 feet below we landed on a small shelf running horizontally along the mountain's face, and after following it northward a few moments we found another channel leading up. The doctor started to investigate it, while Billy and I continued on slowly looking for a better. Almost immediately, however, we heard the doctor shout, "All right," and following him, came out at last upon the great halfway shelf of the mountain. This was a steep slope of shale, which seemed in places quite ready to slide in an avalanche of loose rock over the edge of the cliff below. But the relief of being out upon it, and able once more to stand upright without the sensation of a wall against your face, apparently trying to shove you outward from the slender foothold, was simply indescribable. After crossing the shelf and eating our lunch in the mouth of the first or left-hand chimney, we attacked the upper wall. Following up the chimney a short distance, we found at last a narrow ledge leading to the right, and creeping around on it, I looked into the right-hand chimney above its forbidding mouth, It led as a broad, almost easy staircase clear to the top of the wall above, and for the first time we felt as if our king were really ours. 600 or 700 feet more of steady work, and we could feel the summit breeze beginning to blow down the narrow mouth of the chimney. Billy was then sent to the front, and at 1:30 the first Piegan stepped out on the summit of the Chief Mountain. It is a long ridge of disintegrated rock, flanked at either end by lower rounded turrets, and at its highest part is no wider than a New England stone wall. On the opposite western side the cliffs fell away as on our own, but they seemed shorter, were composed of looser rock, and far down below we could see steep slopes of shale meeting them part way. After we had picked out our various landmarks in the wonderful outlook about us, and I had made my record from compass and barometer, we pushed our way carefully along to the highest point of the narrow ridge in order to mark it with a cairn of rocks. Just as we reached it, the Indian, who was still in the lead, suddenly stopped and pointed to the ground. There, on the very summit of Chief Mountain, safely anchored by rocks from the effect of wind or tempest, lay a small, weather-beaten bison skull. It was certainly one of the very oldest I have ever seen. Even in the pure air of that mountain top it had rotted away until there was little else than the frontal bone and the stubs on which had been the horns. Billy picked it up and handed it to us quietly, saying with perfect conviction, "The old Flathead's pillow." We left the skull where it had been found. Much as we should have treasured it as a token of that day, the devotion of the old warrior who had brought it was an influence quite sufficient to protect this memorial of his visit. We shared his reverence far too much to allow us to remove its offering. And then, too, as Billy suggested, we were still on top of the chief, and the chief had certainly been forbearing to us. Those long walls, now darkened by the afternoon shade, those narrow ledges, whence the downward climber could no longer avoid seeing the stone he dislodged bound, after 2 or 3 lengthening jumps, clear to the pedestal below, loomed very suggestively before his mind. But the chief still remained gracious, and Billy worked even more steadily and sure-footedly going down than in the morning. We had all gained confidence, and besides, we were certain of our course. By 5 o'clock we had reached the last bad place where Fox had left us, and after avoiding that by swinging down hand over hand on the rope from a ledge above, it was only a few moments to the bottom. That night, after we were all safe in camp, and the great cliff beamed down on us more kindly than ever in the moonlight, the doctor and I decided that we had been more favored than the old Flathead warrior, for the spirit of our mountain had been with us even before we reached its top, and for our success an explanation beyond our physical powers seemed necessary to others also, for when a few days later we returned to the ranch in the St. Mary's Valley, Billy, who had preceded us, met us with the mien of the prophet who was denied by his own, and told us that his cousins, the Bloods from across the border, had suggested that, when next he returned from a trip to the range, he should bring them a likelier story than that he had climbed the east face of the Chief Mountain. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled The Cougar by Caspar W. Whitney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barth Buckman. Chapter 9 The Cougar. It was upwards of 12 years ago that I had been down to one of the Rio Grande river towns herding up Mexicans, whom I expected to aid me in discovering gold where none existed. On my way down, I had run across a mountain lion making off with a lamb, and shot and secured him after a little strategic maneuvering. On the return journey, after I had hired as many of the greasers as I desired, I camped at night about 20 miles from home in a log cabin that had lost the door, the roof, and all the chinking from between the logs. There was no reason to fear wild beasts, and the cabin would have been no protection for me even if there had been. Nor was the structure any protection from the numerous cutthroat, horse-stealing Mexicans who flourished in that section of the country, as thickly as cactus. However, I lariated my horse and threw down my blankets in this tumble-down shack, and turned in. I have quite a habit of sleeping on my back, and I was awakened sometime in the night by a feeling of oppression on my chest. Having been accustomed to life in a country where the Indians were rampant, and where the wise man on awakening looked about him before stirring, I opened my eyes without moving, and there, standing directly on my breast, looking me squarely in the face, was a skunk, with its nose not, I swear, 6 inches from my own. It was a bright moonlit night, and I could see that the little devil was of the kind whose bite is said to convey hydrophobia. But that did not worry me. It was not the bite I feared. I realized perfectly that if I moved, I might get myself into trouble. I knew that the only thing for me to do was to let the skunk gambol over me until he wearied of the pastime and went out of the cabin. I have a lurking suspicion that the skunk knew I was awake and in mental agony, for, after looking me in the face, he ran down my body on one leg and then up again, actually smelling of one of my ears, and then he trotted off me onto the floor of the cabin, where he nosed about a while, then up again on my body, and after sprinting a few seconds over my person, he went down and out of the cabin. So soon as he disappeared out the door, I jumped to my feet and, drawing my gun, rushed out after him. He was plainly visible just to the right of the cabin, and I blazed away. Immediately after I had shot him, I regretted it, for I had to move camp. The next day, on my way back to camp, I journeyed over a divide that was more or less noted as a den for mountain lions, though to designate any particular locality as a den for cougars is incorrect, for it is not an animal that remains in any one place for any great length of time. He is a wandering pirate who makes no one district his home for any long period. However, this especial divide was said to harbor more of them than any other, or at least there were more signs of them, and more were reported to be started from there by hunters than elsewhere in the territory. Be that as it may, on the particular day of which I write, I accidentally ran across the only cougar I ever have killed, which gave me a fight and stampeded my horse, so that I was obliged to foot it into camp. I do not think the bronco is as fearful of the cougar as of the bear. At least my experience has not been such. I have had a mustang jump pretty nearly from under me on winding a bear, and I have wasted minutes upon minutes in getting him near the carcass of a dead one, that I might pack home a bit of Bruin's highly scented flesh, and I never had any similar experience where the cougar was concerned. I have had my pony evince reluctance to approach the slain lion, but not show the absolute terror which seizes them in the neighborhood of bear. My experience at this particular time, as I say, was novel in 2 respects. First, the fright with which my bronco was stricken, and second, the fight shown by the cougar. I had reached the top of the divide, and was picking my way across the fallen timber, which so often blocks the trail over the tops of divides in New Mexico. I remember distinctly having gained a clear spot that was pretty well filled with wild violets, which grew in great profusion thereabouts, and was guiding my pony that I should not trample upon them, for in that God-forsaken district, 10,000 feet above the level of the sea, it seemed too bad to crush the life out of the dainty little flowers that hold up their heads to the New Mexico sunshine. Without warning, my bronco, which was traveling along at a foxtrot, stopped suddenly, and looking up I saw, not more than 50 yards away, about as large a mountain lion as I had ever encountered, standing motionless and looking at us with utmost complacency. To throw myself out of the saddle and draw my Sharps 40 from the saddle holster was the work of a very few seconds. Throwing the bridle rein over my arm, I slipped in a cartridge and was just pulling down on him when the cougar started off at a swinging trot to one side at right angles to where he had stood and through some small quaking aspens. Without thinking of the bridle being over my arm, I knelt quickly in order to get a better sight of the animal, and almost simultaneously pressed the trigger. As I did so, my bronco threw up his head, which spoiled my aim, and instead of sending the ball through the cougar's heart, as I had hoped to do, it went through the top of his shoulders, making a superficial wound, not sufficiently severe to interfere with his locomotion, as I immediately discovered, for with a combined screech and growl, that lion wheeled in my direction and made for me with big jumps that were not exactly of lightning rapidity, but were ground-covering enough to create discomfort in the object of his wrath. My bronco, meanwhile, was jumping all over the ground, and I realized I could not hold him and make sure of my aim. To swing myself into the saddle and make away would have been simple, but I knew enough of the cougar to know that if I retreated, he, in his fury, would be sure to follow, and on that mountainside, with its fallen timber and rough going, I should have little chance in a race with him. I had no revolver to meet him in the saddle at short range, and a knife was not to my liking for any purpose, so far as an infuriated cougar was concerned, except for skinning him, once I had put sufficient lead into his carcass to quiet his nerves. There was nothing for me to do but fight it out on foot. Therefore I dropped the bridle rein and turned the bronco loose, thinking he would run his fright off in a short distance, and gave myself up to the business of the moment, which, with the beast getting nearer every instant, was becoming rather serious. I do not know how others have felt under like conditions, but there is something about the look of a cougar on business bent, with its greenish, staring eyes, that produces a most uncomfortable sensation. I have been sent up a tree post-haste by a bear, and I have had an old bull moose give me an unpleasant quarter of an hour, but I am sure I never experienced a more disagreeable sensation than when I looked through my rifle sights at that loping lion. He did not seem to be in any feverish anxiety to reach me, but there was an earnest air about his progression that was ominous. Under any circumstances, it is not altogether pleasing to have a mountain lion on his busy day making for you, and with only about 15 to 20 yards between him and his quarry. I presume the delicacy of the situation must have impressed itself upon me, for my next shot, although I aimed for one of those hideous eyes, missed far enough to clip off a piece of skin from the top of his skull, and to whet his appetite for my gore. My bullet seemed to give him an added impetus, for, with almost a single bound and blood-chilling screech, by the time I had put another cartridge into the single-shot rifle, he was practically on top of me. Fortunately, his spring had landed him short, and in another instant I had very nearly blown his entire head off. He was a monster. I skinned him and hung his pelt on a tree, and on foot made my way into camp, after a fruitless search for my bronco. I have killed 5 cougars, and this is the only one that ever gave me a fight. I record it with much pleasure, for there is an uncertainty about the cougar's temperament and an alacrity of movement that are altogether unsettling. You never know in what mood you find the mountain lion, and he does not seem by any chance to be in the same one more than once. For those I have shot have evinced different dispositions, generally, however, bordering on the cowardly. At times their actions are sufficient to characterize them as the veriest cowards in the world, And yet again, on very slight provocation, they are most aggressive and cruelly ferocious. There are many well-authenticated stories to be had for the asking of any old mountaineer of the unwonted craftiness and ferocity of the cougar, and I suppose I could fill a couple of chapters of this volume by recounting yarns that have been told me during my Western life. Between ourselves, I do not think hunting the cougar is very much sport. It is an instructive experience, and one, I think, every hunter of big game should have. But at the same time, in my opinion, it does not afford the sport of still hunting deer, antelope, elk, moose, or bears. In the first place, there is really no time you can still hunt the cougar, except in winter, when there is a light snow on the ground, and at all times it is most difficult, because you are dealing with an animal that embodies the very quintessence of wariness, and is ever on the lookout for prey and enemies. You have to deal with an animal that knows every crevice and hole of the mountainside that moves by night in preference to day, and rarely travels in the open, whose great velvety paws enable it to sneak about absolutely unheard, and will crouch in its lair while you pass, perhaps within a dozen feet. Yet there are only two ways of really hunting the mountain lion, by still hunting and by baiting. I have tried baiting a number of times, but have never found it successful. Others, I understand, have found it so. But in a score of cases where I have provided tempting morsels and lain out all night in hopes of getting a shot at the marauder, in none have I been rewarded, and in only one or two have I got a glimpse of a pair of shining eyes that disappeared in the gloom almost on the instant of my discovering them. Probably the most successful method of getting a shot at this wary beast is by hunting it with dogs, though I never had the experience, for the mountain lion has small lungs and makes a short, fast race. With dogs on his trail, he is likely to take to a tree after a not very long run, which rarely occurs when he is still hunted on foot. Yet, if the hunter values the lives of his dogs, he must be sure of his first shot, for the cougar is a tough customer to tackle when in his death throes, and I have been told by those who have hunted in this way that many a young and promising dog has had the life crushed out of him by the dying lion. Their forelegs are short and very powerful, but curiously enough, unlike the bear, they do not use them in cutting and slashing so much as in drawing the victim to them to crush out its life with their strong jaws. I have said one never knows how to take the cougar. Almost every mining camp in the West will produce somebody who has met and scared him to flight by a mere wave of the hand or a shout. And that identical camp will as likely as not produce men that have had the most trying experiences with the same animal. It is this knowledge that makes you, to say the least, a little uncomfortable when you meet one of these creatures. I have had many trying experiences of one kind and another, and hunted many different kinds of game, but none ever harassed my soul as the cougar has. On one occasion I had been about 5 miles from camp, prospecting for gold, which I had discovered in such alluring quantities as to keep me panting until darkness put an end to my work and started me homeward. It was a pretty dark night, and my trail lay along the side of a mountain that was rather thickly wooded and a pretty fair sort of hunting country. I had left my cabin early in the morning, intent on finding one of the numerous fortunes that was confidently believed to be hidden away in those New Mexico gulches, and was armed only with pick, shovel, and pan. I was sauntering along, beset by dreams of prospective prosperity, based on the excellent finds I had made, when suddenly, in front of me, I am sure not more than 25 feet, 2 great balls of fire rudely awakened me and brought my progress to an abrupt halt. I dare say it took a second or two to bring me down to earth, but when the earthward flight was accomplished, I immediately concluded that those balls of fire must belong to a mountain lion. At that time, my experience with the cougar had been sufficient to put me in an uncertain frame of mind as to just what to expect of the creature. I had not an idea of whether he was going to spring at me or whether I could scare him away. However, on chance, I broke the stillness of the night by one of those cowboy yells, in the calliope variations of which I was pretty well versed in those days, and, to my immense relief, the two glaring balls of fire disappeared. Trudging on my way, I had once more lost myself in the roseate future incidental to placers averaging $3 in gold to the cubic yard, when, as suddenly as before, and as directly in front of me, those two glaring balls shone out like a hideous nightmare. This time, I confess, I was a little bit annoyed. I knew that, as a rule, mountain lions do not follow you unless they are ravenous with hunger or smell blood. I had not been hunting, and, consequently, my clothes and hands were free from gore, and I was therefore forced to the sickening conclusion that this particular beast had selected me as a toothsome morsel for its evening repast. I cannot honestly say I was flattered by the implied compliment, and, summoning all my nerve, I reached for a rock and hurled it at those eyes. To hear it crash into the dry brush, and greatly to my peace of mind to see the diabolical lights go out, for it was too dark to distinguish the animal itself. Congratulating myself on the disappearance of the hideous will-o'-the-wisp, I set out at a 5-mile-an-hour gait for camp. My castles in the air had by this time quite dissolved, and I was attending strictly to the business of the trail, wishing camp was at hand instead of a mile off, when once more those greenish lanterns of despair loomed up ahead of me. Not more than a dozen feet away, it seemed. I presumed the beast had been trailing me all the time, though, after its second visitation, I kept a sharp lookout without discovering it, but evidently it had kept track of my movements. I had no proof of its being the same animal, of course, but I was pretty well persuaded of its identity, and I became thoroughly convinced that this particular cougar had grown weary of waiting for its supper, and was about to begin its meal without even the courtesy of "by your leave." The uncanny feature of the experience was that not a sound revealed its approach on any occasion, and I had no intimation of its call until it dropped directly in my path. I leaned against a friendly tree and thought pretty hard, watching the animal most intently to see that it did not advance. It stood there as still as death so far as I could distinguish, not moving even its head, and the steady glare of its eyes turned full upon me. I made up my mind that, if the animal was going to feast on me that evening, I would disarrange its digestion, if possible. My short-handled prospecting pick was the nearest approach I had to a weapon, and summoning all my ancient baseball skill, and feeling very carefully all around me to see that there were no intervening branches to arrest its flight, I hurled that pick at those two shining eyes, with a fervid wish that it might land between them. My aim was true, and it landed, just where I cannot say, but I do know that it struck home, for, with a screech calculated to freeze one's blood, and a subsequent growl, the lion made off. For the rest of the mile to camp, I had eyes on all sides of the path at once, but I was not molested. I have since often wondered whether hunger or pure malice possessed that brute. Owen Wister, to whom I told the story not very long ago, suggested curiosity, and I am half inclined to believe his interpretation. For if hunger had been the incentive, it seems as if a tap on the nose with a prospecting pick would not have appeased it, though the cougar's propensity for following people out of unadulterated wantonness to frighten them is well known. At any rate, he showed his cowardly side on that trip. The cougar is a curious beast, capricious as a woman. One day he follows his prey stealthily until the proper opportunity for springing upon it comes. Again he will race after a deer in the open. At one time he will flee at a shout. At another he will fight desperately. They are powerful animals, particularly in the forequarters. I have seen one lope down a mountainside through about 6 inches of snow, carrying a fawn by the nape of the neck in his jaws and swinging the body clear. In the West generally, I think the lion is considered cowardly, a belief I share, though agreeing with Theodore Roosevelt, who in The Wilderness Hunter says cougars, and in fact all animals, vary in moods just as much as mankind. Because of their feline strategy and craftiness, they are most difficult animals to hunt. I know none more so. Neither do I know of any beast so likely to still the tenderfoot's heart. Their cry is as terror-striking as it is varied. I have heard them wail so you would swear an infant had been left out in the cold by its mamma. I have heard them screech like a woman in distress, and again growl after the conventional manner attributed to the monarch of the forest. The average camp dog runs to cover when a cougar is awakening the echoes of the mountain. I should call it lucky for those who hunt with dogs that the lion does not pierce the atmosphere by his screeches when being hunted, for if he did, I fear it would be a difficult matter to keep dogs on his trail. There seems to be something about his screeching that particularly terrorizes dogs. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Barth Buckman.
Chapter 10 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Big Game of Mongolia and Tibet by W. W. Rockhill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Big Game of Mongolia and Tibet. From remote antiquity, hunting has been a favorite pastime of the emperors of China, but at no time has it been conducted with such magnificence as under the Mongol dynasty in the 13th century and during the reigning Manchu one. Marco Polo's account of a hunt of Kublai Khan reads like a fairy tale. The emperor left his capital every year in March for a hunting expedition in Mongolia, accompanied by all his barons, thousands of followers, and innumerable beaters. He took with him, says Polo, fully 10,000 falconers and some 500 gerfalcons, besides peregrines, sakers, and other hawks in great numbers, including goshawks to fly at the waterfowl. He had also numbers of hunting leopards, cheetah, and lynxes, lions, leopards, wolves, and eagles, trained to catch boars and wild cattle, bears, wild asses, stags, wolves, foxes, deer, and wild goats, and other great and fierce beasts. The emperor himself is carried upon 4 elephants in a fine chamber, made of timber, lined inside with plates of beaten gold, and outside with lion skins. And sometimes, as they may be going along, and the emperor from his chamber is holding discourse with the barons, one of the latter shall exclaim, "Sire, look out for cranes." Then the emperor instantly has the top of his chamber thrown open, and having marked the cranes, he casts one of his gerfalcons whichever he pleases, and often the quarry is struck within his view, so that he has the most exquisite sport and diversion there, as he sits in his chamber or lies on his bed, and all the barons with him get the enjoyment of it likewise. So it is not without reason I tell you that I do not believe there ever existed in the world, or ever will exist, a man with such sport and enjoyment as he has, or with such rare opportunities. In the latter part of the 17th century, during the reign of the Emperor Kang Sai, Father Gerbilian followed the emperor several times on his hunting expeditions into Mongolia, and has told us in his accounts of these journeys of the enthusiasm and skill displayed by the emperor in the pursuit of game, which he usually shot with arrows, though he also had hawks and greyhounds with him. I find no mention of the use of firearms in these imperial hunts, nor do I believe that it has ever been considered by the Tartars and Mongols sportsmanlike to use them. Coursing and hawking were probably introduced into China and Mongolia after the Mongol conquest of Western Asia, where those royal sports had then been in vogue for a long time. At present the Manchus keep great numbers of hawks, caught for the most part in the northern portion of the province of Shanxi, and with them they take hares and cranes. Greyhounds are no longer numerous in Mongolia and China, though they are much prized, and I have seen some among the Ordos Mongols and in Manchu garrisons. They were short-haired, of a clear tan color with black points, and showed good blood in their small tails and depth of chest. Besides the great annual hunts on the steppes, which, leaving aside the sport and incidental invigorating influence on the courtiers, helped by the vast numbers of troops which took part in them, to keep quiet the then turbulent Mongol tribes, the emperors of China have had at different times great hunting parks, enclosed by high walls at convenient distances from their capital, or even in close proximity to it, where they could indulge their fondness for the chase. Several of these parks, called Wei Chang, are still preserved for imperial hunts, and one I visited in 1886 to the north of Jehol, and about 6 days' travel from Peking, is some 90 miles long from north to south, and over 30 miles from east to west. It is well stocked with pheasants, roebucks, stags, and, it is said, there are also tigers and leopards in it. The park is guarded by troops, and any person caught poaching in it, besides receiving corporal punishment, is exiled for a period of a year and a half to 2 years to a distant town of the empire. During my visit to this park, I and my 3 companions camped just outside one of the gates, and, by paying the keepers a small sum, we were able to get daily a few hours' shooting in a little valley inside the wall and near our camp. Though we had no dogs, and lost all the winged birds and wounded hares, we bagged in 9 or 10 days over 500 pheasants, 150 hares, 100 partridges, and a few ducks. A mile or so south of Peking is another famous hunting park, called the Nan Hai Tzu, in which is found that remarkable deer, not known to exist in a wild state in any other spot, called Cervus davidi. Of late years a number of these deer have been raised in the Imperial Park of Ueno at Tokyo, and also in the Zoological Garden of Berlin, where a pair were sent by the German minister to China, Mr. von Brandt. This deer is known to the Chinese as Su Pu Xiang Tzu, the 4 dissimilarities, because while its body shows points of resemblance to those of the deer, horse, cow, and ass, it belongs to neither of those 4 species, so say the Chinese. The Chinese proper show but rarely any great love for sport. They are fond of fishing, and I have seen some very good shots among them, especially at snipe shooting, when with their matchlocks fired from the hip they will frequently do snap shooting, of which any of our crack shots might be proud. But the Chinese are essentially pot hunters, and have no sportsmanlike instincts as have the Manchus and Mongols, with whom sport is one of the pleasures of life, though it is also a source of profit to many Mongol tribes. In winter they supply with game, deer, boars, antelope, hares, pheasants, and partridges, the Peking market, bringing them there frozen from remote corners of their country. Among the big game in the northern part of the Chinese Empire, the first place properly belongs to tigers and leopards. In Korea, tigers are quite common, and a special corps of tiger hunters was kept up until recently by the government. The usual method of killing tigers is to make a pitfall in a narrow path along which one has been found to travel, and on either side of it a strong fence is erected. When the tiger has fallen into the pit, he is shot to death or speared. The skin belongs to the king, and the hunters are rewarded by him for each beast killed. The skins are used to cover the seats of high dignitaries to whom they are given by the king, as are also the skins of leopards, and tigers' whiskers go to ornament the hats of certain petty officials. Leopards are so numerous in Korea that I have known of 2 being killed within a few weeks inside the walls of Seoul. Tigers are also found in Manchuria and, as before mentioned, in parts of northern and southeastern China. I have seen the skin of a small one hanging as an ex voto offering in a Lama temple near the Koko Nor, and was told that it had been killed not far from that spot. Colonel Przewalski, however, says that the tiger is not found in northwestern China, so the question remains an open one. Leopards, at all events, are common in northeastern and northwestern China, in the hunting parks north of Peking, in the mountains of northwest Kansu, and to the south of Koko Nor. Bears are common from northern Korea to the Pamirs. The Chinese distinguish 2 varieties, which they call dog bear or hog bear, and man bear. The first is a brown bear, and the latter, which is found on the high barren plateaus to the north of Tibet, where it makes its food principally of the little lagomis, or marmots, which live there in great numbers, has for this reason been called by Colonel Przewalski Ursus lagomyarius. I killed one weighing over 600 pounds, whose claws were larger and thicker than those of any grizzly I have seen. Its color is a rusty black with a patch of white on the breast. Besides these 2 varieties of bears, there is another animal, which, though it is not properly a bear, resembles one so closely that it is classed by the Chinese and Tibetans in that family. It is known to the Chinese as Hua Xiang, or mottled bear, and Milne Edwards, who studied and described it, has called it Ailuropus melanoleucus. This animal was, I believe, discovered by that enterprising missionary and naturalist, Father Armand David, who called it white bear, in the little eastern Tibetan principality of Dringpa, or Mupe, in western Sichuan. 5 specimens have so far been secured of this very rare animal. 3 are in the Jardin des Plantes of Paris, the other 2 in the museum at the Jesuits' establishment at Zikawe, near Shanghai. The stag or red deer, horse deer in Chinese, is found in Manchuria and northern Korea, and the Tibetan variety, called shawo, must be very abundant in portions of eastern Tibet, to judge from the innumerable loads of horns which I have passed while traveling through eastern Tibet on the way to China, in which latter country they are used in the preparation of toilet powder. There is also a small deer in the mountains of Alashan, in western Kansu and Sichuan, and in the Tse Adam, but I know nothing concerning it save its Mongol name, Bura, and its Chinese, Yang Lu, or sheep deer. Przewalski, however, gives some interesting details concerning it. Some Chinese mention a 3rd variety called Mei Lu, or beautiful deer, said to live in the Koko Nor country. The musk deer is found in most parts of the Himalayas and Tibet, and as far northeast as Lanshu, on the Yellow River, in the Chinese province of Kansu. It is hunted wherever found, and nearly all the musk ultimately finds its way to Europe or America, as it is not used to any great extent by either Tibetans, Chinese, or any of the other peoples in whose countries it is procured. The Chinese only use a small quantity in the preparation of some of their medicines. They distinguish 2 varieties of musk deer. One, having tusks much larger than the other, is called yellow musk deer. Next in importance among the game of this region we find the antelope gutturosa and the Ovis burhill. or mountain goat, which range from eastern Mongolia to western Tibet. But more important than those from a sportsman's point of view is the argali, of which Colonel Prjevalsky distinguishes two varieties, the Ovis argali, ranging along the northern bend of the Yellow River between Kuei Hua Sheng and Alashan, and the white-breasted argali, or Ovis poli, ranging from the Siadam and western Sichuan to the Pamirs. The name argali is, I think, an unfortunate one to give to this species, as it is a Mongol word solely used to designate the female animal, the male of which is called kuldza. The antelope Hodgsoni, called orango in Mongol, has about the same range as the Ovis poli. It is by far the most beautiful antelope of this region. The long, graceful, lyre-shaped horns, which it carries very erect when running, being frequently over 2 feet in length. Although, to my mind, what are commonly regarded as cattle should no more be considered game when wild than when tame, still, as I am perhaps alone of this opinion, I must note among the game animals of this part of Asia yaks and asses, which are found in western Mongolia, Turkestan, and in many parts of Tibet, especially the wild northern country, or Shang Tiang. The wild yak is invariably black, with short, rather slender horns, smaller than our buffaloes, bending gracefully forward. The head is large, but well proportioned, and the eyes quite large, but with a very wild look in them. The legs are short and very heavy, the hoofs straight and invariably black. The hair, which hangs down over the body and legs, the face alone excepted, is wavy, and on the sides, belly and legs is so long that it reaches within a few inches of the ground. The tail is very bushy and reaches to the hocks, all the hair being of such uniform length that it looks as if it were trimmed. When running, the yak carries its tail high up or even over its back, and when frightened or angered holds it straight out behind. The calves have a grunt resembling that of the hog, hence the name bos grunniens, but in the grown animal it is rarely heard. It is at best only a dull, low sound, unworthy of such a big, savage-looking beast. The bones of the yak are so heavy that it is nearly impossible to kill one except by shooting it through the heart or wounding it in some equally vital spot. Although I have shot a great many of these animals in northern Tibet, I have never bagged any except when shot as above mentioned, nor have I ever broken the limb of one. It is true that I have done all my shooting with a 44 caliber Winchester carbine, which was entirely too light for the purpose. The yak is not a dangerous animal except in the case of a solitary bull, which will sometimes charge a few yards at a time till he falls dead at the hunter's feet, riddled with bullets. When in large bands yaks run at the first shot, rushing down ravines, through snowbanks, and across rivers, without a moment's hesitation, in a wild stampede. Mongol and Tibetan hunters say that one must never shoot at a solitary yak whose horns have a backward curve, as he will certainly prove dangerous when wounded, but the same beast may be shot at with impunity if in a band. In fact, the natives never shoot at yaks except when in a good-sized bunch. Natives usually hunt them by twos and threes, and after stalking to within 100 yards, or even less, they all blaze away at the same time. The number of yaks on the plateaus north of Tibet is very considerable, but there are no such herds as were seen of buffaloes on our plains until within a few years. I have never seen over 300 in a herd, but Colonel Prjevalsky says that when he first visited the country around the sources of the Yellow River in 1870, he saw herds there of 1,000 head and more. Yaks are enormous feeders, and in a country as thinly covered with grass as that in which they roam, they must travel great distances to secure enough food. As it is the rarest thing in the world to find, even in July or August, fine grazing in any part of this country. The yaks keep the grass as closely cut as would a machine. In some of the wildest districts of western China a wild ox (Budorcus) is still found. Father Armand David thus describes it (Nouvelle Archive du Muséum de Paris, X. 17). It is a kind of ovibos, with very short tail, black and sharp horns, with broad bases touching on the forehead. Its ears are small, and as it were cropped obliquely. The iris is of a dirty yellow gold color, the pupil oblong and horizontal. The fur is quite long and of a dirty white color, with a dash of brown on the hindquarters. The wild ass is no longer found, I believe, to the east of the Koko Nor, but from that meridian as far west as Persia is met with in large numbers, and in the wilds to the north of Tibet in vast herds, quite as large and numerous as those of yaks. The wild ass, called kulan or hulan in Mongol, stands about 12 hands high, and is invariably of a tan color, with a dark line running down the back, and white on the belly, neck, and feet. The tail is rather short, and thinly covered with hair. The head is broad, heavy, and too large for the body of the animal. It carries its head very high when in motion, and when trotting its tail is nearly erect. Its usual gait is a trot or a run. A herd always moves in single file, a stallion leading. As a rule, a stallion has a small band of 10 or 12 mares, which he herds and guards with jealous care day and night. Frequently these bands run together and form herds of 500 or even of 1,000. One often meets solitary jackasses wandering about. They have been deprived of their band of mares in a fight with some stronger male. These have frequently proved most troublesome to me. They would round up and drive off my ponies, all of which were mares, to add to the little nucleus of a band they had hidden away in some lonely nook in the hills. I have frequently had to lose days at a time hunting for my horses, and I finally made it a point to shoot all such animals that came near my camp, though I had a strong dislike to killing them. They looked so like tame asses, and I never could see any sport in it, though the meat was good enough, much better than yak flesh. The hulan is very fleet and has wonderfully acute hearing, but it possesses too great curiosity for its own safety. It will generally circle around the hunter if not shot at, and come quite near to have a look at the strange unknown animal. It is said that wild camels and horses are found in some of the remoter corners of southwestern Turkestan and south of Lobnor, and specimens of them have been secured by Prjevalsky, Grishamayo, and Littledale. The question is now whether these animals are domesticated ones run wild, or really wild varieties. Naturalists will probably disagree on this point. For the time being, these animals are too little known for me to express an opinion on the subject, and, not having seen any, I can add nothing to what has been written on the subject. My own shooting in Mongolia and Tibet has always been under difficulties. Traveling without European companions, and my Asiatic one not knowing how to handle our firearms, I have been able to give but little time to sport. When pressed for food, however, I have killed yaks, asses, argali, mountain sheep, and antelope. I have also bagged a few bears and leopards, but as my only rifle was rather for purposes of defense than for shooting game, I never went much out of my way to look up these animals, though I felt great confidence in my good little Winchester, having killed the largest yak I ever shot at, and a fine bear, each with one shot from it. The game I mostly shot while in Tibet was yak, but as I never killed any save for meat, not believing in the theory of destroying animal life for the sake of trophies to hang upon the wall, I made no phenomenal bags, though big game was so plentiful in many sections of the country that even with a native matchlock it would have been possible to have killed many more animals than I did. The yak I approached at first with considerable trepidation, as I had read in various books of their savageness and of the danger that the hunter was exposed to from one of these big animals when wounded. But now I am wiser, and I can reassure those who would kill these big beasts they look more dangerous than they really are, and will hardly ever push their charge home, even when badly wounded. The first time I saw them we were traveling up a rather open valley beside a frozen rivulet, where, upon reaching the top of a little swell, some 600 or 800 yards off, were a couple of hundred yaks coming down toward the stream to try and find a water hole. I made signs to the men behind me to stop, and jumping from my horse, I crawled along to within about 200 yards of them, when I blazed away at the biggest I could pick out, standing a little nearer to me than the rest of the herd. They paid hardly any attention to the slight report of my rifle. Only the one at which I shot advanced a short distance in the direction of the smoke and then stopped, waving his great bushy tail over his back and holding his head erect. I fired again, when he and the rest of the herd turned and ran onto the ice, where I opened fire on them once more. They seemed puzzled by the noise, but my bullets did not seem to harm them. Finally one charged and then another, and at last the whole herd came dashing up in my direction. But I lay very low, especially as at this seemingly critical moment I found that I had no more cartridges in my gun. After a while they turned and trotted back to the river, and I made for my horse, much disappointed at my apparent failure to do any of them any injury. In the meantime my men had pushed on about half a mile, and we stopped in a little nook to take a cup of tea. Having here supplied myself with cartridges, I thought I would try to get another shot at the yaks, some of which I could still see on the mountainside beyond the stream. My delight was great when, coming up to the place where I had last seen them, a big bull was lying dead, shot through the heart. The only time I ever encountered a solitary bull, he bluffed us so completely that I do not know but my reputation as a sportsman will suffer materially by mentioning the incident. One day, as we were rounding the corner of a hill, we saw an immense fellow, not 200 yards off, and my two big mastiffs, which by this time were getting hardly any food, as our stock of provisions was running very short, and who passed most of their time while we were on the march vainly chasing hares, marmots, and any other animals they could see, made a dash for the yak and commenced snapping at him. He trotted slowly off, but soon, becoming angry, turned on the dogs, who came back to the caravan. He followed them until within 20 yards of us. All my recollections of the dangers encountered by Prjevalsky with yaks, all his remarks of the extraordinary thickness and impenetrability of their skulls, of the difficulty of killing these monstrous animals, and of their ferociousness when wounded, came vividly to my mind in an instant. I saw my mules and horses gored and bleeding on the ground, my expedition brought to an untimely end, and a wounded yak waving his tail triumphantly over us, for I was certain that with my light Winchester I could never drop him dead in his tracks. We did not even dare so much as look at him, but kept on our way, and the yak walked beside us, evidently rejoicing in his victory. The dogs, now thoroughly cowed, took refuge on the side of the caravan furthest from the infuriated animal, and so we marched on for about half a mile, when, in utter disgust, he turned and trotted off to the hillside, where he stood watching us, his bushy tail stretched out as stiff as iron behind him, pawing the ground, and thus we left him. Shooting wild asses was much tamer business. We saw them sometimes in herds of 500 or 600. They would mix with our mules even when grazing around the camp, and often took them off 5 or 6 miles, when we had great difficulty in getting them back. We frequently, however, killed one for meat, which we found to be very savory, though most of my men, who were Mohammedans, would only eat it when very hard pushed by hunger, as their religion forbade them to eat the flesh of any animal without cloven hoofs. I always felt, however, in shooting these animals, as if I were destroying a domestic mule, and could never bring myself to look upon them as fit game for a sportsman. This was strongly impressed upon me one day when, desiring to get a fine specimen whose skin and bones I could bring back for the National Museum, I shot a very large jack which was grazing some distance from our line of march, and broke its hind legs, and was then obliged to go up to the poor beast and put a ball into its head. After accomplishing this disagreeable duty in the interest of science, though to no purpose as it turned out, for I was obliged to throw away the skin and bones a few days after, because I had no means of transporting them, I made a solemn promise to myself that I would never shoot a kyang again, and I am pleased to say I broke my promise but twice, and then I did so only to give us food, of which we stood in great need. Shooting antelope in Tibet is not more exciting, or interesting, for that matter, than shooting them elsewhere, and I do not know that anything special can be said about this sport beyond the fact that the number of Hodgson antelope which we met in parts of northern Tibet was sometimes extraordinarily great. These animals suffer greatly, however, from some plague which frequently sweeps off enormous numbers of them. I have passed over places where the bones of 100 or more of them might be seen, one near the other, and districts which I had visited in 1889, and where I had found great numbers of them, were absolutely without a sign of one when I was there again in 1892. Of bear hunting I can say but little. On different occasions, in various parts of northern Tibet, I killed 6 or 8 pretty good sized brown bears, but a man would have to be blind not to be able to hit one at 25 or 30 yards, and it is always possible to get as near them as that, even in the open country which they frequent. They have apparently no dens, but live in the holes in the ground which they dig to get the little marmots on which they feed. These bears are, however, very fleet, as I once or twice found out when trying to ride them down on horseback, and when they nearly proved a match for the best ponies I had. The natives stand in great dread of them, and will never attack them except when there are 3 or 4 men together, when they approach them from different directions and open fire all at the same time. They say these bears are man-eaters, and even when the men with me saw them lying dead, they showed great repugnance to touch the body, or even to come near them, though they might have made $8 or $10 by splitting them open and removing the gall, a highly prized medicine among the Chinese, who also find a place for bear's paws in their pharmacopoeia. On the whole, though, Korea, Mongolia, and Tibet have plenty of big game. They are not countries for a sportsman, and unless he has some other hobby to take him there, he had better seek his fun elsewhere in more accessible quarters of the globe. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Hunting in the Cattle Country by Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christian Lieberg. Hunting in the Cattle Country, Part 1. The little hunting I did in 1893 and 1894 was while I was at my ranch house, or while out on the range among the cattle, and I shot merely the game needed for the table by myself and those who were with me. It is still possible in the cattle country to kill an occasional bighorn, bear, or elk, but nowadays the only big game upon which the ranchman of the Great Plains can safely count are deer and antelope. While at the ranch house itself, I rely for venison upon shooting either blacktail in the broken country away from the river, or else whitetail in the river bottoms. When out on the Great Plains, where the cattle range freely in the summer, or when visiting the line camps, or any ranch on the heads of the longer creeks, the prongbuck furnishes our fresh meat. In both 1893 and 1894, I made trips to a vast tract of rolling prairie land, some 50 miles from my ranch, where I have for many years enjoyed the keen pleasure of hunting the prongbuck. In 1893, the pronghorned bands were as plentiful in this district as I have ever seen them anywhere. A friend, a fellow Boone and Crockett man, Alexander Lambert, was with me, and in a week's trip, including the journey out and back, we easily shot all the antelope we felt we had any right to kill, for we only shot to get meat or an unusually fine head. In antelope shooting, more cartridges are expended in proportion to the amount of game killed than with any other game, because the shots are generally taken at long range, and yet, being taken in the open, there is usually a chance to use 4 or 5 cartridges before the animal gets out of sight. These shots do not generally kill, but every now and then they do, and so the hunter is encouraged to try them, especially as after the first shot the game has been scared anyway, and no harm results from firing the others. In 1893, Lambert, who was on his first hunt with the rifle, did most of the shooting, and I myself fired at only 2 antelope, both of which had already been missed. In each case, a hard run and much firing at long ranges, together with, in one case, some skillful maneuvering, got me my game. Yet one buck cost 9 cartridges, and the other 8. In 1894, I had exactly the reverse experience. I killed 5 antelope for 36 shots, but each one that I killed was killed with the first bullet, and in not one case where I missed the first time did I hit it with any subsequent one. These 5 antelope were shot at an average distance of about 150 yards. Those that I missed were, of course, much further off on an average, and I usually emptied my magazine at each. The number of cartridges spent would seem extraordinary to a tyro, and a very unusually skillful shot, or else a very timid shot who fears to take risks, will of course make a better showing per head killed. But I doubt if men with much experience in antelope hunting, who keep an accurate account of the cartridges they expend, will see anything out of the way in the performance. During the 13 years I have hunted in the West, I have always, where possible, kept a record of the number of cartridges expended for every head of game killed, and of the distances at which it was shot. I have found that with bison, bears, moose, elk, caribou, bighorn, and white goats, where the animals shot at were mostly of large size and usually stationary, and where the mountainous or wooded country gave chance for a close approach, the average distance at which I have killed the game has been 80 yards, and the average number of cartridges expended per head slain 3. One of these representing the death shot, and the others standing either for misses outright, of which there were not very many, or else for wounding game which escaped, or which I afterward overtook, or for stopping cripples or charging beasts. I have killed but 1 cougar and 2 peccaries, using but 1 cartridge for each. All 3 were close up. At wolves and coyotes I have generally had to take running shots at very long range, and I have killed but 2 for 50 cartridges. Black-tailed deer I have generally shot at about 90 yards, at an expenditure of about 4 cartridges apiece. Whitetail I have killed at shorter range, but the shots were generally running, often taken under difficult circumstances, so that my expenditure of cartridges was rather larger. Antelope, on the other hand, I have on the average shot at a little short of 150 yards, and they have cost me about 9 cartridges apiece. This, of course, as I have explained above, does not mean that I have missed 8 out of 9 antelope, for often the entire 9 cartridges would be spent at an antelope which I eventually got. It merely means that, counting all the shots of every description fired at antelope, I had 1 head to show for each 9 cartridges expended. Thus, the first antelope I shot in 1893 cost me 10 cartridges, of which 3 hit him, while the 7 that missed were fired at over 400 yards distance while he was running. We saw him while we were with the wagon, as we had many miles to go before sunset, We cared nothing about frightening other game, and, as we had no fresh meat, it was worth while to take some chances to procure it. When I first fired, the prongbuck had already been shot at, and was in full flight. He was beyond all reasonable range, but some of our bullets went over him, and he began to turn. By running to one side, I got a shot at him at a little over 400 paces, as he slowed to a walk, bewildered by the firing, and the bullet broke his hip. I missed him 2 or 3 times as he plunged off, and then by hard running down a watercourse got a shot at 180 paces, and broke his shoulder, and broke his neck with another bullet when I came up. This one was shot while going out to the hunting ground. While there, Lambert killed 4 or 5. Most of the meat we gave away. I did not fire again until on our return, when I killed another buck one day while we were riding with the wagon. The day was gray and overcast. There were slight flurries of snow, and the cold wind chilled us as it blew across the endless reaches of sad-colored prairie. Behind us loomed Sentinel Butte, and all around the rolling surface was broken by chains of hills, by patches of badlands, or by isolated saddle-shaped mounds. The ranch wagon jolted over the uneven sward, and plunged in and out of the dry beds of the occasional watercourses, for we were following no road, but merely striking northward across the prairie toward the P.K. Ranch. We went at a good pace, for the afternoon was bleak, the wagon was lightly loaded, and the sheriff, who was serving for the nonce as our teamster and cook, kept the 2 gaunt, wild-looking horses trotting steadily. Lambert and I rode to one side on our unkempt cow ponies, our rifles slung across the saddle bows. Our stock of fresh meat was getting low, and we were anxious to shoot something. But in the early hours of the afternoon we saw no game. Small parties of horned larks ran along the ground ahead of the wagon, twittering plaintively as they rose, and occasional flocks of longspurs flew hither and thither. But of larger life we saw nothing, save the occasional bands of range horses. The drought had been very severe, and we were far from the river, so that we saw no horned stock. Horses can travel much further to water than cattle, and, when the springs dry up, they stay much further out on the prairie. At last we did see a band of 4 antelope, lying in the middle of a wide plain, but they saw us before we saw them, and the ground was so barren of cover that it was impossible to get near them. Moreover, they were very shy, and ran almost as soon as we got our eyes on them. For an hour or 2 after this we jogged along without seeing anything, while the gray clouds piled up in the west and the afternoon began to darken. Then, just after passing Saddle Butte, we struck a rough prairie road, which we knew led to the P.K. Ranch. A road very faint in places, while in others the wheels had sunk deep in the ground and made long parallel ruts. Almost immediately after striking this road, on topping a small rise, we discovered a young prongbuck standing off a couple 100 yards to one side, gazing at the wagon with that absorbed curiosity which in this game so often conquers its extreme wariness and timidity, to a certain extent offsetting the advantage conferred upon it by its marvelous vision. The little antelope stood broadside, too, gazing at us out of its great bulging eyes, the sharply contrasted browns and whites of its coat showing plainly. Lambert and I leaped off our horses immediately, and I knelt and pulled the trigger, but the cartridge snapped, and the little buck, wheeling around, cantered off, the white hairs on its rump all erect, as is always the case with the pronghorn when under the influence of fear or excitement. My companion took a hasty running shot, with no more effect than changing the canter into a breakneck gallop, and though we opened on it as it ran, it went unharmed over the crest of rising ground in front. We ran after it as hard as we could pelt up the hill into a slight valley, and then up another rise, and again got a glimpse of it standing, but this time further off than before, and again our shots went wild. However, the antelope changed its racing gallop to a canter while still in sight, going slower and slower, and, what was rather curious, it did not seem much frightened. We were naturally a good deal chagrined at our shooting, and wished to retrieve ourselves, if possible, so we ran back to the wagon, got our horses, and rode after the buck. He had continued his flight in a straight line, gradually slackening his pace, and a mile's brisk gallop enabled us to catch a glimpse of him, far ahead and merely walking. The wind was bad, and we decided to sweep off and try to circle round ahead of him. Accordingly, we dropped back, turned into a slight hollow to the right, and galloped hard until we came to the foot of a series of low buttes, when we turned more to the left, and, when we judged that we were about across the antelope's line of march, leaped from our horses, threw the reins over their heads, and left them standing, while we stole up the nearest rise, and, when close to the top, took off our caps and pushed ourselves forward, flat on our faces, to peep over. We had judged the distance well, for we saw the antelope at once, now stopping to graze. Drawing back, we ran along some little distance nearer, then drew up over the same rise. He was only about 125 yards off, and this time there was no excuse for my failing to get him. But fail I did, and away the buck raced again, with both of us shooting. My first 2 shots were misses, but I kept correcting my aim and holding further in front of the flying beast. My last shot was taken just as the antelope reached the edge of the broken country, in which he would have been safe, and almost as I pulled the trigger, I had the satisfaction of seeing him pitch forward, and after turning a complete somersault, lie motionless. I had broken his neck. He had cost us a good many cartridges, and though my last shot was well aimed, there was doubtless considerable chance in my hitting him, while there was no excuse at all for at least one of my previous misses. Nevertheless, all old hunters know that there is no other kind of shooting in which so many cartridges are expended for every head of game bagged. As we knelt down to butcher the antelope, the clouds broke and the rain fell. Hastily we took off the saddle and hams, and, packing them behind us on our horses, loped to the wagon in the teeth of the cold storm. When we overtook it, after some sharp riding, we threw in the meat, and not very much later, when the day was growing dusky, caught sight of the group of low ranch buildings toward which we had been headed. We were received with warm hospitality, as one always is in a ranch country. We dried our steaming clothes inside the warm ranch house and had a good supper, and that night we rolled up in our blankets and tarpaulins and slept soundly in the lee of a big haystack. The ranch house stood in the winding bottom of a creek. The flanking hills were covered with stunted cedar, while dwarf cottonwood and box elder grew by the pools in the half-dried creek bed. Next morning we had risen by dawn. The storm was over, and it was clear and cold. Before sunrise we had started. We were only some 30 miles from my ranch, and I directed the sheriff how to go there, by striking east until he came to the main divide, and then following that down till he got past a certain big plateau, when a turn to the right down any of the coulees would bring him into the river bottom near the ranch house. We wished ourselves to ride off to one side and try to pick up another antelope. However, the sheriff took the wrong turn after getting to the divide, and struck the river bottom some 15 miles out of his way, so that we reached the ranch a good many hours before he did. When we left the wagon, we galloped straight across country, looking out from the divide across the great rolling landscape, every feature standing clear through the frosty air. Hour after hour we galloped on and on over the grassy seas in the glorious morning. Once we stopped, and I held the horses while Lambert stalked and shot a fine prongbuck. Then we tied his head and hams to our saddles and again pressed forward along the divide. We had hoped to get lunch at a spring that I knew of, some 12 miles from my ranch, but when we reached it we found it dry, and went on without halting. Early in the afternoon we came out on the broad, tree-clad bottom on which the ranch house stands, and threading our way along the cattle trails, soon drew up in front of the gray, empty buildings. Just as we were leaving the hunting grounds on this trip, after having killed all the game we felt we had a right to kill, we encountered bands of Sioux Indians from the Standing Rock and Cheyenne River reservations coming in to hunt, and I at once felt that the chances for much future sport in that particular district were small. Indians are not good shots, but they hunt in great numbers, killing everything, does, fawns, and bucks alike, and they follow the wounded animals with the utmost perseverance, so that they cause great destruction to game. Accordingly, in 1894, when I started for these same grounds, it was with some misgivings, but I had time only to make a few days' hunt, and I knew of no other accessible grounds where prongbuck were plentiful. My foreman was with me, and we took the ranch wagon also, driven by a cowboy who had just come up over the trail with cattle from Colorado. On reaching our happy hunting grounds of the previous season, I found my fears sadly verified, and one unforeseen circumstance also told against me. Not only had the Indians made a great killing of antelope the season before, but in the spring 1 or 2 sheepmen had moved into the country. We found that the big flocks had been moving from one spring pool to another, eating the pasturage bare, while the shepherds whom we met, wild-looking men on rough horses, each accompanied by a pair of furtive sheepdogs, had taken every opportunity to get a shot at antelope, so as to provide themselves with fresh meat. 2 days of fruitless hunting in this sheep-ridden region was sufficient to show that the antelope were too scarce and shy to give us hope for sport, and we shifted quarters, a long day's journey, to the head of another creek, and we had to go to yet another before we found much game. As so often happens on such a trip, when we started to have bad luck, we had plenty. One night 2 of the 3 saddle horses stampeded and went back straight as the crow flies to their home range, so that we did not get them until on our return from the trip. On another occasion the team succeeded in breaking the wagon pole, and as there was an entire absence of wood where we were at the time, we had to make a splice for it with the 2 tent poles and the picket ropes. Nevertheless, it was very enjoyable out on the grassy plains. Although we had a tent with us, I always slept in the open in my buffalo bag, with a tarpaulin to pull over me if it rained. On each night, before going to sleep, I lay for many minutes gazing at the extraordinary multitude of stars above, or watching the rising of the red moon, which was just at or past the full. We had plenty of fresh meat, prairie fowl and young sage fowl, for the first 24 hours, and antelope venison afterward. We camped by little pools, generally getting fair water, and from the camps where there was plenty of wood, we took enough to build the fires at those where there was none. The nights were frosty, and the days cool and pleasant, and from sunrise to sunset we were off riding or walking among the low hills and over the uplands, so that we slept well and ate well, and felt the beat of hardy life in our veins. Much of the time we were on a high divide between 2 creek systems, from which we could see the great landmarks of all the regions round about, Sentinel Butte, Square Butte, and Middle Butte, far to the north and east of us. Nothing could be more lonely, and nothing more beautiful than the view at nightfall across the prairies to these huge hill masses, when the lengthening shadows had at last merged into one, and the faint glow of the red sun filled the west. The rolling prairie, sweeping in endless waves to the feet of the great hills, grew purple as the evening darkened, and the buttes loomed into vague, mysterious beauty as their sharp outlines softened in the twilight. Even when we got out of reach of the sheepmen, we never found antelope very plentiful, and they were shy and the country was flat, so that the stalking was extremely difficult. Yet I had pretty good sport. The first animal I killed was a doe, shot for meat, because I had twice failed to get bucks at which I emptied my magazine at long range, and we were all feeling hungry for venison. After that I killed nothing but bucks. Of the 5 antelope killed, 1 I got by a headlong gallop to cut off his line of flight. As sometimes happens with this queer, erratic animal, when the buck saw that I was trying to cut off his flight, he simply raced ahead just as hard as he knew how, and, as my pony was not fast, he got to the little pass for which he was headed 200 yards ahead of me. I then jumped off, and his curiosity made him commit the fatal mistake of halting for a moment to look round at me. He was standing end on, and offered a very small mark at 200 yards, but I made a good line shot, and though I held a trifle too high, I hit him in the head, and down he came. Another buck I shot from under the wagon early one morning as he was passing just beyond the picketed horses. The other 3 I got after much maneuvering and long, tedious stalks. In some of the stalks, after infinite labor, and perhaps after crawling on all fours for an hour, or pulling myself flat on my face among some small sagebrush for 10 or 15 minutes, the game took alarm and went off. Too often, also, when I finally did get a shot, it was under such circumstances that I missed. Sometimes the game was too far. Sometimes it had taken alarm and was already in motion. Once in the afternoon I had to spend so much time waiting for the antelope to get into a favorable place that, when I got up close, I found the light already so bad that my front sight glimmered indistinctly, and the bullet went wild. Another time I met with one of those misadventures which are especially irritating. It was at midday, and I made out at a long distance a band of antelope lying for their noon rest in a slight hollow. A careful stalk brought me up within 50 yards of them. I was crawling flat on my face, for the crest of the hillock sloped so gently that this was the only way to get near them. At last, peering through the grass, I saw the head of a doe. In a moment she saw me and jumped to her feet, and up stood the whole band, including the buck. I immediately tried to draw a bead on the latter, and to my horror found that, lying flat as I was and leaning on my elbows, I could not bring the rifle above the tall shaking grass, and was utterly unable to get a sight. In another second away tore all the antelope. I jumped to my feet, took a snapshot at the buck as he raced round a low-cut bank and missed, and then walked drearily home, chewing the cud of my ill luck. Yet again, in more than one instance, after making a good stalk upon a band seen at some distance, I found it contained only does and fawns, and would not shoot at them. 3 times, however, the stalk was successful. Twice I was out alone. The other time my foreman was with me, and kept my horse while I maneuvered hither and thither, and finally succeeded in getting into range. In both the first instances I got a standing shot, but on this last occasion, when my foreman was with me, 2 of the watchful does which were in the band saw me before I could get a shot at the old buck. I was creeping up a low washout, and by ducking hastily down again and running back and up a side coulee, I managed to get within long range of the band as they cantered off, not yet thoroughly alarmed. The buck was behind, and I held just ahead of him. He plunged to the shot, but went off over the hill crest. When I had panted up to the ridge, I found him dead, just beyond. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Hunting in the Cattle Country by Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christian Lieberg. One of the antelope I killed while I was out on foot at nightfall, a couple of miles from the wagon. I left the shoulders and neck, carrying in the rest of the carcass on my back. On the other occasion I had my horse with me and took in the whole antelope, packing it behind the saddle, after it was dressed and the legs cut off below the knees. In packing an antelope or deer behind the saddle, I always cut slashes through the sinews of the legs just above the joints. Then I put the buck behind the saddle, run the picket rope from the horn of the saddle under the belly of the horse, through the slashes in the legs on the other side, bring the end back, swaying well down on it, and fasten it to the horn. Then I repeat the same feat for the other side. Packed in this way, the carcass always rides perfectly steady and cannot by any possibility shake loose. Of course, a horse has to have some little training before it will submit to being packed. The above experiences are just about those which befall the average ranchman when he is hunting antelope. To illustrate how much less apt he is to spend as many shots while after other game, I may mention the last mountain sheep and the last deer I killed, each of which cost me but a single cartridge. The bighorn was killed in the fall of 1894 while I was camped on the Little Missouri, some 10 miles below my ranch. The bottoms were broad and grassy, and were walled in by rows of high, steep bluffs, with back of them a mass of broken country, in many places almost impassable for horses. The wagon was drawn up on the edge of the fringe of tall cottonwoods which stretched along the brink of the shrunken river. The weather had grown cold, and at night the frost gathered thickly on our sleeping bags. Great flocks of sandhill cranes passed overhead from time to time, the air resounding with their strange, musical, guttural clangor. For several days we had hunted perseveringly, but without success, through the broken country. We had come across tracks of mountain sheep, but not the animals themselves, and the few blacktail which we had seen us first and escaped before we could get within shot. The only thing killed had been a white-tail fawn, which Lambert had knocked over by a very pretty shot as we were riding through a long, heavily timbered bottom. 4 men in stalwart health and taking much outdoor exercise have large appetites, and the flesh of the whitetail was almost gone. One evening Lambert and I hunted nearly to the head of one of the creeks which opened close to our camp, and in turning to descend what we thought was one of the side coulees leading into it, we contrived to get over the divide into the coulees of an entirely different creek system, and did not discover our error until it was too late to remedy it. We struck the river about nightfall, and were not quite sure where, and had 6 miles tramp in the dark along the sandy riverbed and through the dense timber bottoms, wading the streams a dozen times before we finally struck camp, tired and hungry, and able to appreciate to the full the stew of hot venison and potatoes, and afterward the comfort of our buffalo and caribou hide sleeping bags. The next morning the sheriff's remark of, "Look alive, you fellows, if you want any breakfast," awoke the other members of the party shortly after dawn. It was bitterly cold as we scrambled out of our bedding, and after a hasty wash, huddled around the fire, where the venison was sizzling and the coffee pot boiling, while the bread was kept warm in the Dutch oven. About a third of a mile away to the west, the bluffs, which rose abruptly from the river bottom, were crowned by a high plateau, where the grass was so good that overnight the horses had been led up and picketed on it, and the man who had led them up had stated the previous evening that he had seen what he took to be fresh footprints of a mountain sheep crossing the surface of a bluff fronting our camp. The footprints apparently showed that the animal had been there since the camp had been pitched. The face of the cliff on this side was very sheer, the path by which the horses scrambled to the top being around a shoulder and out of sight of camp. While sitting close up around the fire before finishing breakfast, and just as the first level sunbeam struck the top of the plateau, we saw on this cliff crest something moving, and at first supposed it to be one of the horses which had broken loose from its picket pin. Soon the thing, whatever it was, raised its head, and we were all on our feet in a moment, exclaiming that it was a deer or a sheep. It was feeding in plain sight of us only about a third of a mile distant, and the horses, as I afterward found out, were but a few rods beyond it on the plateau. The instant I realized that it was game of some kind, I seized my rifle, buckled on my cartridge belt, and slunk off toward the riverbed. As soon as I was under the protection of the line of cottonwoods, I trotted briskly toward the cliff, and when I got to where it impinged on the river I ran a little to the left, and selecting what I deemed to be a favorite place, began to make the ascent. The animal was on the grassy bench, some 8 or 10 feet below the crest, when I last saw it. But it was evidently moving hither and thither, sometimes on this bench and sometimes on the crest itself, cropping the short grass and browsing on the young shrubs. The cliff was divided by several shoulders or ridges, there being hollows like vertical gullies between them, and up one of these I scrambled, using the utmost caution not to dislodge earth or stones. Finally I reached the bench just below the skyline, and then, turning to the left, wriggled cautiously along it, hat in hand. The cliff was so steep and bulged so in the middle, and moreover, the shoulders of projecting ridges in the surface spoken above were so pronounced, that I knew it was out of the question for the animal to have seen me. But I was afraid it might have heard me. The air was absolutely still, and so I had no fear of its sharp nose. Twice in succession I peered with the utmost caution over the shoulders of the cliff, merely to see nothing beyond save another shoulder some 40 or 50 yards distant. Then I crept up to the edge and looked over the level plateau. Nothing was in sight excepting the horses, and these were close up to me, and, of course, they all raised their heads to look. I nervously turned half round, sure that if the animal, whatever it was in sight, it would promptly take the alarm. However, by good luck, it appeared that at this time it was below the crest on the terrace or bench already mentioned, and, on creeping to the next shoulder, I at last saw it, a yearling mountain sheep, walking slowly away from me, and evidently utterly unsuspicious of any danger. I straightened up, bringing my rifle to my shoulder, and as it wheeled I fired, and the sheep made 2 or 3 blind jumps in my direction. So close was I to the camp, and so still was the cold morning, that I distinctly heard one of the 3 men who had remained clustered about the fire eagerly watching my movements call, "By George, he's missed! I saw the bullet strike the cliff." I had fired behind the shoulders, and the bullet, of course going through, had buried itself in the bluff beyond. The wound was almost instantaneously fatal, and the sheep, after striving in vain to keep its balance, fell heels over head down in a crevice, where it jammed. I descended, released the carcass, and pitched it on ahead of me, only to have it jam again near the foot of the cliff. Before I got it loose I was joined by my 3 companions, who had been running headlong toward me through the brush ever since the time they had seen the animal fall. I never obtained another sheep under circumstances which seemed to me quite so remarkable as these, for sheep are, on the whole, the wariest of game. Nevertheless, with all game there is an immense amount of chance in the chase, and it is perhaps not wholly uncharacteristic of a hunter's luck that, after having hunted faithfully in vain and with much hard labor for several days through a good sheep country, we should at last have obtained one within sight and earshot of camp. Incidentally, I may mention that I have never tasted better mutton, or meat of any kind, than that furnished by this tender yearling. In 1894, on the last day I spent at the ranch, and with the last bullet I fired from my rifle, I killed a fine whitetail buck. I left the ranch house early in the morning, on my favorite pony, Muley, my foreman riding with me. After going a couple of miles, by sheer good luck we stumbled on 3 whitetail, a buck, a doe, and a fawn, in a long winding coulee, with a belt of timber running down its bottom. When we saw the deer, they were trying to sneak off, and immediately my foreman galloped toward one end of the coulee and started to ride down through it, while I ran Muley to the other end to intercept the deer. They were, of course, quite likely to break off to one side, but this happened to be one of those occasions when everything went right. When I reached the spot from which I had covered the exits from the timber, I leapt off, and immediately afterward heard a shout from my foreman that told me the deer were on foot. Muley is a pet horse, and he enjoys immensely the gallop after game, but his nerves invariably fail him at the shot. He stood snorting beside me, and finally, as the deer came in sight, away he tore, only to go about 200 yards, however, and stand and watch us with his ears pricked forward until, when I needed him, I went for him. At the moment, however, I paid no heed to Muley, for a cracking in the brush told me the game was close, and in another moment I caught the shadowy outlines of the doe and the fawn as they scudded through the timber. By good luck, the buck, evidently flurried, came right on the edge of the woods next to me, and as he passed, running like a quarter horse, I held well ahead of him and pulled the trigger. The bullet broke his neck, and down he went, a fine fellow with a handsome 10-point head, and fat as a prize sheep, for it was just before the rut. Then we rode home, and I sat in a rocking chair on the ranch house veranda, looking across the river at the strangely shaped buttes and the groves of shimmering cottonwoods until the sun went down and the frosty air bade me go in. I wish that members of the Boone and Crockett Club, and big game hunters generally, would make a point of putting down all their experiences with game, and with any other mark-worthy beasts or birds, in the regions where they hunt, which would be of interest to students of natural history, noting any changes of habits in the animals and any causes that tend to make them decrease in numbers, giving an idea of times at which the different larger beasts became extinct, and the like. Around my ranch on the Little Missouri there have been several curious changes in the fauna. Thus, magpies have greatly decreased in number, owing, I believe, mainly to the wolf hunters. Magpies often come around carcasses and eat poisoned baits. I have seen as many as 7 lying dead around a bait. They are much less plentiful than they formerly were. In this last year, 1894, I saw one large party, otherwise only 2 or 3 stragglers. This same year I was rather surprised at meeting a porcupine, usually a beast of the timber, at least 20 miles from trees. He was grubbing after sagebrush roots on the edge of a cut bank by a half-dried creek. I was stalking an antelope at the time, and stopped to watch him for about 5 minutes. He paid no heed to me, though I was within 3 or 4 paces of him. Both the lucifer or northern lynx and the wolverine had been found on the Little Missouri, near the Killdeer Mountains, but I do not know of a specimen of either that has been killed there for some years past. The black-footed ferret was always rare, and is rare now. But few beaver are left. They were very abundant in 1880, but were speedily trapped out when the Indians vanished and the Northern Pacific Railroad was built. While this railroad was building, the bears frequently caused much trouble by industriously damming the culverts. With us the first animal to disappear was the buffalo. In the old days, say from 1870 to 1880, the buffalo were probably the most abundant of all animals along the Little Missouri, in the region that I know, ranging, say, from Pretty Buttes to the Killdeer Mountains. They were migratory, and at times almost all of them might leave. But on the whole, they were the most abundant of the game animals. In 1881, they were still almost as numerous as ever. In 1883, all were killed but a few stragglers, and the last of these stragglers that I heard of as seen in our immediate neighborhood was in 1885. The second game animal in point of abundance was the blacktail. It did not go out on the prairies, but in the broken country adjoining the river it was far more plentiful than any other kind of game. It is greatly reduced in numbers now. Blacktail were not much slaughtered until the buffalo began to give out, say in 1882, but they are probably now not a 20th as plentiful as they were in that year. Elk were plentiful in 1880, though never anything like as abundant as the buffalo and the blacktail. Only straggling parties or individuals have been seen since 1883. The last I shot near my ranch was in 1886, but 2 or 3 have been shot since, and a cow and calf were seen, chased and almost roped by the riders on the roundup in the fall of 1893. Doubtless 1 or 2 still linger even yet in inaccessible places. Whitetail were never as numerous as the other game, but they have held their own well. Though they have decreased in numbers, the decrease is by no means as great as of the blacktail, and a good many can be shot yet. A dozen years ago probably 20 blacktail were killed for every 1 whitetail. Now the numbers are about equal. Antelope were plentiful in the old days, though not nearly so much so as buffalo and blacktail. The hunters did not molest them while the buffalo and elk lasted, and they then turned their attention to the blacktails. For some years after 1880, I think the pronghorn in our neighborhood positively increased in numbers. In 1886 I thought them more plentiful than I had ever known them before. Since then they have decreased, and in the last 2 years the decrease has been quite rapid. Mountain sheep were never very plentiful, and during the last dozen years they have decreased proportionately less than any other game. Bears have decreased in numbers, and have become very shy and difficult to get at. They were never plentiful. Cougars were always very scarce. There were 2 stages of hunting in our country, as in almost all other countries similarly situated. In 1880 the Northern Pacific Railroad was built nearly to the edge of the Bad Lands, and the danger of Indian war was totally eliminated. A great inrush of hunters followed. In 1881, 1882, and 1883, buffalo, elk, and blacktail were slaughtered in enormous numbers, and a good many whitetail and prongbuck were killed too. By 1884 the game had been so thinned out that hide hunting and meat hunting had ceased to pay. A few professional hunters remained, but most of them moved elsewhere, or were obliged to go into other business. From that time the hunting has chiefly been done by the ranchers and occasional small grangers. In consequence, for 6 or 8 years the game about held its own, the antelope, as I have said above, at one time increasing. But the gradual increase in the number of actual settlers is now beginning to tell, and the game is becoming slowly scarcer. The only wild animals that have increased with us are the wolves. These are more plentiful now than they were 10 years ago. I have never known them so numerous or so daring in their assaults on stock as in 1894. They not only kill colts and calves, but full-grown steers and horses. Quite a number have been poisoned, but they are very wary about taking baits. Quite a number have also been roped by the men on the roundup who have happened to run across them when gorged from feeding at a carcass. Nevertheless, for the last few years they have tended to increase in numbers, though they are so wary and nowadays so strictly nocturnal in their habits that they are not often seen. This great increase, following a great diminution in the numbers of wolves along the Little Missouri, is very curious. 20 years ago, or thereabouts, wolves were common, and they were then frequently seen by every traveler and hunter. With the advent of the wolfers, who poisoned them for their skins, they disappeared, the disappearance being only partly explicable, however, by the poisoning. For a number of years they continued scarce, but during the last 4 or 5 they have again grown numerous. Why, I cannot say. I wish that there were sufficient data at hand to tell whether they have decreased during these 4 or 5 years in neighboring regions, say in central and eastern Montana. Another curious feature of the case is that the white wolves, which in the middle of the century were so common in this region, are now very rare. I have heard of but one, which was seen on the Upper Cannonball in 1892. One nearly black wolf was killed in 1893. I suppose all hunters are continually asked what rifles they use. Any good modern rifle is good enough, and after a certain degree of excellence in the weapon is attained, the difference between it and a somewhat better rifle counts for comparatively little compared to the difference in the skill, nerve, and judgment of the men using them. Moreover, there is room for a great deal of individual variation of opinion among experts as to rifles. I personally prefer the Winchester. I used a .45-75 until I broke it in a fall while goat hunting, and since then I have used a .45-90. For my own use I consider either gun much preferable to the 500 and .577 caliber double-barrel Express for use with bears, buffalo, moose, and elk. Yet my brother, for instance, always preferred the double-barreled Express. Mr. Theodore Van Dyke prefers the large bore, and Mr. H. L. Stimson has had built a special .577 Winchester, which he tells me he finds excellent for grizzly bears. There is the same difference of opinion among men who hunt game on other continents than ours. Thus, Mr. Royal Carroll, in shooting rhinoceros, buffalo, and the like in South Africa, preferred big, heavy English double barrels, while Mr. William Chandler, after trying these same double barrels, finally threw them aside in favor of the .45-90 Winchester, for use even against such large and thick-hided beasts as rhinoceros. In a letter to the London Field, he happened to mention that he preferred for rhinoceros and other large game the .45-90 Winchester to the double-barrel .577, so frequently produced by the English gunmakers. His letter was followed by a perfect chorus of protests in the shape of other letters by men who preferred the double-barrel. These men had a perfect right to their opinions, but the comic feature of their letters was that, as a rule, they almost seemed to think that Mr. Chandler's preference of the .45-90 repeater showed some kind of moral delinquency on his part, while the gunmaker, whose double-barrel Mr. Chandler had discarded in favor of the Winchester, solemnly produced tests to show that the bullets from his gun had more penetration than those from the Winchester, which had no more to do with the question than the production by the Winchester people of targets to show that this weapon possessed superior accuracy would have had. Of course, the element of penetration is only one of 20 entering into the question. Accuracy, handiness, rapidity of fire, penetration, shock, all have to be considered. Penetration is useless after a certain point has been reached. Shock is useless if it is gained at too great expense of penetration or accuracy. Flatness of trajectory, though admirable, is not as important as accuracy, and when gained at a great expense of accuracy is simply a disadvantage. All of these points are admirably discussed in Mr. A. C. Gould's Modern American Rifles. In the right place, a fair-sized bullet is as good as a very big one. In the wrong place, the big one is best. But the medium one will do more good in the right place than the big one away from its right place, and if it is more accurate, it is therefore preferable. Entirely apart from the merit of guns, there is a considerable element of mere fashion in them. For the last 20 years there has been much controversy between the advocates of two styles of rifles, that is, the weapon with a comparatively small bore and long, solid bullet, and a moderate charge of powder, and the weapon of comparatively large bore, with a very heavy charge of powder and a short bullet, often with a hollow end. The first is the type of rifle that has always been used by 99 out of 100 American hunters, and indeed it is the only kind of rifle that has ever been used to any extent in North America. The second is the favorite weapon of English sportsmen in those grandest of the world's hunting grounds, India and South Africa. When a single-shot rifle is not used, the American usually takes a repeater, the Englishman a double-barrel. Each type has some good qualities that the other lacks, and each has some defects. The personal equation must always be taken into account in dealing with either. Excellent sportsmen of equal experience give conflicting accounts of the performances of the two types. Personally, I think that the American type is nearer right. In reading the last book of the great South African hunter, Mr. Selous, I noticed with much interest that in hunting elephants he and many of the Dutch elephant hunters had abandoned the huge 4 and 8 bores championed by that doughty hunter, Sir Samuel Baker, and had adopted precisely the type of rifle which was in almost universal use among the American buffalo hunters from 1870 to 1883. That is, a rifle of .45 caliber, shooting 75 grains of powder and a bullet of 550 grains. The favorite weapon of the American buffalo hunter was a Sharps rifle of .45 caliber, shooting about 550 grains of lead, and using ordinarily 90 to 110 grains of powder, which, however, was probably not as strong as the powder used by Mr. Selous. In other words, the types of gun were identically the same. I have elsewhere stated that by actual experience the big double-barreled English 8 and 10 bores were found inferior to Sharp's rifle for bison hunting and on the western plains. I know nothing about elephant or rhinoceros shooting, but my own experience with bison, bear, moose, and elk has long convinced me that for them and for all similar animals, including, I have no doubt, the lion and the tiger, the 45-90 type of repeater is, on the whole, the best of the existing sporting rifles for my own use. I have of late years loaded my cartridges not with the ordinary rifle powder, but with 85 grains of orange lightning, and have used a bullet with 350 grains of lead, and then have bored a small hole, taking out 15 or 20 grains in the point. But for heavy game I think the solid bullet better. Judging from what I have been told by some of my friends, however, it seems not unlikely that the best sporting rifle will ultimately prove to be the very small caliber repeating rifle now found in various forms in the military service of all countries, a caliber of say .256 or .310, with 40 grains of powder and a 200 grain bullet. These rifles possess marvelous accuracy and a very flat trajectory. The speed of the bullet causes it to mushroom if made of lead, and gives it great penetration if hardened. Certain of my friends have used rifles of this type on bears, caribou, and deer. They were said to be far superior to the ordinary sporting rifle. A repeating rifle of this type is really merely a much more perfect form of the repeating rifles that have for so long been favorites with American hunters. But these are merely my personal opinions, And as I said before, among the many kinds of excellent sporting rifles turned out by the best modern makers, each has its special good points and its special defects. And equally good sportsmen, of equally wide experience, will be found to vary widely in their judgment of the relative worth of the different weapons. Some people can do better with one rifle, and some with another, and in the long run, it is the man behind the gun that counts most. End of Chapter 11, Part 2 of Hunting in the Cattle Country.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Wolf Coursing by Roger D. Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barth Buckman. Wolf Coursing, Part 1. While wolf coursing is one of the most thrilling and exciting sports to be enjoyed in this country, it is less indulged in than any other sport. This, too, in the face of the fact that no country offers such excellent opportunities for its practice. This is, no doubt, due to the fact that it is a sport requiring special preparation, a thorough knowledge of both game and country, and is very trying on horse, rider, and hound. Russia seems to be the only country in which it has a foothold and a permanent place in the hearts of its sportsmen. In fact, with the Russians it might be called a national pastime. However, did it require in this country the same outlay of money, time, and preparation that it does in Russia, I doubt very much its advancement as a sport. There are really but two species of wolf in this country, the timber wolf, generally called the gray, and the prairie wolf, or coyote. In different sections one hears of other varieties, but these, I believe, are merely variations in color and size and are not specific differences. While the habits of the coyote or prairie wolf are well known to a majority of sportsmen, it is not so with the timber or gray wolf, and a few words in regard to the latter will not be amiss. The wolf-throwing Zolom. My experience is that the wolves of Montana and Wyoming are larger, stronger, and fiercer than those farther south, though it is a fact that the largest single wolf that I ever saw killed was in Arizona. However, he was an exception to the general run of them there. If we may judge of the Russian or European wolf from specimens to be seen in menageries and zoological gardens, the American wolf, while not so tall or leggy, is more compact, with heavier head, coarser muzzle, smaller ears, and perhaps a little heavier in weight. The American wolf standing from 29 to 36 inches at shoulder and weighing from 85 to 125 pounds. I am also inclined to think that the American wolf is, when run down to a death finish, a much more formidable foe for dogs than his European relative. I reached this conclusion only after hunting them with high-priced hounds that had won medals in Russia for wolf killing, but which demonstrated their utter inability even to hold American wolves. Alive, the wolf is the enemy of man and beast, and when dead, he's almost useless. His skin has but little commercial value, and even dogs refuse to eat his flesh. I have never known dogs to tear and mutilate a wolf's carcass, and verily believe they would starve to death before eating its flesh. And yet I have read accounts of hunters feeding their dogs upon wolf meat. I recall an effort I made to cultivate in my dogs a taste for wolf meat. I cut up a quantity of bear meat into small strips and tossed them to the dogs, which would gulp them down before they could fall upon the ground. Substituting a piece of wolf meat was of no avail. They detected it instantly, and those which were fooled into swallowing it immediately lost interest in the proceedings and walked away. The wolf is by nature cowardly, being deficient in courage comparative to his strength and great size, but he often becomes courageous from necessity. When reduced to extremity by hunger, he braves danger, and has been known in numbers to attack man, though no such incident ever came under my personal observation. I have had them dog my footsteps throughout a long day's hunt. always managing to remain just beyond gunshot distance. And upon one occasion when I had shot a pheasant, one actually carried it off in full view before I could reach it, and, notwithstanding I fired several shots that must have come uncomfortably close, he made off with his dangerously earned meal. As a general thing, however, the wolf manifests a desire to run rather than fight for life, and when alone will frequently tuck his tail between his legs and run like a stricken cur from a dog that he could easily crush out of existence. They are great believers in the maxim, "In union there is strength." The female, while apparently more timid than the male, seems to lose all sense of danger when hemmed in and forced to a fight, and attacks with intrepidity. I once shot a female at long range, the bullet from my Winchester passing through her hindquarters and breaking both legs. When I got up to her, she was surrounded by the ranch dogs, an odd assortment of mongrel puppy, whelp and hound, and cur of low degree, furiously attacking first one, then another of them, as they circled around her, and though she was partially paralyzed, dragging her hindquarters, she successfully stood off the entire pack until another bullet ended the struggle. When in whelp, they fight with great obstinacy and defend themselves with great intrepidity, being seemingly insensible to punishment. When captured young, they are susceptible of taming and domestication, though they are never free from treachery. Though I have heard it denied, I know it to be a fact that the dog has been successfully crossed upon the wolf. I saw any number of the produce around the old Spotted Tail Agency. They closely resembled wolves and were hardly distinguishable from them in appearance, though generally lacking the good qualities of faithfulness and attachment possessed by the dog. The amount of damage a wolf can do in a horse or cattle country is almost beyond belief. He slaughters indiscriminately, carrying waste and destruction to any section he honors with his presence. When a pack of these nocturnal marauders come across an unprotected flock of sheep, a sanguinary massacre occurs, and not until they have killed, torn, or mangled the entire flock will they return to the mountains. Thus the wolves become a scourge, and their depredations upon herds of sheep and cattle cause no inconsiderable loss to the rancher. They frequently plunder for days and nights together. I'm not prepared to state whether it is owing to daintiness of appetite or pure love of killing, but as it is a fact that a single wolf has been known to kill 100 sheep in a night, it would seem that this indiscriminate slaughter was more to satisfy his malignity than his hunger. It is a prevalent idea that the wolf will eat putrid meat. This I have not found to be true. He seldom, if ever, devours carcasses after they begin to putrefy, choosing to hunt for fresh spoils rather than to return to that which he had half devoured before leaving it to the tender mercies of the coyotes, who have an appetite less nice. The coyote is a good scavenger, following in the footsteps of the wolf, and will pick bones until they glisten like ivory. His fondness for domestic fowl and his thieving propensity often embolden him to enter farmyards and even residences during the daytime, yet he often seems contented to dine upon corrupt flesh, bones, hair, old boots, and saddles, and many remarkable gastronomic performances are credited to him. I had occasion to sleep out one night in the Powder River country, and after picketing my horse, I threw my saddle upon the ground near the picket pin, and placing my cartridge belt beneath the saddle, which I used as a pillow, I was soon sound asleep. Imagine my surprise at daybreak, knowing there was not a human being within 50 miles of me, to find that my cartridge belt was missing. After a short search, I found the cartridges some few hundred yards away, and a few remnants of the belt. The coyotes had actually stolen this from under my head without disturbing me, devoured it, and licked all the grease from the cartridges. I felt thankful that they had not devoured my rawhide riata. Of all animals that I have hunted, I consider the wolf the hardest to capture or kill. There is only one way in which he can be successfully coped with, and that is with a pack of dogs trained to the purpose and thoroughly understanding their business. Dogs, as a rule, have sufficient combativeness to assail any animal, and as a general thing, 2 or 3 of them can easily kill another animal of same size and weight. But the wolf, with his wonderful vitality and tenacity of life, combined with his thickness of skin, matted hair, and resistant muscles, is anything but an easy victim for even 6 or 8 times his number. I spent the winter of 1874-75 in a portion of the Rocky Mountains uninhabited except by our own party. Wolves were very plentiful, and we determined to secure as many pelts as possible. Owing to the rough nature of the country and our inability to keep up with the dogs on horseback, we tried poisoning, but with only moderate success. While others claim it is an easy matter to poison wolves, we did not find it so. In a country where game is plentiful, it is almost impossible to poison them. We tried trapping them with like results. Always mistrustful and intensely suspicious, they imagine everything unusual they see is a trap laid to betray or capture them, and with extreme sagacity avoid everything strange and new. When caught, they frequently gnaw off a foot or a leg rather than be taken. Our cabin was surrounded by a stockade wall, over which we could throw such portions of deer carcasses as we did not use, and at nightfall the wolves, attracted by the smell of the meat, would assemble on the outside, and we shot them from the portholes. It required a death shot, for if only wounded, no matter how badly, they would manage to get far enough away from the stockade to be torn into shreds by the survivors before we could drive them off. I have always found the wolf a most difficult animal to shoot. Endowed with wonderful powers of scent and extremely cunning, it is almost impossible to stalk them. Frequently, after a long stalk after one, I have raised my head to find him gone, his nose having warned him of my approach. The successful chase of a wolf requires a species of knowledge that can be acquired only by experience. It also requires men, horses, and dogs trained and disciplined for the purpose. And woe to the man, horse, or dog that undertakes it without such preparation. The true sportsman is not a bloodthirsty animal. The actual killing of an animal, its mere death, is not sport. Therefore, upon several occasions, I have declined to join a general wolf roundup where men form a cordon, and by beating the country, drive them to a common center and kill them indiscriminately. I have always preferred hunting them with hounds to any other method of extermination. The enjoyment of sport increases in proportion to the amount of danger to man and beast engaged in it, and for this reason coursing wolves has always held a peculiar fascination for me. A number of years spent in the far west afforded me ample opportunity to indulge my taste in this line of sport, so my knowledge of wolf hunting and the habits of the wolf has been derived from personal experience and from association with famous hunters. The principal drawback to the pleasure of wolf coursing is the danger to a good horse from bad footing and the possible mutilation and death of a favorite dog. Death and destruction of hounds being often attendant upon the capture and death of a full-grown wolf. I do not know that I can give a better idea of the sport than by describing a day's wolf hunting I enjoyed in the early 70s near Rawhide Butte in Wyoming. We had notified the cook, an odd character who went by the name of Steamboat, to call us by daybreak. As we sat up late talking about the anticipated pleasures of the morrow, it seemed to me that I had hardly closed my eyes when Steamboat's heavy cavalry boots were heard beating a tattoo on the shack door. I rolled out of my bunk to find Maj and Zach, my companions in the hunt, dressed and pulling on their chaps. Hastily dressing, I followed them out to the corral just as the gray tints of earliest morning were gathering in the sky. The horses had been corralled the night before, and, with Steamboat standing in the door, Using anything but choice language at our delay in coming to breakfast, we saddled up. Having ridden my own horse, a sturdy half-breed from Salt Lake, very hard the day before in running down a wounded antelope, I decided on a fresh mount, and as luck would have it, I selected one of the best lookers in the band, only to find out later, to my sorrow, that I had fallen upon the only bucking horse in the lot. While we breakfasted upon antelope steak, flapjacks, and strong coffee, Steamboat was harnessing a couple of wiry cayuses to a buckboard, and as we came out, we found him with the strike dogs chained to the seat behind him, impatient to be off. The party consisted of Maj, a long-legged, slab-sided 6-foot Kentuckian, mounted on a States horse; Zach, an out-and-out typical cowboy, who had come up from Texas on the trail, mounted on a pinto that did not look as though he had been fed since his arrival in the territory, but as Zach knowingly remarked, no route was too long or pace too hot for him. Steamboat in the buckboard, holding with a pair of slips Dan, an English greyhound, and Scotty, a Scotch deerhound, while the other dogs, consisting of a pair of young greyhounds, a pair of crossbred grey and deerhounds, and Lead, an old-time southern foxhound, were making the horses miserable by jumping first at their heads, then at their heels, in their eagerness to facilitate the start, and myself on the bucking bronco. While crossing the creek a few hundred yards above the ranch, I heard old Lead give mouth a short distance ahead, in a chaparral rendered impenetrable by tangled undergrowth, and which formed secure covert for countless varmints. Knowing that he never threw his tongue without cause, I dug my spurs into my horse, with the intention of joining him. But I reckoned without my host, and for the next few minutes all my energies were devoted to sticking to my horse, who then and there in the creek bed proceeded to give an illustration of bucking that would have put the Wild West buckers to shame. Lead had jumped a coyote that put off with all the speed that deadly terror could impart, all the dogs after him full tilt. It required quite a display of energy upon the part of Zach and his pinto to whip the dogs off, and had it not been for the fact that Dan and Scotty, who had jerked Steamboat literally out of the buckboard and raced off together with the slips dangling about their heels, ran into a bush, and the slips catching held them fast, we would have been called upon to participate in a coyote and not a wolf hunt, as, when once slipped, no human power could have stopped these dogs until they had tested the mettle of Briar Coyote. By the time Zach and the dogs returned, I had convinced my bronco that I was not a tenderfoot, having been there before, and he was contented to keep at least 2 feet upon the ground at the same time. We rode probably 5 or 6 miles, carefully scanning the trackless plains, without sighting a wolf, when Maj, who had ridden off a mile to our right, was seen upon a butte wildly waving his hat. We instinctively knew that game was afoot, and as he disappeared, we commenced a wild stampede for the butte. Steamboat, with slips and reins in one hand and Black Snake's whip in the other, came thundering after us, lashing his team into a wild, mad run. And how he managed to hold himself and dogs on the bounding buckboard was a mystery to me. Reaching the butte, we espied Maj a mile away, riding for dear life. It did not take long to decide, from the general direction taken, that the wolf would shortly return to us. Keeping well back out of sight, we impatiently awaited his return, and had it not been for the pure malignity of my bronco, the wolf would have doubled back within a few hundred yards of us, and a close race have resulted. I had taken the dogs from Steamboat, and with the released cord of the slips around my wrist, sat in the saddle ready to sight and slip the dogs. Becoming impatient under the restraint, the dogs ran behind my horse, and as the strap of the slips got under his tail, he again commenced bucking, and before I could control him, we were in full view of the wolf, which, upon sighting us, veered off to the left. Although not over half a mile away, the dogs failed to sight him. With a cheer to the loose dogs, we pushed forward at top speed, the cracking of the quirks upon a horse's flanks being echoed in the rear by the incessant popping of Steamboat's whip as he lashed the panting cayuses to the top of their speed in a vain effort to keep up with us. We joined Maj at the point where we had last seen the wolf, which by this time had disappeared. Going over a rise, we dropped down into an arroyo, where the foxhound again gave tongue, and started back on the trail almost in the same direction in which we had come. Thinking that for once he was at fault and backtracking, I took the two dogs in slips up the arroyo, while Maj, Zack, and the pack of dogs followed the foxhound and were soon out of sight and hearing. Circling around for some distance and seeing no sign of the wolf, I rode upon a high point, and, searching the country carefully through my glasses, I could see the party probably 1.5 miles away, and from the manner in which they were getting over the ground, I knew they had again sighted. A hard ride of 2 miles, in which the dogs almost dragged me from my horse in their eagerness, brought me within sighting distance of the dogs, the voice of the foxhound, which was in the rear, floating back to me in strong and melodious tones across the plains. Slipping Dan and Scotty, they went from the slips like a pair of bullets, and soon left me far behind. Upon rounding a point of rocks, I saw one of the young dogs lying upon the ground. A hasty glance showed me, from the violent manner in which he strained to catch his breath, that he had tackled the wolf, and his windpipe was injured. It afterward developed that he had become separated from the pack, and in cutting across country had imprudently taken hold of the wolf, which, with one snap of his powerful jaws, had utterly disabled him, and then continued his flight. Like most wolves, he seemed to be able to keep up the pace he had set over all kinds of ground. It seemed to him a matter of indifference whether the way was up or downhill, and he evidently sought the roughest and stoniest ground, following ravines and coulees, this giving him a great advantage over horses and hounds. My horse beginning to show signs of distress, I realized that, if the chase was to be a straightaway, I would see but little of it and probably not be in at the death anyway. So I again sought a high point that gave a commanding view over a large area of country, and determined to await developments. Every once in a while, with the aid of my glasses, I could see the pack, fairly well bunched, straining every muscle, running as though for life. I could catch occasional glimpses of the wolf far in advance, as he scurried through the sagebrush, showing little power of strategy, but a determined obstinacy to outfoot his relentless foes. Fortune again favored me. By degrees, the superior speed and stamina of the hounds began to tell, though both seemed to be running with undiminished speed. The wolf, finding that, with all his speed and cunning, they were slowly but surely overtaking him, circled in my direction, and I was soon again an important factor in the hunt, urging the dogs with shouts of encouragement. I was now near enough to note that one of the young greyhounds, which had evidently been running cunning by lying back and cutting across, was far in advance of the pack, not over 100 yards behind the wolf, and gaining rapidly. Striking a rise in the ground, he overtook the wolf and seized him by the shoulder. The wolf seemed to drag him several yards before he reached around, and with his powerful, punishing jaws, gave him a slash that laid his skull bare and rolled him over on the prairie. Slight as this interruption was, it encouraged Dan to greater effort, and the next minute he had distanced the pack, nailed the wolf by the jowl, and over they went, wolf on top. Scotty was but a few paces behind, and, taking a hindhold, tried to stretch him. With a mighty effort, the wolf tore himself loose from both and started to run again. He had not gone 30 paces before Scotty bowled him over again. Rising, he sullenly faced his foes, who, with wholesome respect for his glistening ivories, seemed to hesitate while recovering their wind, as they were sadly blown after their long run, the day being an intensely hot one. At this point, I rode up. The wolf lay closely hugging the ground, his swollen tongue protruding from foam-flecked chops, and with keen and wary eye he watched the maddened pack circling about, looking for a vulnerable point. Varied experience in the art of self-defense had taught him skill and quickness, and as each dog essayed to assail him, he found a threatening array of teeth. Throwing myself from the saddle, I cheered them on. Dan and Scotty hesitated no longer, but rushed savagely at him, one on either side, and the whole pack, including the one recently scalped, regardless of his gaping wound, followed them. For a few minutes the pile resembled a struggling mass of dogs, and the air seemed filled with flying hair, fur, and foam, and the snapping of teeth was like castanets. At first the wolf seemed only intent upon shaking off his foes and escaping, but the punishment he was receiving could not long be borne, and from then on to the last gasp, with eyes flaming with rage, every power seemingly put forth, he fought like a demon possessed. As he tossed the dogs about, seemingly breaking their hold at will, I was singularly impressed with his enormous size and strength, his shaggy appearance, and his generally savage look, and suggested to Madge and Zack, who had come up in the meantime, that we take a hand in the fray, as I doubted the ability of the dogs to finish him without serious loss. However, we decided to give them the opportunity, and ere long they had him hors de combat, stretched upon the ground, his body crimson with his own life's blood in the last throes of death. He was one of the largest specimens I had ever seen, weighing not less than 120 pounds, the green pelt weighing 24. His carcass, when stood up alongside of Scotty, seemed several inches taller, and I afterward measured the latter and found him to be 31 inches. All of the dogs received more or less punishment. None escaped scatheless, but really much less damage was done than I expected. This was owing to the fact that Dan and Scotty, two of the staunchest seizers I ever saw, engaged him constantly in front, while the other dogs literally disemboweled him. Scotty had a bad cut on the side of the neck, requiring several stitches to close, and the muscles of his shoulder were laid bare, while Dan's most serious hurt was a cut from dome of skull to corner of eye, from which he never entirely recovered, as he ever afterward had a weeping eye. One of the crossbreeds, whose pads were not well indurated, suffered from lacerated feet, and one of his stoppers was torn almost off, necessitating removal. A wolf's bite is both cruel and dangerous, and wounds on dogs are obstinate and very hard to heal, more so than those of any other animal. While skinning the wolf, our horses were standing with lowered heads, heaving flanks, shaking and trembling limbs. My horse, much to my satisfaction, evidently without a good buck left in him. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Recording by Barth Buckman. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Wolf Coursing by Roger D. Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barth Buckman. Wolf Coursing, Part 2. After a full hour's rest for man and beast, we started back to the ranch. Taking Steamboat with the buckboard, I went back to the point of rocks with the intention of taking up the injured dog. Upon arrival there, no trace of him could be found. He had mysteriously disappeared. Thinking that he had recovered sufficiently to make his way back to the ranch, we increased our speed and soon joined the others, who had been heading directly for home. The ride home was devoid of incident, the monotony being occasionally broken by our frantic efforts to restrain the dogs from chasing innumerable jackrabbits that bounded away on 3 legs in their most tantalizing way, inviting us to a chase. We also got within rifle shot of a band of antelope, seeming quite at ease, feeding and gamboling sportively with each other, until a pistol shot at long range sent them skimming gracefully over the plains, finally vanishing like a flying shadow in the distance. While crossing the creek below and within sight of the ranch, we again heard Lead give tongue in the chaparral above the ranch, and in a few minutes he had a coyote busy, doubtless the same one we had disturbed in taking a constitutional in the morning. The dogs, now a sorry-looking set, had been jogging lazily along behind us, but in a moment were all life and action. Their spirits were contagious, and though we had positively agreed under no circumstances to run a coyote, we very soon found ourselves flying after the vanishing pack in full pursuit. A pretty race ensued. When first dislodged, the coyote appeared lame to such an extent that I thought his leg broken. But after warming up, this affection entirely disappeared, and the pace was a hot one for the first mile. The dogs ran well together, and were gradually lessening the gap between them and their wily foe, who, realizing this, displayed tact in selecting the very worst possible ground for footing, and soon regained his lost vantage. It began to look as though the coyote would again give us the slip, when one of the young dogs, that Zack in his excitement had ridden over several minutes before and presumably killed, was seen to dash out from a draw and bowl over the coyote. His hold was not a good one, but he succeeded in turning the coyote, who then made a straight line for a bunch of cattle grazing near, becoming temporarily unsighted among the cattle. The dogs again fell behind, and when again sighted, the coyote was making a beeline for the ranch. By the time the creek was reached, he was in evident distress and sorely pressed. With a final effort, he dashed through the creek up the opposite bank, and as he dodged into the open corral gate, one of the greyhounds flicked the hair from his hind quarters. It was his last effort. By the time we reached the corral, he was being literally pulled to pieces. We could not see that he made additional wounds upon any of the dogs. In the excitement of the finish of the chase, I had lost Maj, and it was only after the death in the corral that I missed him. Going to the adobe wall, I peered over and saw him some distance away, standing beside his horse. Upon going back to him, we found that his horse had stepped into a prairie dog hole, throwing him violently, and turning a somersault, had landed upon him. The only damage to Maj was he had been converted for the time being into a cactus pincushion, but his States horse had broken his foreleg at the pastern joint and had to be shot. After the long run of the morning, this race afforded us ample scope for testing both the speed and staying qualities of the dogs as well as of our horses. We were disappointed in not finding the injured dog at the ranch. In fact, he was never afterward heard of, and doubtless crawled away among the rocks and died alone. After sewing up Scotty's wounds, dressing the minor cuts of the other dogs, and removing the cactus and prickly pear points from their feet, the latter not a small job by any means, we were soon doing full justice to Steamboat's satisfying, if not appetizing, meal. In contrast to our simple preparations and equipment for this, an average wolf hunt in that country, wolf hunts in Russia, as described to me by a friend, St. Allen of St. Petersburg, are certainly grand affairs. But when the two methods of hunting are compared, I cannot but believe that the balance of sport is in our favor. I have frequently been asked what breed of dogs I consider best for wolf hunting. Having tried nearly all kinds, experience and observation justify me in asserting that the greyhound is undoubtedly the best. In the first place, there is no question of their ability to catch wolves, and when properly bred and reared, their courage is undoubted. It is a general supposition that the greyhound is devoid of the power of scent. This is a mistake, as can be attested by anyone who has ever hunted them, generally in the West, upon large game, especially wolves, which give a stronger scent than any other animal. Of course, this power is not as well developed in the greyhound as in other breeds, because the uses to which he is put do not require scent, and under the law of evolution, it has deteriorated as a natural consequence. Unrivaled in speed and endurance, these qualities have been developed and bred for, while the olfactory organs have been necessarily neglected by restricting the work of the dogs to sight hunting. Experience has taught me that they are the only breed of dogs that, without special training or preparation, will take hold and stay in the fight with the first wolf they encounter until they have killed him. I have heard it said that this was because they did not have sense enough to avoid a wolf. At all events, it is a fact that they will unhesitatingly take hold of a wolf when dogs older, stronger, and better adapted to fighting will refuse to do so. I have found that, while all dogs will hunt or run a fox spontaneously, with seeming pleasure, they have a natural repugnance and great aversion to the proverbially offensive odor peculiar to the wolf. I once hunted a pack of high-bred foxhounds, noted for their courage. They had not only caught and killed scores of red foxes, but had also been used in running down and killing sheep-killing dogs. Though they had never seen a wolf, I did not doubt for an instant that they would kill one. While they trailed and ran him true, pulling him down in a few miles, they utterly refused to break him up when caught. The following extract from an article I wrote some years ago on the greyhound for the American Book of the Dog expresses my view of the courage and adaptability of the greyhound for wolf hunting. Quote, "A general impression prevails that the greyhound is a timid animal, lacking heart and courage. This may be true for some strains of the breed, but could the reader have ridden several courses with me at meetings of the American Coursing Club, which I have judged, and have seen greyhounds, as I have seen them, run until their hind legs refuse to propel them further, and then crawl on their breast after a thoroughly used-up jackrabbit but a few feet in advance, the singing and whistling in their throats plainly heard at 50 yards, literally in the last gasp of death, trying to catch their prey, he or she would agree with me in crediting them with both the qualities mentioned." Unquote. In hunting the antelope, it is not an uncommon thing to see a greyhound, especially in hot weather, continue the chase until he dies before his master reaches him. An uninjured antelope is capable of giving any greyhound all the work he can stand, and unless the latter is in prime condition, his chances are poor indeed to throttle. A peculiar feature of the greyhound is that he always attacks large game in the throat, head, or forepart of the body. I have even seen them leave the line of the jackrabbit to get at his throat. Old California Joe, at one time chief of scouts with General Custer, in 1875 owned a grand specimen of the greyhound called Kentuck, presented to him by General Custer. I saw this dog in the Big Horn country seize and throw a yearling bull buffalo, which then dragged the dog on his back over rough stones, trampled and pawed him until his ears were split, 2 ribs broken, and neck and fore shoulders frightfully cut and lacerated, yet he never released his hold until a Sharp's rifle bullet through the heart of the buffalo ended the unequal struggle. Talk about lack of courage! I have seen many a greyhound single-handed and alone overhaul and tackle a coyote, and in a pack have seen them close in and take hold of a big gray timber wolf or a mountain lion and stay throughout the fight, coming out bleeding and quivering, with hardly a whole skin among them. In point of speed, courage, fortitude, endurance, and fine, almost human judgment, no grander animal lives than the greyhound. He knows no fear. He turns from no game animal on which he is sighted, no matter how large or how ferocious. He pursues with the speed of the wind, seizes the instant he comes up with the game, and stays in the fight until either he or the quarry is dead. Of all dogs, these are the highest in ambition and courage, and, when sufficiently understood, they are capable of great attachment. In selecting dogs for wolf killing, the most essential qualities to be desired are courage, strength, and stamina to sustain continued exertion, with plenty of force and dash. Training is a matter requiring unlimited patience, coupled with firmness and judgment, and a large amount of love for a dog. It also requires constant watchfulness of a dog's every movement and mood to make a successful wolf courser of him. Many a good dog has been ruined at the outset by not being fully understood. They should receive their first practical work when about 1 year old, provided they are sufficiently developed to stand the hard work necessary. They generally have mind enough at this age to know what is expected of them. It is, of course, better to hunt a young dog first with older and experienced dogs, which will take hold of any kind of game. The larger and stronger the dog, the better, for it requires immense powers of endurance, hardihood, and strength to hold, much less kill a wolf. The latter are particularly strong in their forequarters and muscles of the neck and jaw. As an evidence of their great strength, I saw a wolf, while running at full speed, seize the Siberian wolfhound Zolom by the shoulder and throw him bodily into the air, landing him on his back several feet away, and yet this wolf did not weigh as much as the dog. Particular care should be taken to see that a young dog gets started right in his practical training. Encourage him with your presence, do all you can to see that he is sighted promptly, spared no expense or pains in getting a good mount, and keep as close as possible during the fighting. Enliven him with your voice, and encourage him to renewed effort, for his ardor increases in proportion to the encouragement and praise received. Ride hard, to be in early at the death. His confidence once gained, he will place implicit reliance in your assistance. But let him be beaten off once or twice through lack of encouragement, and he will soon lose his relish for the sport and show a disposition to hang back. While he may seem to be doing his best, a practiced eye will soon detect a want of ardor and dash. A pack of hounds with a good strike dog and confidence in their owner will carry everything before them. By keeping them in good heart, they always expect success to crown their efforts. If from any cause in the final struggle the dogs are getting the worst of it, or the other dogs refuse to assist the seizers, one must not hesitate an instant about assisting them. This requires perfect coolness, self-control, and presence of mind so as not to injure the dog. To attempt the use of the pistol or gun is too dangerous. A well-directed blow with a good, strong hunting knife, delivered between the shoulders, will generally break the spine, leaving the wolf entirely at the mercy of the hounds. I would advise no one to attempt the Russian method of taping the jaws while the wolf is held by the seizers. I had an experience of this kind once. After a long chase, the wolf, in his efforts to escape, leaped a wall, and, in alighting upon the farther side, thrust his head and neck through a natural loop formed by a grapevine growing around a tree. Reaching him as soon as the hounds, I fought them off. But, although he was virtually as fast as if in a vice, It required the united efforts of 5 of us to bind his legs and tape his jaws, and this was only accomplished after a severe struggle of some minutes. I am sure I would not have trusted any dog or dogs I ever hunted to have held him during this operation. One should always be provided with a spool of surgeon's silk and a needle, for these will assuredly be called into use. Old Major, a greyhound owned by Dr. Van Hummel and myself, full of years and honors, is still alive. He was a typical Caesar and afraid of nothing that wore hair. His entire body is seamed with innumerable scars, and has been sewed up so often he resembles a veritable piece of needlework. As an evidence of his speed, strength, and early training, I recollect that, shortly after I had hunted him in the West, I had him at my home in Kentucky. The doctor was on a visit to me, and we had taken Major to the country with us while inspecting stock farms. At Wyndham Place, where we were admiring a handsome 2-year-old Longfellow colt running loose in the field, the owner, before we were aware of his intention, set Major after the colt, quote, to show his speed and style, unquote. We both instantly saw his error, but it was too late. We could not call the dog off. He soon overhauled the colt, and, springing at his throat, down they went in a heap, the colt worth $1,000, ruined for life. One of the most glaring instances of improper training and handling of wolfhounds that ever came under my observation was the Colorado wolf hunt that attracted so much attention in the sporting press of this country, England, and Russia. Mr. Paul Hack, an enthusiastic fancier of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, while in Russia attended a wolf-killing contest in which the Borzoi contested with captive wolves. He became so much enamored of the sport that he purchased a number of trained Borzoi and brought them to this country. They were a handsome lot and attracted much attention while being exhibited at the bench shows. I was one of the official judges at the Chicago Bench Show in 1892, and wolfhound classes were assigned to me. While I admired them very much for their handsome, showy appearance, I expressed grave doubts as to their ability to catch and kill timber wolves, notwithstanding I had read graphic accounts of their killing coyotes in 35 seconds. This doubt was shared and expressed by others present who had had practical experience in wolf hunting. This coming to the ears of Mr. Hack, who is always willing to back his opinion with his money, he issued a sweeping challenge offering to match a pair of Borzoi against any pair of dogs in the United States for a wolf-killing contest, for $500 a side. His challenge was promptly accepted by Mr. George McDougal of Butte City, Montana. I was selected to judge the match, and in the spring of 1892 we made up a congenial carload and journeyed to Hardin, in the wilds of Colorado, where our sleeper was sidetracked. Arrangements were made at an adjoining horse ranch, and every morning a band of horses was promptly on hand at daylight. On the night of our arrival at Hardin, a fine saddle horse had been hamstrung in his owner's stable by wolves. It was a pitiful sight, and added zest to our determination to exterminate as many as possible. We were awakened from our sound sleep the first morning by the familiar sounds of saddling, accompanied by the pawing and bucking of horses, swearing of men, and snarling and growling of dogs. After a hasty breakfast, eaten by lamplight, we were soon mounted and in motion for the rendezvous. We had hardly crossed the Platte River, near which our camp was located, before the advance guard announced a wolf in full flight. A glance through my field glasses convinced me it was an impotent coyote, and we continued our search. We had probably ridden an hour through sand and cactus before one of the hunters had a wolf up and going. McDougal had selected Black Sam, a cross between a deerhound and a greyhound, as his first representative, and he was accordingly in the slips with a magnificent-looking borzoi representing Mr. Hack, Porter from Salt Lake, the slipper, and an old-time hunter had all he could do to hold them until the word to slip was given. They went away from the slips in great style, the borzoi getting a few feet the best of it, but in the lead to the wolf the crossbreed made a go-by, and, overtaking the flying wolf, unhesitatingly seized and turned it. Before it could straighten out for another run, the borzoi was upon it, and unfortunately took a hind-hold, which it easily broke. The crossbreed, without having received a cut or even a pinch, lost all interest in the proceedings, and stood around looking on as unconcerned as though there was not a wolf within 100 miles. And though the wolf assumed a combative attitude, at bay, ready to do battle, and made no effort to avoid her canine foes, neither dog could be induced to tackle her again. The borzoi acted as though he was willing, if any assistance was afforded by the half-breed. Neither of these dogs showed any evidence of cowardice, in my opinion, though credited with it by representatives of the press present. The evidences of this feeling are unmistakable, and I have seen fear and terror too often expressed by dogs, when attacked or run by wolves, not to recognize it when present. They did not turn a hair, and walked about within 20 feet of the wolf, with their tails carried as gaily as though they were on exhibition at a bench show. Very different was the action of a rancher's dog, evidently a cross between a St. Bernard and a Mastiff, that came up at this stage of the game. As soon as he caught sight of the wolf, every hair on his back reversed, his tail drooped between his legs, and the efforts of 3 strong men could hardly have held him. This I call fear and cowardice. The actions of the others, a lack of proper training and knowledge of how to fight. As the wolf was a female and apparently heavy with whelp, I at the time thought this was the cause of their queer actions. But later, when skinning the wolf for the pelt, I found no evidence of whelp, but a stomach full of calf's flesh. In the second course, Alan Breck, a big, powerful Scotch deerhound, and Nipsic, a lighter female of the same breed, were put in the slips and a male wolf put up. They readily overhauled him. Alan, leading several lengths in the run-up, promptly took a shoulder hold and bowled over the wolf. Then, as though he considered his whole duty performed, quietly looked on, while Nipsic kept up a running fight with the wolf, attacking him a score of times, but was unable alone to disable or kill him. It was only after the wolf and Nipsic were lassoed and dragged apart by horsemen that she desisted in her crude efforts to kill the wolf. She displayed no lack of courage, but a total lack of training and knowledge of how to fight. In the final course, 2 grand specimens of the borzoi were placed in the slips. One of them, Zolom, a magnificent animal, all power and life, who had won the Tsar's gold medal in St. Petersburg in a wolf contest, impressed me forcibly with the idea that, if he once obtained a throat hold, it would be all over with the wolf. On this occasion I had a most excellent mount, a thoroughbred Kentucky race mare, and as one of the conditions of the match was that I alone was to be allowed to follow the hounds, I determined to stay with them throughout the run at all hazards, and to be in at the death. The wolf was put up in the bottomland of the Platte River. The footing was excellent, and as he had but a few 100 yards start, I was enabled to be within 50 yards of them throughout the run and fighting. The wolf at first started off as though he had decided to depend upon speed to save his pelt, disdaining to employ his usual stratagem, and the hounds gained but little upon him. Finding that but one horseman and two strange-looking animals were following him, he slackened his pace, and in an incredibly short time Zolom was upon even terms with him, and seizing by the throat, over and over they went in a cloud of sand, from which the wolf emerged first, again on the retreat, with both hounds after him full tilt. Within 100 yards they again downed him, only to be shaken off. This was repeated probably half a dozen times, and though both the Borzoi had throat and flank holds, they were unable to stretch him. After 5 minutes of fast and furious fighting, they dashed into a bunch of frightened cattle and became separated. Though I immediately cut the wolf out of the bunch of cattle, and he limped off in full view, the dogs were too exhausted to follow, and their condition was truly pitiable. Zolom staggered about and fell headlong upon his side, unable to rise. Both were so thoroughly exhausted from their tremendous efforts that they could not stand upon their feet. Their tongues were swollen and protruding full length. Their breath came in short and labored gasps. The whistle and rattle in their throats was audible at some distance, while their legs trembled and were really unable to sustain the weight of their bodies. At the expiration of 10 minutes, I signaled the slippers to come and take the dogs up, and thus ended the bid of the Russian wolfhound for popularity in this country. Upon our return to Denver, we were waited upon by a ranchman who had heard of the failure of a pair of these dogs to catch and kill wolves. He stated he had a leash of greyhounds that could catch and kill gray timber wolves, and deposited $500 to bind a match to that effect. He was very much in earnest, and I regretted that we could not raise a purse of $500, as I should like to have seen that feat performed, my experience being that it required from 4 to 6 to accomplish this, and that even then they have to understand their business thoroughly. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Recording by Barth Buckman.
Chapter 13 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Game Laws by Charles E. Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Game laws. Laws for the preservation of wild animals are a product of civilization. The more civilized a nation, the broader and more humane will be these laws. Our ancestors of the Flint Age were lawless. After the fall, thorns also and thistles came forth, and man ceased from eating herb-bearing seeds and fruit, and turned his hand to killing and eating flesh, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. Many great and dangerous animals then existed, and it was a necessity to kill off the cave bear, the cave tiger, and the mastodon. The earliest of Chaldean poems indicates the equally great fishing of those days. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook, or his tongue with a cord, which thou lettest down? All savage nations are still ruthless and wasteful in their destruction of animal life. An example is found on the plains, where 1,000 buffalo were driven over the walls of a canyon that a tribe might have a feast, although the tribe might, and often did, starve during the coming winter. With the slow progress of civilization, at first customs grew up, and then laws were enacted consonant with the degree of education of the lawmakers. In ancient Oriental nations, only a few animals were protected for the use of the rulers. Thus, the elephant, the cheetah, and the falcon in the East came under royal protection. The Normans, when they were not at war, followed the chase with ardor, and passed laws for the protection of deer, wolves, and the wild boar. The Saxons, like the Romans, guarded their forest preserves, but left the open country free for chase to all the people. After the conquest, the new Norman rulers applied their own stern and selfish laws over all England. Not only was the chase forbidden, but the bearing of arms used in the chase as well, and the conquerors thus preserved the game for their own use, and also kept in subjection the disarmed people. Their punishments were barbarous, and comprised maiming and death, and the killing of a deer or a wild boar was punished with putting out the eyes, or death. No greater penalty was inflicted for the killing of a man. The underlying principle maintained was that all wild game was the property of no one, and that to which no one had title belonged to the sovereign. So the king held all lands not apportioned and granted permission to his chiefs to hunt therein. He also created the right of free chase, warren, and free fishery, thus authorizing a designated person to protect game and to follow the chase on the land of others, or protect and take fish from rivers and streams that flowed over the properties of other men. These claims of right became numerous, and so burdensome that they were subsequently restricted by Magna Carta. The fascination of the chase, indulged in for years, became an inwrought in the English mind, that it formed the principal recreation of the people, shared in alike by nobles, priests, and peasants, evoking a world of romance and legend in Robin Hood tales, and a sturdy semi-warlike pride. The exercise formed a school of stalwart out-of-door men, whose descendants, in like taste, have invaded the remotest isles of the sea and girdled the earth with the colonies of England. The taste made its fair mark on English verse from the early date of Chevy Chase, when "to chase the deer with hawk and hound Earl Percy took his way," down to this present year of grace, when Conan Doyle's archer sings, "So we'll drink all together to the gray goose feather and the land where the gray goose flew." The pomp and dignity of the chase, its pursuit by the highest clergy, and the sad result of want of skill by an archbishop were quaintly disclosed in the trial of the Archbishop of Canterbury for accidentally killing a gamekeeper instead of a deer in the forest of Bramshill in the year 1621, as reported at length in Volume II of Cobbett's State Trials. The right and the crown to all wild game thus claimed and established in England became part of the common law, and was inherited by the American colonies, and thus wild game in our republic became the property of the people, and the duty of its care and protection fell upon the different states of the republic, and in the territories upon Congress. It is unnecessary to enumerate the different game laws and the various cruel judgments entered therein in the English courts, or to refer to the many essays and orations written and delivered against the game laws of the various European states. They met the condemnation alike of philanthropists, statesmen, and poets. Charles Kingsley wrote in 1848 on behalf of the people the bold and pathetic song, "The merry brown hares came leaping over the crest of the hill. It defended the poacher lad, but lost for the rider his lawn sleeves." The great distinction to be ever borne in mind between the game laws of Europe and those of America is that the former are passed for the protection of game for the class, while the laws of the Republic are passed for the preservation of game for the use of all the people. The former encountered the hostility of all the people save the aristocracy. The latter should obtain the approbation of all the people, rich and poor, for they are passed and maintained for the good of the people at large. The value of the fish and game to the people of the state of Maine is greater and brings into the state more money than its hay crop or its potato crop. The value of a mountain stream is nothing except as it may water people or kine, stock and protect that river by suitable laws, and the fishing privileges may be rented for an annual rental that will pay all the taxes of every county through which it runs. Yet often it is that the inhabitant of that county complains of the injustice of preventing him from taking fish therein at his pleasure at any season of the year. The earliest recorded game law is found in the 22nd chapter of Deuteronomy, where it is forbidden to take a bird from her nest. The earliest law upon this subject in America that we find was the Act of the Assembly of Virginia in 1699, the second, William III, wherein the killing of deer between January and July was prohibited under the penalty of 500 pounds of tobacco. In Maryland, an act was passed on the same subject in 1730, which recites the evils of constant shooting, "which evil practice, if not put to a stop, may in a few years entirely destroy the species of deer, to the great damage of the good people of this province, be it enacted by the right honorable the Lord Proprietary, by and with the consent of his lordship's governor and the upper and lower houses of assembly, that it should not be lawful that any person, Indians in amity with us excepted, between January 1st and July last, to kill any deer under the penalty of 400 pounds of tobacco." South Carolina followed in 1769 with an act prohibiting the killing of a deer during the same period, "under a penalty of 40 shillings proclamation money." Both of these acts prohibited night hunting with firelight, as did also the statutes of the Mississippi Territory. The earliest laws upon this subject in Kentucky were passed in 1775 by the legislature, appropriately holding its sessions under the greenwood trees, and their author was Daniel Boone. The earliest law in the State of New York was passed in 1791, Second Session Laws of 1791, page 188, and it prohibited the killing of "heath-hen, partridge, quail, or woodcock" on Long Island, or "in the city and county of New York" under penalty of 20 shillings. Laws upon this subject thereafter multiplied in New York, varying in their scope and character with each legislature. Sometimes the prosecution was left to the county prosecutor, sometimes it was permitted to the informer, who shared the penalty. Sometimes the power of enacting laws was reserved to the state, sometimes it was delegated to the supervisors. In 1879, by the influence of the Society for the Preservation of Game, a complete act was passed entitled, "An Act for the Preservation of Moose and Wild Deer, Birds, Fish, and Other Game," which for many years was vigorously enforced by that society, and became the model for like laws in many other states. This law made the possession of game during the close season the offense, and not prima facie evidence of killing, and also it removed from the various local supervisors the power of making laws upon this subject. These two essential features of law cannot be too strongly insisted upon with all lawmakers. Under this statute, hundreds of prosecutions were made and convictions had in the markets of the great cities. The bidding for game by wealthy cities is the incentive to unlawful killing, and the closing of the markets stops the poacher's business more thoroughly than the conviction of an occasional poacher. When the law permitted game killing in other states during the open season to be sold in the State of New York in the close season, there was no lack of evidence to show that every head of game was killed elsewhere and in the open season, and the petit jury always found in favor of the oppressed market man. When the law was changed so that all game, wherever killed, was decreed illegal, the defense was pled that such a law restricted commerce and was unconstitutional, and it was not until the society carried the case of Royal Phelps, president of the Society for the Preservation of Game, against Racy, through to the court of last resort, as reported in 60th New York reports, that this defense was decreed insufficient. That case was followed in Illinois, 97 Illinois Reports 320, and Missouri, 1st Missouri Appellate Court Reports 15, and in other states until it became the established law of the land. The Supreme Court of the United States held 125 U.S. Reports 465 that a state cannot prohibit the importation of merchandise from another state, but can the sale. That court also sustained the right of states to protect fisheries and destroy illegal nets, Lawton versus Steele, 152 U.S. And it affirmed the right of states to compel the maintenance of fishways in dams erected in rivers, Holyoke County versus Lyman, 82 U.S. The United States courts also maintained purchasers' title to marshlands and enjoined trespassers from shooting thereon in Chisholm versus Keynes, U.S. Circuit Court of the 4th District. Thus, step by step, the game laws of the land were sustained, held to be constitutional, and enforced. The forms of defense which offenders deem it righteous to make to game prosecutions are without number, and as fraudulent as their trade is wasteful. One instance will illustrate. The writer, as counsel for the Society for the Protection of Game, prosecuted one Clark, a prominent poulterer, in State Street in Albany, for having and offering for sale several barrels of quail. The case was tried in Albany, Hon. Amasa J. Parker appearing for the defense. After the plaintiff's witnesses had proved the possession of the birds, the offering for sale of quail, and the handling of several of them by the witnesses, the defendant testified that these birds were not quail at all, but were English snipe, and that their bills were pared down, and the birds were thus sold as quail, as they brought a better price, and that he frequently did so in his trade. Probably no person in the courtroom believed this evidence, but the jury found for the defendant. The defense has been frequently interposed that the birds in question were not the prohibited birds, but were some other or foreign variety, until it was found that it was necessary always to purchase and to produce in court, fresh or dried, some of the game in regard to which the suit was being tried. Before leaving the litigation of the courts of the State of New York, and in order to show how early and ardently the gentlemen of the old school followed the diversions of the chase, it is well to cite the case of Post against Pearson, tried in 1805 before the venerable judges Tompkins and Livingston, and reported in Volume 3 of Kane's New York Reports. It there appears that Mr. Post, a worthy citizen of that most traditional hunting ground, Long Island, organized a fox hunt. The chase went merrily. An hundred hounds bayed deep and strong, clattered 100 more or less steeds along, and they started a fox and had him in view, when one Pearson of Hampstead, the defendant in the case, well knowing of the chase, yet with wicked and villainous mind intercepted, shot, killed, and carried away the fox. Post brought suit for the value of the animal and the injury of the outraged feelings of the members of the hunt. Counsel learned in the law declaimed, and the wise opinion of the court, citing all the authorities from Puffendorf down, covers 5 printed pages, and finally decided that, quote, however uncourteous or unkind the conduct of Pearson in this instance may have been, yet his act was productive of no injury or damage for which a legal remedy can be applied, end quote. Probably to correct this ruling, the statute of 1844 was passed, which provides that any one who starts and pursues deer in the counties of Suffolk and Queens shall be deemed in possession of the same. A great responsibility is thrown upon the government of the United States to protect the large game in the different national parks. In a few years they will contain the only remnants of the buffalo, elk, antelope, and mountain sheep. Poachers, like wolves, surround these parks, killing only to sell the heads for trophies. Captain George S. Anderson and Scout F. Burgess have done a good work in the Yellowstone Park in capturing poachers, which efforts were recognized by the Boone and Crockett Club. If authority should be given to the army to try and punish these poachers by martial law, it would save many a herd elsewhere, and also relieve the government from great expense for the transporting and trial of offenders. When we reflect how many and valuable races of animals in North America have become extinct, or nearly so, as the buffalo and the manatee, how many varieties of birds that afford us food, or brighten the autumn sky with their migrations, have been annihilated, as have been the prairie fowl in the eastern states, and the passenger pigeon in all our states, the necessity of these laws appears urgent. A few suggestions that experience has taught us in regards to these matters are worthy of record. We must remember that in a republic no law is effective without public opinion to back it. Therefore, contemporaneously with making our laws, we should by writing and speaking educate the public mind to appreciate and sustain them. Experience has taught that in these prosecutions the public prosecutor is a laggard. He prefers noted criminal cases and neglects these, which he regards as trivial offenses. Therefore the law should authorize private prosecutors, on giving security for costs and damages, to make search and conduct prosecutions in their own names. Next, it is to be remembered that a single private person will make himself odious in the community by bringing such prosecutions, and is often deterred by the fear of revenge. Therefore, societies should be formed, composed of many good citizens. They should employ their own counsel, and prosecute in the name of the society or its president. Next, the law should definitely fix a penalty for having in possession, transporting, or exposing for sale. This is more important than prohibiting the killing, as it is the marketing of the dead game that incites the killing. It is the market hunter that has destroyed all feathered life in our prairies, and the cold storage process has enabled him to transport to other states or countries and make his gains there. Close the market and the killing ceases. Another step to success is the procuring of the conformity of the laws in neighboring states. The laws of New York may prohibit the sale of quail, ruffed grouse, and prairie fowl, and the societies may enforce them in New York City, and day by day see the monstrous wrong of carloads of prairie fowl and other valuable game brought into Jersey City and sold to the population of that town and to the ocean vessels sailing from its docks. Our western prairies are denuded of their birds that are frozen in the close season and are afterward shipped to Europe and sold in the markets there at a price often less than they would bring in New York City. Again, laws on these subjects should be as simple as possible, including in the one open and close season as many kinds of game as possible, and creating a general public understanding that the shooting season opens at a fixed date, say October 1st, and that no shooting or possession of game is to be allowed prior to that date, and that the close season for all game should commence on another certain date, say February 1st. Lastly, a defective law that is permanent and uniform throughout the state is more effective than a better and more detailed law varying in different counties and towns and frequently altered. In illustration of the vagaries of lawmakers in this respect, it is to be remembered that the law of 1879, passed by the legislature of the State of New York, was a complete and well-studied statute, made after much consultation and meeting the approval of all the societies of the state as well as the market men, and operating in the main satisfactorily to all. Since that date, members of the legislature from the different localities introduced bills making some exception or addition to the act to benefit their little town or locality, to prohibit fishing in certain waters, to protect certain other animals, to provide certain restrictions as to weapons of chase or means of fishing or times and seasons, or giving powers to county supervisors to legislate in addition to the general legislation of the state. 214 such acts and ordinances have been passed since 1879, until the general law has been obscured and brought into contempt. These acts and ordinances include, among other curiosities, the protection of muskrats and mink, the preservation of skunks and other vermin, the prohibition of residents of one county from fishing in another county, and protecting parts of certain lakes or rivers in a different manner or season from other parts. In some of the acts, words are misspelled. In one, it is enacted that, "wild birds shall not be killed at any time." Another act was passed defining the word angling as used in the general statute, thus, "taking fish with hook and line and by rod held in hands," leaving the troller or the happy schoolboy that drops his hand line from the bridge exposed to the dire penalties of the law. While writing in this year of grace, 1895, the legislature has passed a law permitting the sale of game at any time in the year, providing it is shown to have been killed 300 miles from the state. This most unreasonable law was procured largely through the influence of the Chicago market men. The states lie west of Chicago have been endeavoring to protect their game. Salutary laws have been passed prohibiting the killing and freezing of game and the transportation of it outside of those territories. The markets of Chicago and the other great cities of the West being closed to the public sale of game, the dealers sought to open the markets of New York, and they have thus done so by this law. The governor was fully advised of the purpose and effect of the law, but the powerful societies of the market men were promoting it, and the bill was approved. In a few years the conspicuous prairie fowl will exist only in the naturalists' books. In olden times, laws upon these subjects protected only animals which lent pleasure to the chase, and only certain royal fish which were deemed to belong to the king. These old laws were selfish and severe, and were enforced with the cruelty of the age. A gentler spirit has since dawned upon the world, and now most game laws shelter as well the songbird as the wild boar and the stag. The true hunter derives more pleasure in watching the natural life around him than in killing the game that he meets. His heart feels the poetry of nature in the "wren light rustling among the leaves and twigs," and in the train of ducks, as darkly seen against the crimson sky, their figure floats along. He stops to enjoy the guttural syllables where "Robert of Lincoln is telling his name," in the summer meadow. At early dawn and eventide, he listens to the bugle call of the great migration in the skies and exclaims, "Thou hast no sorrow in thy song, no winter in thy year." He feels the love that is begotten by contact with nature, and it is in these later days who has extended the law to protect all birds of meadow and woods, while in return he is rewarded by a choir of songsters giving thanks in musical numbers. Better than all measures of delightful sound, better than all treasures, that in books are found. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Protection of the Yellowstone National Park, written by George S. Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Protection of the Yellowstone National Park. The first regular expedition to enter the region now embraced within the limits of the national park was the Washburn Party of 1870. In the summer of 1871, two parties, one under Captain J. W. Barlow, U.S. Engineers, and the other under Dr. F. V. Hayden, U.S. Geological Survey, made pretty thorough scientific explorations of the whole area. As a result of the reports made by these two parties, and largely through the influence of Dr. Hayden, the Organic Act of March 1, 1872, was passed, setting aside a certain designated, quote, tract of land as a public park or pleasure ground for the benefit and enjoyment of the people, end quote. It further provided that this park should be, quote, under the exclusive control of the Secretary of the Interior, whose duty it shall be, as soon as practicable, to make and publish such rules and regulations as he may deem necessary or proper for the care and management of the same. Such regulations shall provide for the preservation from injury or spoliation of all timber, mineral deposits, natural curiosities, or wonders within the park. He shall provide against the wanton destruction of the fish and game found within said park, and against their capture or destruction for the purpose of merchandise or profit, and generally shall be authorized to take all such measures as shall be necessary or proper to fully carry out the objects or purposes of this act. End quote. It will be seen that timber, mineral deposits, natural curiosities, and wonders were, by the terms of the law, protected from injury or spoliation. The Secretary of the Interior must, by regulation, provide against the wanton destruction of fish and game, and against their capture for the purpose of merchandise or profit. The park proper includes nearly 3,600 square miles, but under the Act of 1891, a timber reserve was set aside, adding about 25 miles on the east and about 8 on the south, making the total area nearly 5,600 square miles. By an order of the Secretary of the Interior, dated April 14, 1891, this addition was placed under the control of the acting superintendent of the park, with the same rules and regulations as in the park. It thus, in every respect, became a part of the park itself. Dr. Hayden drew the park bill from his personal observations made in the summer of 1871. At that time, the territorial lines were not run, and their exact location was not known. He consequently chose for his initial points the natural features of the ground, and made his lines meridians and parallels of latitude. His selections seem almost a work of inspiration. The north line takes in the low slopes on the north of Mount Everts and the valley of the East Fork of the Yellowstone, where the elk, deer, antelope, and mountain sheep winter by thousands. It leaves outside every foot of land adapted to agriculture. Also, and this is more important than all, it passes over the rugged and inaccessible summits of the snowy range where the hardiest vandal dare not put his shack. The east line might have been placed where the timber reserve line now runs, without much damage to material interests, but in that case the owners of prospect holes about Cook City would have long since secured segregation. As the line runs, it is secured by the impassable Absarokas, the summer home of large herds of mountain sheep, and it includes not a foot of land of a dime's value to mortal man. Both south and west lines are protected by mountain heights, and they exclude every foot of land of any value for agriculture or even for the grazing of domestic cattle. The experiment was once made of wintering a herd of cattle in the lowest part of the park, the Falls River Meadows, in the extreme southwest corner, and I believe not a hoof survived. Their bones by the hundreds now whiten the fair valley. Following the act of dedication, Mr. N. P. Langford was, on May 10, 1872, appointed superintendent without salary. He was directed to, quote, apply any money which may be received from leases to carrying out the object of the act, end quote. He never lived in the park, never drew a salary, and never, except by reports and recommendations, did anything for its protection. In his first report, he suggests that wild game of all kinds be protected by law, that trapping be prohibited, and that timber be protected from the axeman and from fires. Unfortunately, I am unable to possess myself of any of his subsequent reports, but I know that he toiled earnestly and without pay, and to no results. On April 18, 1877, Mr. P. W. Norris was appointed to succeed him. He also served for love until July 5, 1878, when appropriations began and something was done for park protection. In his report for 1879, he speaks of having stopped the killing of bison, and says that other game, although grown shy by the usually harmless fusillade of tourists, was in abundance for our largest parties. He also protected the wonders by breaking them off with axe and crowbar, and shipping them by the carload to Washington and elsewhere. His men did their best to protect the forest from fires with only fair success. By this report, 1879, it seems that no white men have ever spent an entire winter at the Mammoth Hot Springs. He strongly recommended game protection, but not the prohibition of hunting. There was then but a single game superintendent, and he without authority to act. As at present, the main trouble was with the Clarksfolk people. The regulations permitted hunting for recreation or for food, which would always be made to cover the object of any captured poacher. Major Norris was doubtless a valuable man for the place and the time, but as he expressed in a manifesto dated July 1, 1881, and headed Mountain Comrades, quote, the construction of roads and bridle paths will be our main object, to which he added the work of explorations and research, end quote. His entire force lived upon game, which was hunted only in season, and preserved or jerked for a supply for the remainder of the year. He was succeeded by Mr. P. H. Conger on February 2, 1882, but Mr. Conger did not arrive until May 22 following, when he seems to have fallen full upon the trials and the tribulations that have beset his successors. He reported the necessity for protecting the wonders and the game, but seems to have accomplished nothing in either direction. His reports are largely made up of lists of the distinguished visitors by whose handshake he was anointed. He was relieved in August 1884 by Mr. R. E. Carpenter, who was removed in May 1885 without accomplishing anything. Mr. David W. Ware was next in succession and remained until legislated out of office in August 1886. Nothing of value seems to have been done in these two administrations. In the Sundry Civil Appropriation Bill for 1886-87, the item for the protection and improvement of the park was omitted. By the act of March 3, 1883, the Secretary of War was authorized, on request from the Secretary of the Interior, to detail part of the Army for duty in the park, the commander of the troops to be the acting superintendent. As there was no money appropriated to pay the old officers, they of course had business elsewhere. Captain Moses Harris, 1st Cavalry, was the first detailed under the new regime. He arrived there on August 17, 1886, and assumed control on the 20th. From this time on, things assumed a different aspect. He had the assistance of a disciplined troop of cavalry, and he used it with energy and discretion. It very soon became unsafe to trespass in the park, winter or summer, and load upon load of confiscated property testified to the number of his captures. His reports show the heroic efforts made to prevent and extinguish fires, to prevent the defacement of the geysers and other formations, and to protect the game. In his report for 1887, he pays his respects to our enemies from the northern and eastern borders, the same hand that has continued to depredate until this day. He speaks of the, quote, immense herds of elk that have passed the winter along the traveled road from Gardiner to Cook City, and he goes on to say that but little efficient protection can be afforded to this species of game except upon the Yellowstone and its tributaries. He remained in charge until June 1, 1889, when he transferred his duties to Captain F.A. Boutelle, and in the 3 years of his rule he inaugurated and put in motion most of the protective measures now in use. Captain Boutelle, in succession to Captain Harris, continued his methods, and protection prospered. Meantime, in 1889, an additional troop of cavalry was detailed for duty in the park in the summer and had station at the lower geyser basin. The principal use of this troop was in protecting the formations and the forests, but the work was well done and the foundation was laid for future efficiency. I came to the park in February 1891 in succession to Captain Boutelle. On his departure, there was only one man left here familiar with the park and its needs, and that was Ed Wilson, the scout. He had been a trapper himself and was thoroughly familiar with every species of game and its haunts and habits. He was brave as Caesar, but feared the mysterious and unseen. He preferred to operate alone by night, and in storms he knew every foot of the park. He knew it better than any other man has yet known it. He knew its enemies and the practical direction of their enmity. He came to me one morning and reported that a man named Van Dyke was trapping beaver near Soda Butte, that he spent his days on the highest points in the neighborhood and with the glass scanned every approach, and that the only way to get him was to go alone, by night, and approach the position from the rear, over Specimen Mountain. To this I readily assented, and at 9 that night, in as bad a storm as I ever saw, Wilson started out for the 40-mile trip. He reached a high point near the one occupied by Van Dyke, saw him visit his traps in the twilight, and return to his camp, where at daybreak the next morning Wilson came upon him while sleeping, photographed him with his own kodak, and then awakened him and brought him to the post. But, unfortunately for the cause of park protection, Wilson disappeared in July of that year, and his remains were found a mile from headquarters in the June following. That left me unsupported by anyone who knew the place and its foes. I was fortunate, however, in having as his successor Felix Burgess, who for more than 3 years has ably, bravely, and intelligently performed the perilous and thankless duties of the position. But before going on with a description of my own work in the park, I will say a few words of my predecessors. In looking over the list, I think I can, without disparagement of the rest, single out 3 for especial mention. Langford was an explorer and pioneer. By his writings he made the park known to this country and to the whole world. He was an enthusiast, and his enthusiasm was contagious. Protection was not yet needed, but a knowledge of the place was, and to this he largely contributed. He was the proper man, and he came at the proper time. Next came Major Norris. To him protection was a minor or unconsidered subject. His usually harmless fusillade of tourists reminds me of Paddy's remark to his master, "Did I hit the deer, Pat?" "No, my lord, but you made him leave the place." For his time he was exactly suited. He penetrated every remote nook and corner, built roads, blazed trails, and in general made accessible all the wonders written of and described by Mr. Langford. Protection was not yet due, but it was on the road and close at hand. For this part of the work, Major Harris was an ideal selection, and he came none too soon. Austere, correct, unyielding, he was a terror to evildoers. And after all, is there anything more disagreeable than a man who is always right? I believe Major Harris was always sure he was right before he acted, and then no fear of consequences deterred him. He once arrested a man for defacing the formations at the upper basin. The man confessed that he had done it, but that it was a small offense, and that if put out of the park for it, he would publish the major in all the Montana papers. He was put out, and the major was vilified in a manner with which I am personally very familiar. The next year, this same man was sent to the penitentiary for 1 year for holding up one of the park coaches in the Gardiner Canyon. In 1891, I derived great assistance in the protection of the wonders and the forests from Captain Edwards, who, with his troop, had served in the park before. Unfortunately, he had to leave in the autumn, and I was again left alone with my ignorance and my good intentions. In May 1892, Troop D of the 6th Cavalry was sent to my assistance. Captain Scott was in command, and he has remained until the present time. Hard as iron, tireless and fearless, he has been an invaluable assistant in all that pertains to park protection. In protecting the beauties and wonders of the park from vandalism, the main things to be contended against were the propensities of women to gather specimens and of men to advertise their folly by writing their names on everything beautiful within their reach. Small squads of soldiers were put on guard at each of the geyser basins and at other points where protection was needful, with orders to arrest and threaten with expulsion anyone found breaking off or gathering specimens. Only a few examples were needed to materially diminish this evil. Of course, it still continued in small degree, but those who indulged in it had to be at great pains to conceal their operations, and this of itself greatly reduced the destruction. I personally engaged in a long controversy with a reverend despoiler, whom I detected in the act of breaking off a specimen. A large part of his defense was that, as I had on no uniform, he did not know it was necessary to be watchful and careful in my presence. The names of the vain glared at one from every bit of formation, and from every place where the ingenuity of vanity could place them. Primarily, I ordered that every man found writing his name on the formations should be sent back and made to erase it. I once sent a man from the Mammoth Springs and once a man from the canyon to the upper basin to scrub his autograph from the rocks, and one morning a callow youth from the west was aroused at 6:30 a.m. at the Fountain Hotel and taken with brush and soap to the Fountain Geyser, there to obliterate the supposed imperishable monument of his folly. His parents, who were present, were delighted with the judgment awarded him, and his fellow tourists, by their taunts and jibes, covered him with confusion as with a garment. But, notwithstanding the sharpest watch and greatest care, new names were constantly being added, and they could not easily be detected from the old ones on account of the number of names already there. So, in the early part of the season of 1892, with hammer and chisel where necessary, the old names were erased, and we started even with the world, and the geyser basins are practically free from this disfigurement today. The remedy was heroic and successful, as such remedies usually are. The protection of the forests, perhaps of more material importance than any other form of park protection, became a subject of study, care, and attention. As a rule, fires originated in one of three ways: by carelessly left campfires, by lightning, or by the rubbing together of two trees swayed by the wind. There is no way of preventing the last two forms of ignition. The only thing to be done is to keep a ceaseless watch, and so far as practicable prevent the fire from spreading. The extensive areas burned over in days, evidently prior to the advent of white men, make it very apparent that these two agencies of destruction were then at work, as it is certain they have been since. Camping parties are many of them from cities, and they know little and care less about the devastation a forest fire may create. They leave a small and apparently harmless bunch of coals where their campfire was. After they have passed on, a wind springs up, fans the embers into flame, the dry pine needles are kindled, and at once the forest is ablaze, and no power on earth can put it out. When once the flame reaches the tree-tops, if the wind be strong, a man on horseback can scarce escape before it. As the wind ceases, the fire quiets down, only to spring up again next day on the appearance of the afternoon breeze. The only time to fight the fire is when the wind has gone down and the flames have ceased. Then water poured on smoldering logs, earth thrown on unextinguished stumps, and the clearing of a path before the line of fire in a carpet of pine needles are the effective means of extinguishment. After a fire is once got under control, it is no unusual thing for it to reappear 500 yards from any of its previous lines, carried there as a spark through the air, and dropped in the resinous tinder, ever ready to receive and spread it. In the 4 seasons during which I have been in the park, but one fire of any magnitude has occurred. That broke out along the main road, about a mile north of Norris, in July 1893. As it did not break out near a camping place, its origin could not be traced to campfires, nor could it be charged to lightning or rubbing of trees. It was evidently started by a match or other fire carelessly dropped by a member of the road crew then working near there, or possibly by a cigar stump thrown from a stage by a tourist. It was at once reported to me by telegraph. The troop was at drill, and in less than 20 minutes a dozen men, under charge of a sergeant, were on their way with shovels, axes, and buckets to the scene of the trouble. An hour later the report was that it was beyond control. I then sent out the balance of the troop, under Lieutenant Vance, and ordered Captain Scott down from the lower basin with all available men of his troop. Thus the whole of the 2 troops were at the scene, and they remained there toiling and fighting night and day for 20 days, when a providential rain put an end to their labors. The area burned over included some exceptionally fine timber, was in extreme length nearly 6 miles, and in breadth from a few feet in some places to near a mile in others. A fire in pine woods may be successfully fought so long as it is kept confined to the ground, but once it gets a start in the treetops, no power on earth can cope with it, no effort is of the slightest avail. Campers who leave their fires unextinguished often make the excuse that they did not believe any damage could result, as the coals were nearly dead. Although such might be the case at the hour of their leaving, in the still air of morning, the afternoon wind is quite capable of blowing them into dangerous and destructive life. My rule has been to insist on the rigorous enforcement of the regulation requiring expulsion from the park in such cases. 1 or 2 expulsions each year serve as healthy warnings, and these, backed by a system of numerous and vigilant patrols, have brought about the particularly good results of which we can boast. In 1892, a fire on Moose Creek was sighted from a point near the lake, and reported to me that night by wire from the Lake Hotel. By the next evening, Captain Scott was on the spot with his troop, and the fire was soon under control. In a few hours it would have been in the heavy timber on the shore of Shoshone Lake, and there is no limit to the damage it might have wrought. As a last heading of my subject, I shall touch on the protection of the game. This was never seriously attempted until Major Harris came to the park in 1886, but he attacked it with an earnestness and a fearlessness that has left a lasting impression. It is not probable that the park is the natural home of the bison, elk, or deer, yet the last remnant of the first and great numbers of the last 2 are found here. The high altitude, great cold, and extreme depth of the snow make it a forbidding habitat for the ruminants. They remain here simply because they are protected. Protection was given by a system of scouting extending over the best game ranges and throughout the season of probable game destruction. A good many captures were made, the poachers were turned loose and their property confiscated. This was all the law allowed. The depredating element of the community soon came to care very little for this menace to their business, for they entered the park with an equipment that was hardly worth packing into the post, and if taken from them, occasioned but little loss. The accumulation of this sort of property had become great, and as I had no proper storage room for it, I began my work by making a bonfire of it. A first requisite to successful work was to become acquainted with the names, the haunts, and the habits of those whom it was necessary to watch or to capture. Ed Wilson was thoroughly familiar with all this, and many is the lesson I patiently took from him. He described to me the leaders among the poachers from the several regions, Cook, Henry's Lake, Jackson's Lake, and Gardiner. To begin with the Cook City parties, he named to me 3 as particularly active and dangerous. These were Van Dyke, Pendleton, and Howell. Van Dyke, he told me, was at that time trapping beaver near Soda Butte, but he had not been able to definitively locate him. He made 2 trips there through cold and storm, but to no purpose. Finally, on his 3rd expedition, he caught him, as already stated, sleeping in his bed. His property was destroyed, and he was held in the guardhouse awaiting the instructions of the Secretary of the Interior, which for some reason was very slow in coming. At last he was released and ordered never again to cross the park boundary without permission. The next year Pendleton made a trip in the park in early May and got out with 2 young bison calves, which he was carrying on pack animals in beer boxes. Of course, they died before he got them to a place where he could raise them in safety, and he soon started back to renew his evil work. He was arrested and confined, and his case took exactly the same course as Van Dyke's had taken. The last of the trio was Ed Howell. Knowing of him and his habits, I kept him as well under watch as possible. During a trip I made to the east side of the park in October 1893, I saw many old signs of bison in several localities. Howell having disappeared from public view for a month or 2, I sent Burgess out in January 1894 with orders to carefully scout this country. I indicated to him exactly where I expected him to find signs of the marauder. He encountered very severe weather and was not able to make a full tour of the places indicated, but he did report having found in the exact locality I had designated to him tracks of a man on skis drawing a toboggan. These tracks were old and could not be followed, but they formed a valuable clue. I next sent to the Soda Butte station and had a thorough search made near that place. It was found that the same tracks had passed over the hill behind the station, going toward Cook. Careful inquiry developed the fact that Howell had come in for provisions with his equipment, but that he had not brought any trophies with him. Calculating the time when he should be due again in the bison country, I gave Burgess an order to repeat his trip there and stay until he brought back results. He left the Lake Hotel in a severe storm on March 11th and camped the night of the 12th where he had seen the tracks on his previous visit. Next morning, when scarcely out of camp, he found a cache of 6 bison scalps suspended in a tree. The ski tracks nearby were old, and he was not able to follow them. He possessed himself of the spoils and started down Astringent Creek toward Pelican. When near the latter stream, he found a lodge, evidently occupied at the time, and the tracks near it fresh and distinct, pointing to the southward. Soon he heard shots, and far off in the distance he espied the culprit in the act of killing more of the game. The problem then arose as to how he was to make the capture. With him was only a single soldier, and the 2 had for arms only a .38 caliber revolver. It was certain that this was Howell, and it was known that he was a desperate character. In giving Burgess his orders, I had told him that I did not send him to his death, that I did not want him to take risks or serious chances. I impressed upon him the fact that, as far as Howell was concerned, even if times were hard, the wages of sin had not been reduced. All this he knew well, but there was a desperate criminal armed with a rifle. As for himself, he might as well have been unarmed. However, fortune favored him, and soon Howell became so occupied in removing the scalp from one of his bison that Burgess, by a swift and silent run, approached within 4 or 5 yards of him undiscovered. It would have been easy enough to kill him then, but it was too much like cold-blooded murder to do so at that range. At 200 or 300 yards it would have seemed entirely different. Howell's rifle was leaning against a buffalo's carcass a few yards away from him. He made a step toward it when Burgess told him to stop or he would shoot. Howell then turned back and said, "All right, but you would never have got me if I had seen you sooner." He was found surrounded by the bodies of 7 bison, freshly killed, and to illustrate more fully the wanton nature of the man, of the 8 scalps brought into the post, 6 were cows, and one of the others was a yearling calf. His case went through the same course as the others, and finally toward the last of April he was turned loose, with orders to quit the park and never return. He, however, is cast in a different mold from some of the previous captures, and sometime in July he reappeared with the most brazen and shameless effrontery. He was reincarcerated, tried, and sentenced for disobedience of the order of expulsion. His sentence was 30 days in jail and a $50 fine, and this he now has under appeal. Insufficient as is Howell's punishment, his crime has been of more service to the park than any other event in its history. It created the greatest interest throughout the country and led to the passage of the Park Protection Act, which was signed by the President on May 7th. A strange coincidence in the cases of Van Dyke and Howell is that both were accompanied by their faithful watchdogs, and neither dog gave a sign of the approach of the enemy, and both men swore vengeance on their faithless protectors. The preservation of elk, deer, antelope, and the carnivora is assured. Their numbers elsewhere, their wide distribution within the park, their relatively small commercial value, added to the danger attendant on killing them within the park, is a sufficient protection. Moose and mountain sheep will probably increase for similar reasons, although they are less generally distributed and are of greater value to head hunters. With the bison it is different. They have entirely disappeared from all other parts of the country, and they are of sufficient money value to tempt the cupidity of the hunters and trappers who surround the park on all sides. It is told that a fine bison head has been sold, delivered in London, for £200, nearly $1,000 in our money. A taxidermist would probably be willing to pay $200 to $500 for such a scalp. Many a hardy frontiersman, who has no sentiment for their preservation and no respect for the law, will take his chances of capture for such a sum. Another animal that is difficult of preservation is the beaver. The trouble in this case is entirely due to the ease with which traps may be set in places where it is impossible to find them, and the ease with which the pelts may be packed and carried out. Within the last 4 years, beaver have increased enormously, so I feel justified in saying that their preservation is so far successful. For the general protection of the park, there are stationed within its lines 2 troops of cavalry. They are both kept at the Mammoth Hot Springs for 8 months of the year, and one of them is sent to the lower Geyser Basin during the 4 months of the tourist season. Small outposts are kept at Riverside on the west, Snake River on the south, Soda Butte on the northeast, and Norris near the center. Besides these, a winter station has been placed in the Hayden Valley, and summer stations are kept at the upper basin, Thumb, Lake, and Canyon. Between these, a constant stream of patrols is kept up, so that no depredator can do very much damage without detection. There is allowed but one civilian scout, who is overworked and underpaid. With all this enormous territory to guard, with all that is beautiful and valuable to protect, with the last of the bison to preserve, it would seem that this rich government should be able to expend more than a paltry $900 per year for scouts, and more than $500, which it receives for rentals, for the other needs of the park. There are very few who appreciate the amount of work done here by the soldiers in summer and in winter, in cold and in storms, on foot, on horseback, and on snowshoes, and all without murmur or word of complaint. Never before was it so well placed before the public as it was by Mr. Hoe in his Forest and Stream articles summer before last. Should Congress be stirred to make a more liberal appropriation for the purpose of carrying out the provisions of the Act of May 7th, to him, more than to any other man, will the credit be due. This ends Chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled The Yellowstone National Park Protection Act by George S. Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellowstone National Park Protection Act. On May 7, 1894, President Cleveland approved an act to protect the birds and animals in Yellowstone National Park and to punish crimes in said park and for other purposes. This law, as finally enacted, owed much to the efforts and labors of members of the Boone and Crockett Club, who for many years had persistently struggled to induce Congress to pass such necessary legislation. The final triumph is a matter of congratulation to every sportsman interested in the protection of game, and fulfills one of the great objects sought to be attained by the foundation of the club. While a statute in many of its details could readily be improved, it is still in its general features sufficient to serve the purposes of its enactment. To those not conversant with the subject, the statement may seem astonishing that from the establishment of the park in 1872 to the passage of the Act in 1894, no law protecting either the park, the animals, or the visitors was operative within the Yellowstone Park, a region containing about 3,500 square miles, and larger than the state of Delaware and Rhode Island. This condition of affairs was frequently brought to the notice of the national legislature, and in 1887 their attention was called to it by a startling episode. A member of Congress, Mr. Lacey of Iowa, was a passenger in a stage which was held up in the park and robbed. The highwaymen were afterward apprehended, but escaped the punishment suited to their crime because of the great doubt existing as to whether any law was applicable. As to game offenses, regulations were powerless for prevention in the absence of any penalties by law to enforce them. The explanation of this anomalous situation is to be sought in the circumstances under which the park had been set apart. The eminent scientists who interested themselves in this important object were surrounded with difficulties. The vastness of the tract proposed to be included, the question of expense, the selfish interests opposing the measure, were obstacles not easy to overcome. Congress was told, "Give us the park. Nothing more is needed than to reserve the land from public sale or settlement." Doubtless the remoteness and isolation of the region might have been thought at the time sufficient to ensure protection, but it was the wonderful scenery and extraordinary objects of interest in the park which were then thought of. The forests and the game did not enter much into the consideration of the founders, and so Congress passed the Act of 1872, merely defining the limits of the park and committing it to the keeping of the Department of the Interior, which was empowered to make rules and regulations for its control. A great work was accomplished when Congress was persuaded to forever dedicate this marvelous region as a national park for the benefit of the entire country, and it was hoped and expected that Congress would, in time, supplement the organizing act by the needful additional legislation. But this was not to be had for many years to come. For some time after the year 1872, the reservation was occasionally visited by a few adventurous spirits or government parties on exploring expeditions. During that period it became the refuge of the large game, which had gradually receded from the lower country before the advance of settlement and railroads. The abundance of game astonished all who beheld it. Bears, deer, elk, sheep, moose, antelope, buffalo, wolverines, and many other kinds of wild beasts were collected within the area, which afforded peculiar advantages to each and all. Nowhere else could such a gathering of game be found in one locality. It should be remembered that those who visited the park in the early days we have mentioned confined their investigations to a limited portion of it. The great winter ranges and breeding grounds were almost unknown. During this period, game killing was so slight and the supply so great that restrictions by those exercising a very uncertain authority in the reservation were hardly pretended to be enforced. But from about the year 1878, the depredations on the game of the park attained alarming proportions. The number of visitors had largely increased. The skin hunter and the record hunter, twin brothers in iniquity, appeared on the scene, and their numbers grew from year to year. It was then that regulations and prohibitions were promulgated from the Department of the Interior, but they were known to contain only vain threats, which could be defied with impunity. And so the slaughter continued, and likewise other depredations. Learned associations, sportsmen's associations, and visitors of all lands showered petitions upon Congress to pass some protective law. All that Congress did, however, was in 1883 to confer authority for the use of troops in the park. This was something, and the effect of their presence was very beneficial, and ensured the only protection the park had until the present time. Congress seemed affected with an apathy which no appeals could change. The result was non-action. Some congressmen thought that they were justified in declining to take any interest in the matter, because few, if any, of their constituents had ever visited the park. Others thought that it should be a Wyoming or Montana affair, and should be turned over to one or the other of those then territories. A few seemed to labor under the impression that the park was nothing but a private pleasure ground resorted to by the wealthy class, and that it was no part of the constitutional functions of republican government to afford security to wild animals, or to incur any expense therefor. These narrow views were not shared by many of the principal men in Congress. Among these we had many staunch friends, including especially several who held seats in the Senate. Chief among them was Senator Vest of Missouri, who at all times was found ready to do everything in his power to promote the welfare of the park. Senator Manderson of Nebraska and many others were quite as willing. It was largely due to the gentlemen we have named that the Senate, as a body, was imbued with their views, and on all occasions recognized the important national objects to be attained by the park, not only as a great game preserve, but also as a great forest reservation of the highest economic importance. With the assistance of some of the present members of the Boone and Crockett Club, a bill was framed which afforded in its provisions ample protection to the park, while it added largely to its area on the south and on the east, embracing the great breeding grounds of the elk. This bill was introduced by Senator Vest. But new difficulties now arose more serious than any hitherto encountered. By the completion of the Northern Pacific Railroad, a large influx of travel set in toward the park. It was now thought money was to be made there. Railroads through it were talked about. Mines situated near its northern border were said to contain untold wealth, needing only a railroad for their development. A mining camp called Cook City was started, and it was urged that a railroad could reach it only by going through the park. Corporate influences made themselves felt. The bill introduced by Senator Vest again and again, in session after session, passed the Senate. The promoters of a railroad through the park thought they saw their opportunity. Afraid to launch their scheme of spoliation before Congress as an independent measure, they sought to attach it as a rider to the park bill. They reasoned that those who desired the passage of the bill regarded it as so important that they would be willing to consent to its carrying a railroad rather than see all legislation on the subject dropped or defeated. The plan was well conceived, but failed of execution. The friends of the bill recognized that it was wiser to leave the park unprotected than to consent to what would be its destruction. They recognized that once railroads were allowed within the park, it would be a reservation only in name, and that before long the forests and the game would both disappear. They therefore refused the bait held out to them by the railroad promoters, who thereafter always blocked the passage of the park bill. In return, they were always defeated in their own scheme. The House Committee having the Protection Bill in charge never failed to burden it with the railroad right-of-way whenever it came to them, blandly ignoring the evident fact that a railroad was not an appropriate nor a relevant feature to a law for the protection of the park. And so it happened that the bill, which had been the child of affection, became an object of dread, and was denounced as bitterly as it had before been advocated by its original friends. It was thought better to have it die on the calendar than to take the risk of its adoption by the House of Representatives with the obnoxious amendment incorporated by the committee. Apart from that amendment, it was feared the bill would not only encounter an opposition instigated by pecuniary interests, but might itself fail to call to its support any counteracting influence. Those who opposed the railroad, and notably the members of the Boone and Crockett Club, who invariably appeared before the Public Lands Committee to argue against it, were at the very least stigmatized as sentimentalists who impeded material progress, as busybodies who, needing nothing themselves, interfered to prevent other people from obtaining what was necessary and beneficial to commerce. With practical legislators, such animadversions are frequently not lacking in force, for nothing more incurs their contempt than a measure which is not what they call a practical object, by which they mean a moneyed object. While throughout the country there was considerable general interest taken in the preservation of the Park, such influence was not sufficiently concentrated to make itself felt by Congress. The Park was everybody's affair, and in the House of Representatives no one could be found to take any special interest in it, and so the fight went on from year to year. In Congress after Congress the bill was passed in the Senate, and emerged from the House of Committee on Public Lands weighted down by the burden of the railroad. Secretary after Secretary of the Interior protested against this feature of the bill, and so did every officer of the government who had any part in the administration or exploration of the Park. But their protests were without effect on the committee, which in those days seemed to regard the railroad as the most important feature of the bill. It was clearly shown that the railroad would not only be most harmful to the Park, but could serve no useful purpose, for it was quite possible for a railroad to reach the mines without touching the Park, whereas the projected route cut through the Park for a distance of some 50 miles. The public press throughout the country was almost unanimous in denouncing the threatened invasion of the reservation, but the railroad in interest had a strong lobby at work, and many of the inhabitants in the territories and states nearest the Park showed the most selfish indifference to its preservation and a greedy desire to plunder it. The railroad lobbyists were very active. They saw the necessity of trying to avoid openly outraging public opinion. Accordingly, they changed the bill so that instead of conferring a right of way through the Park, it segregated and threw out of the reservation that portion through which the railroad was to go. This was supposed to be a concession to public sentiment, but it must have been thought that the public was very easily deceived, for there was really no concession at all, save to the railroad interests. Instead of a right of way through a portion of the Park, they now asked, and were offered by the committee, the land itself. The committee of the House proposed that this land should be thrown out of the Park, and any and all railroads be allowed to scramble for it. The area thus doomed is situated north of the Yellowstone River and constitutes one of the most attractive portions of the Park. It includes the only great winter range of the elk. In the winter there can be seen there some 5,000 animals, and no one who has traveled over this region in summer has failed to observe the enormous number of shed horns, showing how extensively the range is resorted to by this noble animal. Here too can be found a large band of antelope at all times, numbering about 500, and a smaller but considerable band of mountain sheep. The Friends of the Park succeeded in stopping the proposed railroad legislation, but they could accomplish nothing else in Congress. They had more success with another branch of the government. There was a statute authorizing the President to set apart any part of the public domain as a forest reservation. Taking advantage of this, certain members of the Boone and Crockett Club saw an opportunity of substantially obtaining the enlargement of the Park which they had been vainly endeavoring to obtain from Congress. They laid the matter before General Noble, then Secretary of the Interior. He recommended to President Harrison that the tract in question should be constituted a forest reserve. This was done. In 1891, the President issued a proclamation establishing the Yellowstone Park Forest Reserve. It embraced some 1,800 square miles, abutting on the east and south boundaries of the park. The Secretary afterward had the same regulations extended to the reserve as had been put in operation in the park. This important action was followed by further proclamations instituting other forest reservations in different sections of the country. The Executive and its representative, the Department of the Interior, have at all times been most sympathetic and helpful in the movement for forest and game preservation. They have sternly resisted all assaults upon the park. The organization of the Boone and Crockett Club had been a great step toward park protection. Its members included those who had shown most interest in obtaining legislation. One of the main objects of the society was the preservation of the game and the forests. It brought together a body of men whose motives were entirely disinterested and who were able to make their influence felt. To their efforts must be largely attributed the success which was ultimately attained. But that success might have been indefinitely deferred had not Congress been awakened to its duty by an event as shocking as it was unlooked for. For years, one of the cherished objects of the park had been the preservation of perhaps the only surviving band of buffalo. It had sought refuge in the mountains. It was known to be on the increase, and it was supposed that it would remain unmolested. Its number had been estimated as high as 500. Its habitat was a wild and rugged country, affording a seemingly secure asylum. For a long time these buffalo remained comparatively safe. In the summer it would have been of no use to slaughter them for their heads and hides. In the winter the snow was so deep and their haunts so remote as to render it well nigh impossible to pack heads or hides out to a market. But a desperate man was found to take desperate chances. The trouble came to the park from the mining camp of Cook. A notorious poacher named Howell made it his headquarters. Its proximity to the northeast boundary of the park made it a convenient point from which to conduct his raids and to which he might convey his booty. If he killed even a single buffalo and safely packed out of the park its head or hide, he was sure of realizing a large sum. If he was captured while making the attempt, he knew he was safe from punishment, and that there was no penalty even if there was an offense. A less lawless man might have indulged in a flexible conscience with the idea that, as there was no punishment, there was no crime. A similar view of ethics had been indulged in by a prominent member of the gospel who had killed game in the park and sought extenuation on the ground that he had not violated any law. But Howell was not a man who sought to justify his actions. It was sufficient for him that he incurred no risk. The time he selected for his deed of destruction he thought the most propitious for covering up his tracks. His operations were conducted in the most tempestuous weather, in that most tempestuous month, March, in the year 1894. The snow then was deepest, and Howell felt there would be little chance of interference by scouting or other parties. Eluding the guard stationed in the northern portion of the park on stormy nights, he stole into the park and built a lodge in the locality where the buffalo wintered. In it he stored his supplies, which he had conveyed on a toboggan. He traveled on skis, the Norwegian snowshoes, 10 feet long, which are generally used in the northwestern country. This enabled him to traverse the roughest mountain range with ease and great rapidity, even in the deepest snow. Once established, the killing was an easy matter. He had only to find the buffalo where the snow was deep. The ponderous, unwieldy animals had small chance of escape from his pursuit. His quarry was soon located, and he needed no assistance to make a surround, for while the frightened, confused beasts were plunging in the snow in a vain attempt to extricate themselves, the butcher glided swiftly around them on his snowshoes, approaching as close as he chose. With his rapid-firing gun he slaughtered them as easily as if they had been cattle in a corral. How many he killed will never be known. The remains of many of his victims will never be found. But while the ruffian was busiest in his bloody work, a man was speeding over the snow toward him from the south. He too was on skis. He too was a mountain man who thought as little of the obstacles before him as Howell did. But the object of his trip was not the buffalo, but Howell. It was human game he was pursuing. Howell had not covered up his tracks as well as he thought. The trailer had struck a trail which he never left till it brought him to the object of his pursuit. This man was Burgess, the Yellowstone Park scout. He had learned of Howell's presence in the park and was sent out with the intention of apprehending him by the energetic superintendent, Captain Anderson. He proceeded on his course as swiftly as a howling wind would permit, when he was surprised by seeing suspended from some trees 6 buffalo scalps. He now felt that he was in close vicinity to the man he was hunting, and that his business had become a serious one. He knew the man who had done that deed was prepared to resist and commit a greater crime. But this did not deter him, and he again took the trail. He had proceeded only a short distance when he heard 6 shots. Hastening up the hill, he saw Howell engaged in butchering 5 buffalo, the victims of the 6 shots. Howell's gun was resting on the body of one of the slain animals, a few feet away from where he was engaged in removing a scalp from another of the bison. So occupied was he in his work that he did not perceive the scout who had emerged in plain view, and who silently glided to the weapon and, securing it, had Howell at his mercy. The demand to throw up his hands was the first intimation Howell had that he was not alone in the buffalo country. It must have been difficult for the scout at the moment not to forget that ours is a government of law, and to refrain from making as summary an end of Howell as Howell had made of the buffalo. The poacher accepted his capture with equanimity, casually remarking that if he had seen Burgess first, he never would have been captured. He was conveyed to the post headquarters. As soon as the Secretary of the Interior heard of his arrest, he ordered his discharge, as there was no law by which he could be detained or otherwise punished. Howell was proud of his achievement and of the notoriety it gained him, boasting that he had killed altogether 80 of the bison. This statement may only have been made up for the purpose of magnifying his crime and so enhancing his importance. It may, however, be true. Besides those actually known to have been slaughtered by him, the remains of 13 other bison, it is said, have been found in the park. It is probable they were all killed by him. When the intelligence of what had happened reached the country, much indignation was manifested. The public, which after all did have a vague sense of pride in the park, and a rather loose wish to see it cared for, was shocked and surprised to discover that no law existed by which the offense could be reached. They were aroused to the knowledge that the park was the only portion of our domain uncontrolled by law. The Boone and Crockett Club took prompt advantage of this awakened feeling and redoubled its efforts to secure action by the national legislature. Congress had long been deaf to the appeals of the few individuals who, year after year, endeavored to obtain a law, but now at last they realized that some action was really needed if they desired to save anything in the park. Mr. Lacey of Iowa, the gentleman whom we have mentioned as having had a practical experience of the condition of affairs in the park, was naturally the first to take hold of the opportunity which public opinion afforded. He willingly adopted the chief jurisdictional and police features contained in the Park Bill, to which we have so frequently referred as repeatedly passing the Senate. He readily acquiesced in all of the amendments which were proposed by the members of the Boone and Crockett Club. The club pushed the matter vigorously. The aid of many prominent members of the House of Representatives was enlisted. Before the hostile railroad party knew of the movement, the bill was presented to the House, unanimous consent for its consideration obtained, and it was passed. In the Senate the bill was among its friends, and Senator Vest was again instrumental in securing its passage. The promoters of the railroad scheme thought it more prudent not to meddle with the bill in the Senate, as they would have been certain to have encountered defeat. The Act provides penalties and the means of enforcing them, and thus secures adequate protection. It makes the violation of any rule or regulation of the Secretary of the Interior a misdemeanor. It prohibits the killing or capture of game or the taking of fish in an unlawful manner. It forbids transportation of game, and for the violation of the Act or regulations it imposes a fine not to exceed $1,000, or imprisonment not to exceed 2 years, or both. It also confiscates the traps, guns, and means of transport of persons engaged in killing or capturing game. Finally, a local magistrate is appointed with jurisdiction to try all offenders violating the law governing the park, and it specifies the jurisdiction over felonies committed in the park. By a happy coincidence, the new system was inaugurated by the trial and conviction of the first offender put on trial, and it was Howell, who was the first prisoner in the dock. He had returned to the park after the passage of the law, and was tried and convicted of violating the order of the Secretary of the Interior, by which he was expelled after he had slaughtered the buffalo. This was retributive justice indeed. The club had desired that the law should be extended by Congress over the Yellowstone Park Forest Reserve, but legal difficulties were encountered, so that this protection had to be deferred. It is hoped that in the near future this important adjunct to the park may have the same law applied to it. The park is now on a solid foundation, and all that is necessary for its future welfare is the prevention of adverse legislation cutting down its limits or authorizing railroads within it. In the winter of 1894 through 1895, the railroad scheme, now disguised under the form of a bill to regulate the boundaries of the park, came up again. This was the old segregation plan. It aimed not only to cut off from the park that valuable portion already described, and embracing 367 square miles north of the Yellowstone, but also to make extensive cuts in the forest reserve for railroad and other purposes amounting to 640 square miles. This spoliation was not permitted. Congress seemed at last to be determined to support the park intact, and the Committee of the 54th Congress in the House, having the park legislation in charge, manifested this disposition by adverse reports on all the bills to authorize railroads and on the segregation bill as well. The present boundaries only need marking on the ground, a mere matter of departmental action. There is no need of legislation on the subject. The boundaries, especially on the north, afford such natural features as constitute the best possible barrier to prevent depredation from without and to ensure the retention of the game within the park. Notwithstanding the inadequacy of the protection in former years, the game has increased largely, especially since the military occupation. Competent authority has estimated the number of elk as high as 20,000, though this is probably too large a figure. Moose are frequently encountered. Mountain sheep and antelope are found in goodly numbers. It is doubtful now whether there are over 200 buffalo left. Bears of the different varieties are very plentiful, and deer are also quite abundant. The animals thoroughly appreciate their security. They have largely lost their fear of man. Antelope and sheep can be seen in the vicinity of the stage roads and are not disturbed by constant travel. Wild geese, ducks, and other birds refuse to rise from the water near which men pass. But bears show the most indifference for human presence. Attracted by the food obtained, they frequent the neighborhood of the hotels in the park. The writer of these notes, together with some companions, had a good opportunity in the latter part of August 1894 to observe how bold and careless these generally wary animals may become if not hunted. When we reached the Lake Hotel, the clerk asked us if we wished to see a bear, as he could show us one after we had finished dinner. We went with him to a spot some 200 feet back of the hotel where refuse was deposited. It was then a little after sunset. We waited some moments, when the clerk, taking his watch out of his pocket, said, "It is strange that he has not come down. He is now a little overdue." Before he had replaced his watch, he exclaimed, "Here he comes now." And we saw descending slowly from a hill close by a very large black bear. The bear approached us, when I said to the clerk, "Had we not better get behind the timber? He will be frightened off should he see us." He answered, "No, he will not be frightened in the least," and continued to converse with us in a loud voice. We were then standing in the open, close by a swill heap, and the bear was coming toward us, there being no timber intervening. We did not move, but continued talking. The bear came up to us without hesitation, diverging slightly from his direct route to the swill heap so as to approach nearer to where we were. He surveyed us leisurely, with his nose in the air, got our scent, and, seeming content that we were only harmless human beings, turned slowly away and went to the refuse, where he proceeded to make a meal. We watched him for quite a while, when a large wagon passed along the road nigh to where we stood. The bear stopped feeding and turned toward the hotel in the direction in which the wagon was traveling. Our guide exclaimed, "He has gone to visit the pigsty," and in a little while we were satisfied this was so by hearing a loud outcry of "Bar! Bar!" which we afterward found proceeded from a Chinaman, one of whose special duties it was to keep bears out of the pigsty. After the departure of the black bear, we retraced our steps, but before getting to the hotel I suggested to one of my companions, Del Hay, that if we returned to the refuse pile we might see another bear. We accordingly went back on the trail to within a few yards of where we stood before. When we stopped, we heard in the timber nearby a great noise, as if dead pine branches were being smashed, and there emerged into the open a large grizzly. Although he is not quite so familiar as the black bear, he showed no hesitation, but walked straight toward us and the object of his visit, the swill. Before reaching his destination, however, he stopped and squatted on his haunches, calmly surveying the scene before him. The reason why he stopped became at once apparent. From the same hill down which the black bear had come, we saw another grizzly, larger than the first, moving toward us at a rapid gait, in fact on a lope, while the first grizzly regarded him with a look not altogether friendly or cordial. The second bear did not stop an instant until he reached the swill heap, where he proceeded to devour everything in sight, without regard to us or to his fellows squatted nearby. The latter apparently had had some experience on a former occasion, which he was not desirous of repeating. 3 men coming through the timber toward us made a considerable racket, and the 2 bears moved off at no rapid gait in opposite directions, but they went only a short way. Until we left the spot, we could see them on the edge of the timber looking toward us, and no doubt waiting for more quiet before partaking of the delights before them. It was not easy to realize the scene before us was actual. The dim twilight, the huge forms of the bears pacing to and fro through the whitened dead timber, made it appear the creation of a disordered fancy. It did not seem natural to be in close proximity with animals esteemed so ferocious, at liberty in their native wilds, with no desire to attack them and with no disposition on their part to attack us. When the 3 men joined us and were talking about the bears, one of them shouted, "Here come 2 more," and before we could realize it, we saw 2 good-sized cinnamons at the feast. They paid no attention whatever to us, but were entirely absorbed in finishing up what the other bears had left. By this time it was fast becoming dark, and we returned to the hotel. I should have said that we measured the distance from the nearest point from the black bear to where we stood, and found it to be exactly 21 feet. The other bears were but a few yards further. When we returned to the house, we entertained our friends with an account of what we had seen, and had there not been many eyewitnesses, we probably would have been entirely disbelieved. Footnote: Colonel John Hay of Washington was one of the spectators of this curious scene. Captain Albrecht Hest of the German Embassy tells us that in July 1895, while stopping at the Lake Hotel, he saw a very large bear eating out of the trough in the daytime, while a number of tourists were present, and that the bear was finally chased away from the trough by a cow. At the Upper Geyser Basin, a bear was domiciled in the hotel. It took food from the hands of the hotel keeper, following him around like a dog. End footnote. As we were narrating our story, a man came into the room and said, "If you want some fun, come outside. We have a bear up in a tree." We went outside of the hotel, and not over 40 feet from it found a black bear in a pine tree. It seems that the wagon already mentioned had been stopped at the pine tree, and the horses had been taken out. The owner, returning to his wagon, found the bear in it, and this was the explanation why the bear had so suddenly taken to the tree. The animal was considerably smaller than the one we had seen earlier. In fact, it was not more than half as large, but still full grown. Quite a number of packers and teamsters stood about, amusing themselves by making the bear climb higher, till at last one of them asked our driver, Jim McMasters, why he did not climb the tree and shake the bear out. It was quite dark, and McMasters replied that he would not mind doing so if there were enough daylight for him to see. His companions continuing to banter him, he finally said, "I believe I'll go up anyhow." And up he went, climbing, however, instead of the tree the bear had ascended, a companion tree which grew alongside of the other, the trunks of the 2 not being more than a foot or so apart, and the branches interlaced. We soon lost sight of McMasters, and of the bear also, for as Jim climbed, the bear would climb too, until at last they both had reached the top of their respective perches, when we heard Jim cry out, "Boys, he's got to come down. I can reach him." With that he proceeded to break off a small branch of his tree, and we could hear him whack the bear with it, and also could hear the bear remonstrating with a very unpleasant voice, at times approaching a roar. But at last the bear seemed to have made up his mind that it was better to come down than to stay up and be whacked with a pine branch. So down he came, but not with any great rapidity, stopping at every resting place, until Jim came down too, and gave him a little persuading. We could now see the action, but its dangerous features were lost sight of in its amusing ones. Jim had climbed into the tree down which the bear was descending, and when he was not persuading the bear, he was pleading with us somewhat as follows: "Now, boys, don't throw up here, and don't none of you hit him until he gets down. If he should make up his mind to come up again, he'd clean me out for sure." After each speech of this sort, he would move down to where the bear was and apply his branch, whereupon both the man and the animal would descend a few pegs lower. At last the bear was almost near the ground. We all formed a circle around the tree, preparing to give both man and beast a reception when they should alight. The beast came first, and every fellow who had anything in the way of wood in his hand gave the bear a blow or two as a warning not to return to the wagon again. Bruin made off into the timber with great precipitancy. Jim, when he got down, did not seem to think that he had done anything more than if the bear had been a possum, which he had shaken out of the tree. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Hunting in Many Lands. Our story is entitled Head Measurements of the Trophies at the Madison Square Garden Sportsman Exhibition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Head Measurements of the Trophies at the Madison Square Garden Sportsman Exhibition. During the week beginning May 14, 1895, there was held in Madison Square Garden, New York, a sportsman exhibition. There was a fair exhibit of heads, horns, and skins, for which the credit largely belongs to Frederick S. Webster, the taxidermist. At the request of the managers of the exhibition, 3 of the members of the Boone and Crockett Club, Messrs. Theodore Roosevelt, George Bird Grinnell, and Archibald Rogers, were appointed a committee on measurements. There were heads and skins of every kind of North American big game. Many of them were exhibited by amateur sportsmen, including various members of the Boone and Crockett Club, while many others were exhibited by furriers and taxidermists. Some of the measurements are worth recording. For convenience we tabulate, in the case of each animal, the measurements of the specimens exhibited by amateur sportsmen who themselves shot the animals. For purposes of comparison, we add the measurements of a few big heads exhibited by taxidermists or furriers. Also, for purposes of comparison, we quote the figures given in 2 works published with special reference to the question of horn measurements. One is the Catalogue and Notes of the American Hunting Trophies Exhibition at London in 1887. The moving spirit in this exhibition was Mr. E. M. Buxton, who was assisted by all the most noted English sportsmen who had shot in America. The result was a noteworthy collection of trophies, almost all of which belonged to animals shot by the exhibitors themselves. Very few Americans took part in the exhibition, though several did so, one of the 2 finest moose heads being exhibited by an American sportsman. The other big game book quoted is Roland Ward's Measurements, published in London in 1892. This is a very valuable compilation of authentic records of horn measurements gathered from many different sources. In many cases it quotes from Mr. Buxton's catalogue. The largest elk head, for instance, given by Ward, is the one mentioned in the Buxton catalogue. But in most instances the top measurements given by Ward stand above the top measurements given in the catalogue, because the latter, as already said, contains only a record of the trophies of amateur sportsmen, whereas many of Ward's best measurements are from museum specimens or from picked heads obtained from furriers or taxidermists, who chose the best out of those presented by many hundreds of professional hunters. At the Madison Square exhibition there were numerous bear skins, polar, grizzly, and black, submitted by men who had shot them. There were a few wolf and cougar skins and one peccary head, but there was no satisfactory way of making measurements of any of these. The peccary's head, which was submitted by Mr. Roosevelt, of course, had the tusks in the skull, so that it was not possible to measure them. For the same reason, it was not possible to measure the skulls which were in the heads of the bear, wolf, and cougar skins exhibited by Mr. Roosevelt. There were few Oregon black-tailed deer heads exhibited, but these were not large. The one exhibited by Mr. Roosevelt, for instance, had horns 21 inches in length, 4 inches in girth, and 17 inches in spread. In measuring most horns, it is comparatively easy to get some relative idea of the size of the heads by giving simply the girth and length. The spread is often given also, but this is not a good measurement as a rule, because in mounting the head it is very easy to increase the spread, and moreover, even when the spread is natural, it may be excessive and out of proportion to the length of the horns, in which case it amounts to a deformity. The length is in every case measured from the butt to the tip along the outside curve of the horn. The girth is given at the butt in the case of buffalo, sheep, goat, and antelope, but in the case of deer it is given at the narrowest part of the horn, above the first tine. In elk this narrowest part comes between the bay and tray points. In blacktail and whitetail deer it comes above the dog killer points, and below the main fork in the horn. Even in the case of elk, deer, sheep, and buffalo, the measurements of length and girth do not always indicate how fine a head is, although they generally give at least an approximate idea. The symmetry of the head cannot be indicated by these measurements. In elk and deer heads, extra points, though sometimes mere deformities, yet when large and symmetrical, add greatly to the appearance and value of the head, making it heavier and grander in every way, and being a proof of great strength and vitality of the animal and of the horn itself. In consequence, although the measurements of length and girth generally afford a good test of the relative worth of buffalo, elk, sheep, and deer heads, it is not by any means an infallible test. With moose and caribou heads, the test of mere length and girth is of far less value, for many of them have such extraordinary antlers that the measurements of length and girth mean but little, and give hardly any idea of the weight and beauty of the antlers. With moose a better idea of these qualities can be obtained by measuring the extreme breadth of the palmation and the extreme length from the tip of the brow point backward in each horn. Caribou horns are often of such fantastic shape that the actual measurements, taken in any ordinary way, give but a very imperfect idea of the value of the trophies. Very long horns are sure to be of fine specimens, and yet they may not be nearly as fine as those which are much shorter, but more branched, and with the branches longer, broader, and heavier, and at the same time more beautiful. Thus in the Madison Square Garden, C.G. Gunther's sons, the furriers, exhibited one caribou with antlers 50 inches long of the barren ground type with 43 points. These horns were very slender and would not have weighed more than a third as much as an enormous pair belonging to a woodland caribou, which were some 10 inches shorter in extreme length and with rather fewer points, but were more massive in every way, the beam being far larger, and all of the tines being palmated to a really extraordinary extent. Tabulated series, with name of owner and locality and date of capture. Bison bull, 1 P. Leibinger, Western Montana, 93, girth 12.5, length 19. 2 Theodore Roosevelt, Medora, North Dakota, September 83, girth 12 3/4, length 14. 3. Theodore Roosevelt, Southwest Montana, September 89, girth 12 1/2, length 17 1/2. Number 2 was an old stub-horn bull, the animal being bigger in body than number 3, which, like number 1, was a bull in the prime of life. F. Saunter, the taxidermist, exhibited a head killed in Montana in 1894, which measured 14 inches in girth and 18 inches in length. In Ward's book, the horns of the biggest bison given measure 15 inches in girth and 20 7/8 inches in length. Bighorn sheep. 4. George H. Gold, Lower California, December 94. Girth 16 1/4, length 42 1/2, spread 25 3/4. 5. G. O. Shields, Ashnola River, British Columbia, girth 16 1/4, length 37 3/4, spread 22 1/2. 6. Archibald Rogers, Northwest Wyoming, girth 16, length 34, spread 17. 7. Archibald Rogers, Northwest Wyoming, girth 15 1/2, length 33 1/2, spread 23. 8. Theodore Roosevelt, Little Missouri River, North Dakota, girth 16, length 29 1/2, spread 18 1/2. Number 4 had the tip of one horn broken. It is on the whole the finest head of which we have any record. Number 5 was a very heavy head, the horns huge and with blunted tips. A head was exhibited by C. G. Gunther's sons, which measured 17 3/4 inches in girth, although it was but 33 1/2 inches in length. In Buxton's catalogue, the 3 biggest rams exhibited by English sportsmen had horns which measured respectively in girth and length 15 3/4 and 39 inches, 16 3/8 and 38 1/4 inches, and 16 1/2 and 31 inches. In Ward's catalogue, the biggest specimen given had horns which were 17 1/4 inches in girth and 41 inches in length. White goat. 9. Walter James, Swift Current River, Montana 92, girth 5 3/4, length 10 1/2. 10. Theodore Roosevelt, Big Hole Basin, Montana, August 89, girth 5 1/16, length 9 1/16. 11. Theodore Roosevelt, Heron, Montana, September 86, girth 5, length 9 3/4. Number 11 was a female, as the horns of the female white goat always are. These horns were a little longer and slender than those of number 10, which was a big-bodied buck. In Buxton's catalogue, the biggest horns given were 5 inches in girth and 8 1/4 inches in length. The 2 biggest specimens given in Ward's were 5 inches in girth by 10 1/8 inches and 5 1/2 by 9 1/2 inches. Musk ox. There was no musk ox head exhibited by an amateur sportsman. One, which was exhibited by W. W. Hart and Company, had horns each of which were 29 3/4 inches by 20 1/2 inches. The height of the boss was 13 inches. One of the members of the Boone and Crockett Club, Mr. Caspar W. Whitney, has this year, 1895, killed a number of musk ox, but he did not return from his winter trip to the Barren Grounds until June. Prongbuck. 12. Theodore Roosevelt, Medora, North Dakota, September 84, girth 6 1/2, length 16. 13. Archibald Rogers, girth 6, length 12 1/2. 14. Archibald Rogers, girth 6 1/4, length 10 7/8. Number 13 measured from tip to tip 6 1/8 inches. The greatest width inside the horns was 8 5/8 inches. The corresponding figures for number 14 were 7 3/4 and 10 1/4 inches. In Buxton's catalog, the largest measurements given were for a specimen which girthed 5 1/8 inches and was in length 15 3/4 inches. In Ward's catalog, the two biggest specimens given measured respectively 15 3/4 inches in length by 6 1/4 inches in girth, and 12 7/8 inches in length by 6 1/2 inches in girth. Wapiti, or round horn elk. 15. Archibald Rogers, Northwestern Wyoming, girth 8, length 64 1/4, spread 48, points 7 + 7. 16. G. O. Shields, Clark's Fork, Wyoming, girth 8 1/4, length 51 3/8, spread 50, points 6 + 7. 17. Theodore Roosevelt, Two Ocean Pass, 91, girth 6 7/8, length 56 1/2, spread 46 3/8, points 6 + 6. 18. Theodore Roosevelt, Two Ocean Pass, 91, girth 7 3/4, length 50 3/4, spread 47, points 6 + 6. 19. P. Leibinger, Indian Creek, Montana, girth 6 1/8, length 50 1/2, spread 54, points 8 + 8. Number 15, as far as we know, is the record head for amateur sportsmen in point of length. Number 16 has very heavy, massive antlers, though these are not as long as the antlers in number 17, yet number 16 is really the finer head. In Buxton's catalog, the three finest heads measure respectively 8 inches in girth by 62 1/2 inches in length by 48 1/2 inches spread, with 7 + 9 points, and 7 7/8 inches in girth by 60 3/4 inches in length by 52 inches spread, with 6 + 6 points, and 8 1/2 inches in girth by 55 inches in length by 41 1/4 spread, with 6 + 6 points. These are also the biggest heads given in Ward's catalog. Mule, or black-tailed deer. 20. Theodore Roosevelt, Medora, North Dakota, October, 83, girth 5, length 26 7/8, spread 28 1/2. 21. P. Leibinger, Madison River, Montana, 89, girth 4 3/4, length 25 1/2, spread 25 1/2. Number 20 is an extremely massive and symmetrical head with 28 points. Number 21 has 35 points. A still heavier head than either of the above, with 34 points, was exhibited by the furriers C. G. Gunther's sons. It was in girth 5 1/4 inches, length 26 inches, and spread 28 1/4 inches. In Buxton's catalog, the length of the biggest mule deer horn exhibited was 28 1/2 inches. In Ward's catalog, the biggest heads measured respectively girth 4 1/2 inches by 28 5/8 inches length, and girth 5 1/4 inches by 27 inches length. They had 10 and 11 points respectively. Whitetail, or Virginia deer. 22. G. B. Grinnell, Dismal River, Nebraska, 77, girth 4 5/8, length 24, spread 19 1/2. 23. Theodore Roosevelt, Medora, North Dakota, 94, girth 4, length 22 1/2, spread 15 3/4. Number 22 is a very fine head with 18 points, very symmetrical. Number 23 has 12 points. In Ward's measurements, the biggest white-tail horns are in girth 5 3/8 inches and in length 27 5/8 inches. Moose. 24. Colonel Halselton, Chesuncook, Maine, 87. Girth 8 1/2, length 41, points 27. 25. Archibald Rogers, girth 7, length 31 3/4, points 14. 26. Theodore Roosevelt, Bitterroot Mountain, Montana, 89. Girth 5 1/2, length 30, points 22. Number 24, a pair of horns only, is, with the possible exception of a head of Mr. Bierstadt's, the finest we have ever seen in the possession of an amateur sportsman. The measurements of the palm of one antler were 41 1/2 by 21 3/4 inches. Number 26 has a spread of 40 1/2 inches, and the palm measured 29 by 13 inches. In Buxton's catalogue, the biggest moose given had horns which in girth were 8 1/2 inches and in length 35 1/2 inches. The palm was 41 by 24 inches. The spread was 65 inches. These measurements indicate a head about as fine as Colonel Halselton's, taking everything into consideration. The largest head given by Ward was 6 1/2 inches in girth by 39 7/8 inches in length and 51 3/8 inches spread. It had 25 points, and the breadth of the palm was 15 3/4 inches. For the reason given above, it is difficult in the case of moose, and far more difficult in the case of caribou, to judge the respective merits of heads by the mere record of measurements. Caribou. 27. Archibald Rogers, girth 4 3/4, length 41 1/4, points 16. 28. Theodore Roosevelt, Kootenay, British Columbia, September of '88. Girth 5 1/2, length 32, points 14. Neither of these is a big head. C.G. Gunther's sons exhibited one caribou with 43 points. Its horns were 5 7/8 inches in girth by 50 inches in length. They also exhibited a much heavier head, which was but 37 inches long, but was 6 1/2 inches in girth, which, all of the tines highly palmated. One of the brow points had a palm 17 1/2 inches high. In Buxton's catalogue, the biggest caribou antler given girthed 5 1/2 inches and was in length 37 1/2 inches. The biggest measurements given by Ward are 5 5/8 inches in girth by 60 inches in length for a specimen with 37 points. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Hunting in Many Lands. This chapter is entitled National Park Protective Act. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. National Park Protective Act. An act to protect the birds and animals in Yellowstone National Park and to punish crimes in said park and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the Yellowstone National Park, as its boundaries now are defined, or as they may be hereafter defined or extended, shall be under the sole and exclusive jurisdiction of the United States, and that all the laws applicable to places under the sole and exclusive jurisdiction of the United States shall have force and effect in said park. Provided, however, that nothing in this act shall be construed to forbid the service in the park of any civil or criminal process of any court having jurisdiction in the states of Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. All fugitives from justice taking refuge in said park shall be subject to the same laws as refugees from justice found in the state of Wyoming. Section 2. That said park, for all the purposes of this act, shall constitute a part of the United States Judicial District of Wyoming, and the district and circuit courts of the United States in and for said district shall have jurisdiction of all offenses committed within said park. Section 3. That if any offense shall be committed in said Yellowstone National Park, which offense is not prohibited or the punishment is not especially provided for by any law of the United States, or by any regulation of the Secretary of the Interior, the offender shall be subject to the same punishment as the laws of the State of Wyoming in force at the time of the commission of the offense may provide for a like offense in the said State, and no subsequent repeal of any such law of the State of Wyoming shall affect any prosecution for said offense committed within said park. Section 4. That all hunting, or the killing, wounding, or capturing at any time of any bird or wild animal, except dangerous animals, when it is necessary to prevent them from destroying human life or inflicting an injury, is prohibited within the limits of said park. Nor shall any fish be taken out of the waters of the park by means of seines, nets, traps, or by the use of drugs or any explosive substances or compounds, or in any other way than by hook and line, and then only at such seasons and in such times and manner as may be directed by the Secretary of the Interior. That the Secretary of the Interior shall make and publish such rules and regulations as he may deem necessary and proper for the management and care of the park, and for the protection of the property therein, especially for the preservation from injury or spoliation of all timber, mineral deposits, natural curiosities, or wonderful objects within said park, and for the protection of the animals and birds in the park from capture or destruction, or to prevent their being frightened or driven from the park. And he shall make rules and regulations governing the taking of fish from the streams or lakes in the park. Possession within the said park of the dead bodies or any part thereof, of any wild bird or animal, shall be prima facie evidence that the person or persons having the same are guilty of violating this act. Any person or persons, or stage or express company or railway company, receiving for transportation any of the said animals, birds, or fish so killed, taken, or caught, shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, and shall be fined for every such offense not exceeding $300. Any person found guilty of violating any of the provisions of this act, or any rule or regulation that may be promulgated by the Secretary of the Interior with reference to the management and care of the park, or for the protection of the property therein, for the preservation from injury or spoliation of timber, mineral deposits, natural curiosities, or wonderful objects within said park, or for the protection of the animals, birds, and fish in the said park, shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, and shall be subjected to a fine of not more than $1,000, or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years, or both, and be adjudged to pay all costs of the proceedings. That all guns, traps, teams, horses, or means of transportation of every nature or description used by any person or persons within said park limits, when engaged in killing, trapping, ensnaring, or capturing such wild beasts, birds, or wild animals, shall be forfeited to the United States, and may be seized by the officers in said park, and held pending the prosecution of any person or persons arrested under charge of violating the provisions of this act, and upon conviction under this act of such person or persons using said guns, traps, teams, horses, or other means of transportation, such forfeiture shall be adjudicated as a penalty, in addition to the other punishment provided in this act. Such forfeited property shall be disposed of and accounted for by and under the authority of the Secretary of the Interior. Section 5. That the United States Circuit Court in said district shall appoint a commissioner, who shall reside in the park, who shall have jurisdiction to hear and act upon all complaints made of any and all violations of the law or of the rules and regulations made by the Secretary of the Interior for the government of the park, and for the protection of the animals, birds, and fish, and objects of interest therein, and for other purposes authorized by this act. Such commissioners shall have power, upon sworn information, to issue process in the name of the United States for the arrest of any person charged with the commission of any misdemeanor, or charged with the violation of the rules and regulations, or with the violation of any provision of this act prescribed for the government of said park, and for the protection of the animals, birds, and fish in the said park, and to try the person so charged, and if found guilty, to impose the punishment and adjudge the forfeiture prescribed. In all cases of conviction, an appeal shall lie from the judgment of said commissioner to the United States District Court for the District of Wyoming, said appeal to be governed by the laws of the State of Wyoming, providing for appeals in cases of misdemeanor from justices of the peace to the District Court of said State. But the United States Circuit Court in said district may prescribe rules of procedure and practice for said commissioner in the trial of cases and for appeal to said United States District Court. Said commissioner shall also have power to issue process as hereinbefore provided for the arrest of any person charged with the commission of any felony within the park, and to summarily hear the evidence introduced, and if he shall determine that probable cause is shown for holding the person so charged for trial, shall cause such person to be safely conveyed to a secure place for confinement, within the jurisdiction of the United States District Court in said State of Wyoming, and shall certify a transcript of the record of his proceedings and the testimony in the case to the said court, which court shall have jurisdiction of the case, provided that the said commissioner shall grant bail in all cases bailable under the laws of the United States or of said state. All process issued by the commissioner shall be directed to the Marshal of the United States for the District of Wyoming, but nothing herein contained shall be construed as preventing the arrest by any officer of the government or employee of the United States in the park without process of any person taken in the act of violating the law or any regulation of the Secretary of the Interior, provided that the said commissioner shall only exercise such authority and powers as are conferred by this act. Section 6. That the Marshal of the United States for the District of Wyoming may appoint one or more deputy marshals for said park, who shall reside in said park, and the said United States District and Circuit Courts shall hold one session of said courts annually at the town of Sheridan, in the State of Wyoming, and may also hold other sessions at any other place in said State of Wyoming, or in said National Park, at such dates as the said courts may order. Section 7. That the Commissioner provided for in this Act shall, in addition to the fees allowed by law to Commissioners of the Circuit Courts of the United States, be paid an annual salary of $1,000, payable quarterly, and the Marshal of the United States and his deputies, and the Attorney of the United States and his assistants in said district, shall be paid the same compensation and fees as are now provided by law for like services in said district. Section 8. That all costs and expenses arising in cases under this Act, and properly chargeable to the United States, shall be certified, approved, and paid, as like costs and expenses in the courts of the United States are certified, approved, and paid under the laws of the United States. Section 9. That the Secretary of the Interior shall cause to be erected in the park a suitable building to be used as a jail, and also having in said building an office for the use of the Commissioner, the cost of such building not to exceed $5,000, to be paid out of any moneys in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated upon the certificate of the Secretary as a voucher therefor. Section 10. That this Act shall not be construed to repeal existing laws conferring upon the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of War certain powers with reference to the protection, improvement, and control of the said Yellowstone National Park. Approved May 7, 1894. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 23 of Hunting in Many Lands. Constitution of the Boone and Crockett Club. Theodore Roosevelt, President. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Founded December 1887. Article 1. This club shall be known as the Boone and Crockett Club. Article 2. The objects of the club shall be 1. To promote manly sport with the rifle. 2. To promote travel and exploration in the wild and unknown or but partially known portions of the country. 3. To work for the preservation of the large game of this country, and so far as possible to further legislation for that purpose, and to assist in enforcing the existing laws. 4. To promote inquiry into and to record observations on the habits and natural history of the various wild animals. 5. To bring about among the members the interchange of opinions and ideas on hunting, travel, and exploration, on the various kinds of hunting rifles, on the haunts of game animals, etc. Article 3. No one shall be eligible for membership who shall not have killed with the rifle in fair chase, by still hunting or otherwise, at least one individual of one of the various kinds of American large game. Article 4. Under the head of American large game are included the following animals: bear, buffalo or bison, mountain sheep, caribou, cougar, musk ox, white goat, elk or wapiti, wolf, not coyote, pronghorn antelope, moose, and deer. Article 5. The term fair chase shall not be held to include killing bear, wolf, or cougar in traps, nor fire hunting, nor crusting moose, elk, or deer in deep snow, nor killing game from a boat while it is swimming in the water. Article 6. This club shall consist of not more than 100 regular members, and of such associate and honorary members as may be elected. Article 7. The Committee on Admissions shall consist of the President and Secretary and the Chairman of the Executive Committee. In voting for regular members, 6 blackballs shall exclude. In voting for associate and honorary members, 10 blackballs shall exclude. Candidates for regular membership who are at the same time associate members shall be voted upon before any other. Article 8. The club shall hold one fixed meeting a year, to be held the second Wednesday in January, and to be called the annual meeting. Article 9. This Constitution shall not be changed save by a 4/5 vote of the members present. Officers of the Boone and Crockett Club, 1895. President, Theodore Roosevelt, New York. Secretary and Treasurer, George Bird Grinnell, New York. Executive Committee, W.A. Wadsworth, Genesee, New York. Archibald Rogers, Hyde Park, New York. Winthrop Chandler, New York. Owen Wister, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Charles Deering, Chicago, Illinois. Editorial Committee, Theodore Roosevelt, New York. George Bird Grinnell, New York. List of members of the Boone and Crockett Club. Lieutenant Henry T. Allen, Washington, D.C. Captain George S. Anderson, Yellowstone Park, Wyoming. F. H. Barber, Southampton, Long Island. D. M. Barringer, Philadelphia. Honorable T. Beale, Washington, D.C. Albert Bierstadt, New York. W. J. Boardman, Cleveland. William B. Bogert, Chicago. Honorable Benjamin H. Bristow, New York. William B. Bristow, New York. A.E. Brown, Philadelphia. Major Campbell Brown, Spring Hill, Tennessee. Colonel John Mason Brown, deceased, Louisville, Kentucky. W.A. Buchanan, Chicago. H.D. Burnham, Chicago. Edward North Buxton, London, England. H.A. Carey, deceased, Newport, Rhode Island. Royal Carroll, New York. Judge John Dean Caton, deceased, Ottawa, Illinois. J. A. Chandler, New York. W. A. Chandler, New York. Winthrop Chandler, New York. Frank C. Crocker, Portland, Maine. A. P. Gordon Cumming, Washington, D.C. Charles P. Curtis, Boston, Mass. Paul J. Dashiell, Annapolis, Maryland. E. W. Davis, Providence. Charles Deering, Chicago. H. C. Derham, New York. W. B. Devereaux, Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Colonel Richard Irving Dodge, Washington, D.C. Dr. William K. Draper, New York. J. Coleman Drayton, New York. Captain Frank Edwards, Washington, D.C. Dr. D. G. Elliott, Chicago, Illinois. Maxwell Everts, New York. Robert Monroe Ferguson, New York. J. G. Folensby, San Francisco. Frank Furness, Philadelphia. W. R. Furness, Jr., Jekyll Island, Brunswick, Georgia. Jason T. Gardner, Albany. John Sterrett Giddings, Baltimore. George H. Gould, Santa Barbara. DeForest Grant, New York. Madison Grant, New York. General A. W. Greeley, Washington, D.C. George Bird Grinnell, New York. William Milne Grinnell, New York. Arnold Haig, Washington. Hon. Wade Hampton, Columbia, South Carolina. Howard Melville Hanna, Cleveland, Ohio. Major Moses Harris, Washington, D.C. Major General W. H. Jackson, Nashville. Dr. Walter B. James. Colonel Jason H. Jones. Clarence King. C. Grant Lafarge. Alex Lambert, all of New York. Dundas Lippincott, deceased, Philadelphia. Hon. Henry Cabot Lodge, Washington, D.C. Francis C. Lowndes, New York. Frank Lyman, Brooklyn, New York. George H. Lyman, Boston, Mass. Charles B. McDonald, Chicago. Professor John Bache McMasters, Philadelphia. Henry May, Washington, D.C. Colonel H. C. McDowell, Lexington, Kentucky. Dr. C. Hart Merriam, Washington, D.C. Dr. J. C. Merrill, D.C. Dr. Rutherford Morris, New York. J. Chester Morris, Jr., Chestnut Hill, Pennsylvania. H. N. Munn, New York. Lyman Nichols, Boston. Jason S. Norton, Chicago. Francis Parkman, deceased, Boston. Thomas Peyton, New York. Honorable Boys Penrose, Philadelphia. C.B. Penrose, Philadelphia. R.A.F. Penrose, Philadelphia. W. Hallett Phillips, D.C. Colonel W.T. Pickett, Meeteetse, Wyoming. H.C. Pierce, St. Louis, Missouri. John J. Pierpont, Brooklyn, New York. Captain John Pitcher, Washington, D.C. A.P. Proctor, New York. Honorable Redfield Proctor, Washington, D.C. Professor Ralph Pumpelly, Newport, Rhode Island. Percy Pine, Jr., New York. Honorable Thomas B. Reed, Portland, Maine. Douglas Robinson, Jr., New York. Honorable W. Woodville Rockhill, Washington, D.C. Archibald Rogers and E.P. Rogers, deceased, both of Hyde Park, New York. Elliott Roosevelt, deceased, Abingdon, Virginia. John Ellis Roosevelt, J. West Roosevelt. Honorable Theodore Roosevelt, all of New York. Elihu Root, New York. Bronson Rumsey and Lawrence Rumsey of Buffalo, New York. Dean Sage of Albany, New York. Alden Sampson, Boston. Honorable Carl Schurz, New York. Philip Schuyler, Irvington, New York. M.G. Seckendorf, Washington, D.C. Dr. J.L. Seward, Orange, New Jersey. General Phil Sheridan, deceased, Washington, D.C. General W.T. Sherman, deceased, New York. Charles F. Sprague, Boston. Henry L. Stimson, New York. Honorable Bellamy Storer, Washington, D.C. Rutherford Stuyvesant, New York. Frank Thompson, Philadelphia. B.C. Tillman, Philadelphia. T.S. Van Dyke, San Diego. Honorable G.G. Vest, Washington, D.C. W.A. Wadsworth, Genesee, New York. Samuel D. Warren, Boston. Jason Sibley Watson, Rochester. Major General W.D. Whipple, Norristown, Pennsylvania. Charles E. Whitehead, New York. Caspar W. Whitney, New York. E.P. Wilbur, Jr., South Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Colonel Roger D. Williams, Lexington, Kentucky. R.D. Winthrop, New York. Owen Wister, Philadelphia. J. Walter Wood, Jr., New York. End of chapter 23. End of Hunting in Many Lands by various authors, published by the Boone and Crockett Club in 1903.